Please always read the notes at the end of the chapter. Hey, everyone! What's up? Do you still remember Lightless Crown? No? Fair enough. So, if you're willing to give it a second read, this is the rewrite. I'm the first to admit that the story sucked. Really. But on my behalf, I didn't try too hard. Fanfiction is a new field for me and English isn't my first language, so I kept my expectations low and wrote half-heartedly. This time I'll try to do things properly. Because I have to admit, I like it, I enjoy it, and so why not let's try to give this work some value. What did you just say? Do you think it will still suck even after the rewrite? Well. You know what? Who cares? When will I publish the chapters? When the muses that inspire me and the voices inside my head tell me they are ready. At most 1 chapter per day, no more than 2 or 3 per week. No promises. I repeat, no promises. I remind you that I do this for my own entertainment first. Nobody forces me to do it, I just like it. If you like it too, then we have a deal. What will change from Lightless Crown? The ideas are the same but you'll notice the difference. Font, trust me bro. What won't change? Same premises as Lightless Crown. Self-insert, different timeline, new characters, and so on. AI? No AI here. All my own work. However, I thought about it for a bit. And I said to myself, look. Since this time I want to take this seriously and there are no rules against. Let's just use AI to make reading smoother. Don't worry, though. I just need help from the AI for this, everything else is my work and mine alone. English is not my first language. It has different rhetorical figures, proverbs, and idioms, which I'm not familiar with. Especially with the last one. Then again, did you want the trash or you rather peek? Cough. Cough. It will also help me correct typos. Cough. Cough. Anything else? Nope. I think I've said it all. Happy reading. Winky Face, Chapter 1, Prologue, Reborn. SPOV. People say, life is full of unexpected events, but death is no joke either. But I must say, I would never expected to die like this. Alone. On second thought, I probably would. I just didn't expect this to happen during my part-time shift. I am. Or rather, I was a working student in my first year of university in a medical school. Did you want a brief of my life too? Avoidable. But since I'm about to die, you might as well do me the courtesy of writing my obituary. I was born into a common family, nothing to add here. As a child, I remember watching the world with eyes full of wonder. To me, it was like peering into an enchanted treasure chest or an uncharted land without borders. These thoughts made me feel alive, fueling my dreams and hopes, but I was also quite naive. Then came adolescence, and with it, the autumn of illusions. I learned that the treasure chest had long since been plundered, and I realized that the land did, in fact, have borders and very rigid ones at that. Facing this reality, something inside me broke and was lost forever. I stopped looking at the world as I once did, not out of arrogance or depression, but because I was disillusioned. Disillusioned by reality. I don't remember when, but I also began to feel embarrassed by the dreams I had so jealously guarded, so I pushed them aside. Some people who meant nothing to me once told me I wasn't special, and I made the mistake of believing them. But I didn't become depressed. No. Instead, I figured that since I wasn't some kind of main character, I might as well patch things up and focus on what was important. I started working part-time, focused on my studies, and went about my life, but those dreams were still there, hidden deep within. A voice, like a Jiminy Cricket inside my head, kept telling me, you can be so much more than this, aim higher, you could do better. But I chose to ignore it. Years later, I managed to get into the medical school I was aiming for, and here I am. That's all there is to know about me. Years of life reduced to a handful of dispassionate words. It's hilarious when you think about it. Or maybe it's just this world that has made me too cynical, who knows? I looked around, especially to the blunt object that just caused the hemorrhage that will soon lead to my death. My lips curved into a smile. How ironic! I thought, because I couldn't move my mouth anymore. Just when that girl I really like agreed to go out with me. When they said that if a girl ever agreed to go out with me someone would die, guess what? They were right. Of course, it was just a silly joke, the kind you tell between friends when you're laughing and joking. But in my opinion, a joke is the best way to bring the curtain down. I sighed. It's taking me longer than expected to die. Why hasn't anyone out there noticed my absence yet? My thoughts shifted. I started asking myself things like, what are my loved ones doing now? Will they be heartbroken to my death? Could this have been avoided or was it fate? Even worse, did I delete my history? God, I hope I did. Suddenly, my sight disappeared and soon my hearing followed, as did all my other senses. It was cold, then not anymore. My time had come. Regrets? As many as you want. Last will and testament? There's a file for that on my computer. Download it, then please delete my history. Actually, set it on fire, better not leave any evidence. What do I expect after death? I have no idea, surprise me. Slowly my heartbeat stopped, my breathing faltered, the light of life in my eyes went out and my cold body lay on the ground undisturbed. As death embraced me and oblivion cradled me, a thought still hovered in my head. A whisper, the echo of a last will, the same words the Jiminy Cricket had always shouted to me from the depths of my being, like an unfulfilled promise. You could have done better. Moments later, a tiny, insignificant human soul drifted through the endless expanse of nothingness. Its pace was faint and constant. Here, time and space held no dominion. Soon, a golden river of boundless might surged alongside it. Upon a closer look, the river revealed itself as a confluence of countless threads, each shimmering with a sublime, terrifying radiance. They entwined in impossible geometries, propelling the current forward and weaving the very fabric of the tapestry of fate. Looking back, the river never followed a straight line. It spiraled, zigzagged, and looped back upon itself, a chaotic, beautiful strand that was at once mesmerizing and forbidden. However, something was wrong. Fate was trembling. At a certain point along its cruel path, the structure faltered. It lacked a backbone, a central pillar to hold the fragments in place. To mend the fracture, the tapestry lashed out into the void, its threads reaching toward that solitary, unremarkable soul. There was nothing special about this soul. It possessed no distinctive traits, it shone no brighter than the rest. Yet, simply because it was there, in the eyes of fate it shone with a light of its own. The tapestry ensnared the soul, dragging it into the golden current and weaving it into the gap to ensure stability for millennia to come. It wrapped around him tightly, reshaping itself to fit the design. Only then did the trembling stop, and the river surged forward once more. In the outskirts of NQSC, within a cramped apartment heated only by the glow of an old-fashioned coal stove, a child opened his eyes. What the? Where am I? Have I perhaps been reincarnated? This was his first thought as soon as he regained consciousness. Are you awake, my sonny? Good. Come. It's time for breakfast. A woman's cheerful voice drifted in from his right. He realized instinctively that this woman was his mother on this life. Sunny. Sunless? I know that name. Sunless was the main character in a novel he used to read in his previous life, Shadow Slave. He used to read a lot of these back then. Did you know that old saying, life is a tragedy from up close, but a comedy from afar? Well, Sunless' life was a tragedy even if viewed from another, not say world, dimension. He didn't know how this story would end, but he knew how tragedies usually end, bad. His mother lifted him and carried him toward the dining room. Surely I haven't been reincarnated as Sunless, right? Right. Years later. Chapter 2, Chapter 1 I am Sunless. A fairly lean-looking young man with pale skin and dark circles under his eyes stood in front of a police station. A cold breeze had tinted his cheeks with a faint touch of red. The thought of sitting on that rusty bench across from the station had crossed his mind, but he chose to do otherwise. Sunny gazed at the sky, lost in the crucible of his thoughts. His heart was pounding, heavy with countless emotions. Around him, the idle chatter of passers-by filled the air, while in the distance, children played carefree in a public park. After a long moment, he sighed. So, the nightmare begins, eh? The cold bit at his words, sending a small white cloud of vapor from his mouth every time he spoke. It's been 17 years already since my reincarnation. Time truly flies. A hint of melancholy clouded his dark eyes. So far, this life had not been merciful, it had made him realize just how lucky he had been in his previous one. Despite his past knowledge and experience, things hadn't gone well. It would be more accurate to say he had survived, albeit barely. Looking back, Sunny was a completely different person at the start. Believing he had what it took, he had faced this world with nonchalance and arrogance. The outskirts had taken care of breaking that naive character of his. By now, one could even say he had accumulated enough sins and scars for a lifetime, 2 lifetimes, actually. However, he was still whole, and at the end of the day, that was what really mattered. Of course, running away from the orphanage at the age of 6, living in poverty, and joining a gang hadn't exactly helped. Perhaps. But what other choice did he have? Life in that hovel, passing itself off as an orphanage, was anything but wonderful. After his younger sister, Rain, was adopted, Sunny had waited another year, but no one wanted him. Running away had felt like his only option. Even with the mind of an adult, he had never lived on the streets before. These years had been a constant, grueling struggle just to see the next dawn. Joining a gang hadn't been a choice, either, he had been forced into it. That was simply how street gangs bolstered their numbers. Luckily, Sunny had met a kind soul during his early days with the crew. One might even say she was his first love, if not for, well, that was a story for another time. Reflecting on everything that had happened to him so far, Sunny had only one thing to say. I'd like to say I did my best, but in reality, I just did what I could to survive, he muttered to himself. However, that wasn't the whole story. Growing up in the world of Shadow Slave as Sunless, he eventually noticed significant deviations from the story he remembered reading. It was as if some mad writer had taken the lead and shuffled the deck just for the sake of it. A/N, OK hand sign. First of all, Sunny's father was not dead as he was in the original timeline. The bastard had simply abandoned the family shortly after Rain was born and hadn't been heard from since. Scumbag. Second, the sovereigns were no longer hiding. Their existence was well known to the masses, who worshipped them like deities. Also, Broken Sword is alive. The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. And finally, as Sunny had recently discovered, Rain had been adopted by Supreme Key Song. She was now officially one of the princesses of the Song domain. I knew the Queen of Worms used to adopt orphaned girls, but still, if she was already there, why didn't she take me too? None of it added up. What else had changed? Was he the cause of these variations, or had he perhaps been reborn into an alternate timeline? It's not like I can do anything about it anyway. For better or worse, I'm here. He who stops is lost, so I might as well move on and see what happens. With that, Sunny pulled a communicator from his hoodie pocket and dialed a number. Hey, little devil! Still alive and kicking, a woman's voice answered playfully. She sounded calm, but Sunny could detect a flicker of concern. Of course I am. Why? Did you miss me that much, Master Jet? Ah, how lucky I am to have such a cute girl who cares about me. Shut up! Jet snapped, failing to hide her embarrassment. Sunny could tell she was secretly pleased by the teasing. So, what's up this time? Sunny failed to suppress a yawn. I started showing the first symptoms of the nightmare spell a week ago. Now I'm standing in front of the police station where we dropped off those thugs a while back. Jet's voice turned sharp and serious. How long can you stay awake? A couple of hours at most, he said, yawning again. I'll be right there. She hung up. Sunny pocketed the device and entered the station to turn himself in, following the protocol for those infected by the nightmare spell. 1 hour later, Sunny sat in the basement of the police station, yawning as several officers secured him with restraints. The room was reinforced with thick armored walls and a formidable vault door. Other officers stood guard against the walls, automatic rifles in hand and grim expressions on their faces. Are you sure it's not just a lack of sleep, kid? One of the officers asked as he tightened a strap. Sunny looked at him, expressionless. I'm sure. The officer sighed and stepped back. Finally, the vault door hissed open. A young woman in her early 20s with raven black hair and blue eyes entered. She wore a blue jacket and scanned the room, her gaze moving from the armed guards to the young man tied to the chair like a puppet. A small smile of relief touched her face. I'll take it from here, she told the officers. You can go. Once the room cleared, only the two of them remained. Approaching him, Jet patted his head. You're always getting into trouble, aren't you, little devil? We both knew this would happen sooner or later. Luck has never been on my side. Sunny replied. He paused, then flashed a bold smile. But don't worry, though. I wouldn't dream of leaving a beauty like you all alone. Shameless as always. Jet smiled, long since used to his antics. Always, he replied. Her smile warmed his heart. For the past 3 years, Jet had been like a guardian to Sunny. Whether their meeting was fate or if she had been looking for him was hard to say, but his life had taken a complete turn since that day. Over time, Sunny had developed feelings for her. Even though she likely saw him as a younger brother, he never missed a chance to tease her just to see her smile. No wonder the original Sunless felt this way. Jet really is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, at least so far. Saami. Saami. Crow crow. Sunny replied cheerfully. Only now did he notice a black bird with intelligent eyes and a sharp beak, perched on his right arm. See? Even Crow Crow came to wish you luck. Jet said. If Sunny hadn't been tied up like a sausage, he would have petted the bird. Crow Crow seemed to sense the sentiment anyway. I'll be fine, you'll see. Sunny promised. Saami. Saami. Jet sat down on a plastic chair and crossed her arms. Is there anything I can do for you before? Sunny cut her off. No need. You've already given me too much. Thank you for the training, Jet. Seriously. I'm ready. Then, his lips curved into a mischievous grin. Actually, while we're at it, you could give me a kiss. You know, for motivation? But if you're too shy, which I totally get, I'm a very flowery boy after all, you can save it as a reward for when I beat the first nightmare. Or both. I won't complain. Jet pouted, crossed the room in 2 strides, and flicked Sunny's forehead with 2 fingers. Don't overdo it, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Saami. Saami. Sunny's forehead turned a matching shade of red. This routine was familiar, a genuine way for them to show affection. After the banter, a heavy silence fell over the room. Sunny's eyelids began to sag. In the company of the dead beauty and his feathered friend, sleep began to claim him. Just before he slipped away, he felt a cold hand gently caressing his cheek and heard Jet's worried whisper, "Come back soon, Sunny. Please." And then, the dream began. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Here we go. Chapter 3, Chapter 2 Nightmare Beg. Wait. What? Sunny dreamt of a mountain. Jagged and lonesome, it dwarfed other peaks of the mountain chain, cutting the night sky with its sharp edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in the ghostly, pale light. On one of those slopes, an ancient road leading toward the summit was littered with the remnants of a gruesome struggle. The corpses of both humans and abominations had stained the snow of a deep, crimson red. Suddenly, as if by the hand of some dark witchcraft, the blood began to flow from the snow back into the corpses. One by one, they rose from the ground like broken puppets, their wounds vanished into thin air, their shredded flesh and shattered bones mended themselves. Those who had been dismembered found themselves whole once more, those who had lost limbs or even worse to the bellies of the monsters found them restored to their place. The two fronts, now recomposed, engaged in a frantic, reverse battle. The sight sent a cold shiver down Sunny's spine, paired with the chilling realization that something was wrong. Nevertheless, time continued to flow in reverse, like a movie running backward. Sunny was now looking at the ruins of a once majestic shrine, the flames that had razed it to the ground were long gone. Suddenly, up in the sky, a silver eye fell over the horizon. Then, a golden eye rose from the west. In a blink, a month had passed. During the first cycles, soldiers bearing a red banner were seen desecrating the shrine, plundering its treasures, and enslaving its people. Anyone who attempted to flee or resist was executed on the spot. Sunny did not fail to recognize that many of these soldiers were the same corpses he had seen on the old road of the Black Mountain. Time began to slow. Now restored and intact, the dark temple stood in all its glory, shrouded in shadows and mysteries. Sunny found himself falling into its vast, lightless halls, as if swallowed by the abyss itself. Time finally stopped, held its breath, and then resumed its usual pace. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Silence. Absolute silence. In that hollow quiet, Sunny opened his eyes. The moment his gaze swept over his surroundings, only one thought crossed its mind. No, but... can I at least say what the hell? What the... SHHH. A sharp voice hissed from behind, urging him to be still. He turned to apologize, then resumed inspecting the environment. Sunny found himself in a dark room. Despite the total absence of a light source, he could see everything with unsettling clarity, as if the room were bathed in high noon. He wasn't alone. 6 other children and 7 women stood with him, arranged in 2 rows that formed concentric crescents. Sunny stood at the far right of the front row. They were all draped in white togas, their backs marked with a snake tattoo with pitch-black scales and abyssal eyes, the mark of shadow. The women in the back, likely their caretakers, wore black robes but bore the same brand. Looking up, he saw a ceiling supported by heavy wooden lintels. The walls were smooth, hewn directly from the lime rock. The square room was centered around a ring of Doric columns, and the floor was a complex mosaic of black and white tiles. They stood at the very heart of that circle. So, I guess I'm in a temple dedicated to the shadow god, Et. Seeing where he actually was, Sunny felt stunned. Seriously? What's going on? This wasn't supposed to be my first nightmare. Then again, so much has already changed from the original plot, but still. Sunny exhaled a long, weary sigh. He glanced at the children beside him, then at the caretakers behind them, his mind racing. Let's just look at the runes first, then I'll see what to do. Sunny summoned his runes, hoping to find in them a sense of familiarity amidst all these divergences. Instead, as soon as he read his runes, his eyes fell out of their sockets, his mouth agape to catch them back. What th? SHHH. But. SHHH. I. SHHH. E. SHHH. 5 minutes later, Sunny was leaning his face into his palm, staring at his runes in utter disbelief. What a headache! Dash. Name, Sunless. True name. Rank, Aspirant. Soul core, Dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes, Shadow Weave, Spark of Divinity, Shadow Spawn, the Heart. Aspect, Empty Chalice. Aspect description, you bear a marvelous chalice, a birthright for lords. Whether to fill it or not, it's yours to decide. Until then, you are but a useless wretch. Regardless of the outcome, fate will witness. Dash. Nope. No, no. We're no longer off script here. We're literally off the goddamn map. He thought, enraged. Sunny was really blinded by anger right now. Scratch that, he was seeing red. But before he could snap, an unknown presence, something hidden deep within him, stirred and quelled his rage. Sunny did not fail to notice it, but he didn't have the luxury of investigating it now. It wasn't the changes themselves that truly bothered him, but rather, from the first moment he became aware of being reborn in the world of a novel, Sunny had also realized that he had two resources available right from the start: experience and knowledge. Over the years, the outskirts had taught him that his experience was often sloppy and short-sighted, so he had clung to his knowledge of the plot like a lifeline. Now, even that lighthouse, more a comfort zone to him, had vanished into the fog. Regardless the difficulty, the nightmare spell never do executions, it did trials. Sunny know that much. The problem didn't lie there. The life of Sunless was a tragedy. A tragedy, nothing more. And he, from these years to this part, is Sunless and has lived as such. Here, in a world where the gods lie dead and corruption spreads like a plague, fate rules all, only those who know the outcome can change things. Therefore, in between his struggles for survival, he had managed to formulate a plan or two to escape this tragedy. But now, given all the plot changes, including First Nightmare, that have come to light so far, what else was different? Would the major turning points still happen? Would the characters he knew even be the same people? The silence of the room offered no comfort. He wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Why? Why? Am I really in an alternate timeline? No, because I have memories of reading a completely different story back then. Or maybe, it's just fate playing tricks on me. He stood expressionless, lost in thought. They had been standing up for 10 minutes so far, but nothing had happened yet. What exactly were they waiting for? You know what? Sunny mused, for a first nightmare, it's not that bad. In the reverse time, I saw the sun rise 30 times. So, I have at least a month to prepare. The problem is what comes next. The followers of war ravaging the temple, the enslavement of its faithful, the Black Mountain Road littered with the corpses of humans and nightmare creatures alike. The mental image still sent a genuine shiver down his spine. If the worst happens, I'll be ready. He muttered to himself. Not as a possibility, but as a statement. A sudden clang, followed by the grinding of stone echoing through the room, brought him back to the present. At the center of the floor, a rectangular section of tiles slid into the wall, revealing a staircase leading into the depths. If the room above was dark, whatever lay below was a solid wall of shadows so thick it felt less like a basement and more like a gateway to some realm of death, the Shadow Realm. As the passage opened, the stagnant silence was replaced by a tension so dense it felt almost physical. Sunny's heart hammered against his ribs until that same mysterious presence intervened, unnaturally slowing his pulse. Something was coming up from the dark. Its footsteps were silent to the human ear, but not to Sunny's. What emerged was Chapter 4, Chapter 3, Priestess of Shadows. A heavy pressure settled in the room while everyone present stared petrified at the wall of shadow, fearing what might emerge. Some of the children in the front row were even in the verge of collapsing. Sunny wasn't faring any better himself, if not for that invisible force that kept him grounded. However, even his mysterious supporter was beginning to buckle under the sheer weight of the pressure. The caretakers behind them, instead, seemed untouched, as if the crushing weight were pointedly bypassing them. A soul attack! Sunny thought as he tried not to falter. Then, in a snap, the pressure vanished. From the wall of shadows, a figure finally stepped forth. Its presence shrouded in darkness as if the shadows were shaping it right there, at that exact moment. When it finally came to a halt before them, Sunny was finally able to see her clearly. She's beautiful, he thought, speechless at her beauty. Before them stood now a young woman with a thin and slender body of an exquisite, ethereal beauty. Her hair fell like a waterfall of ink, reminiscent of a starless night sky. Her eyes, sharp and piercing, were like twin onyx gems, set against skin as pale and delicate as silk. She wore a ground-length toga of fine black fabric, embroidered with threads of dark gold. Unlike the caretakers, her dress was backless and sleeveless, leaving her shoulders and neckline bare to proudly display her mark of shadow. "Greetings to you, young shadows," she announced. Her voice was kind and pleasant to the ears. "I am Thene, the priestess of shadows." As she spoke, Thene's gaze swept across the front row. When her eyes met Sunny's, they lingered. For a second, her beautiful black eyes softened with a blend of fleeting emotions: melancholy, regret, and affection. "Does Thene happen to know me? Or rather, did she know the boy whose body I've hijacked for the trial?" Sunny wondered, feeling penetrated by her gaze. Thene continued, her posture rigid and perfectly composed. "Today, it is my immense joy and honor to lead you, candidates, to the place of your testing. There, it shall be determined which of you is worthy of becoming a receptacle." She gestured toward the wall of shadows at the bottom of the stairs. "Come, young shadows. Let the trial begin. I'll show you the way." Having said that, the caretakers left them alone. While the others stood paralyzed by fear, Sunny steeled his nerves and took the first step. At the threshold of the shadows, he glanced back. Seeing him move, the other youths found the courage to follow. Thene already waited for them on the other side. Taking a deep breath, Sunny plunged his foot into the darkness. What he felt next? It wasn't unpleasant, actually. As he passed through the wall of shadows, it felt as though they were reaching out to welcome him, to embrace him. It felt right. Once the last of them had crossed, Thene offered a small smile. "Follow me," she said. Not a command. An invitation. The group set off. The corridors were smooth and featureless, a lightless labyrinth that stretched endlessly, soaked in shadows. When they reached the first fork, Thene turned right. Sunny noticed a few children veering toward the left in their confusion and quickly nudged them back onto the path. "I'm probably the oldest one here, aren't I? They all look 12 at most." Sunny noticed. Judging by his height, his current body was around 15. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. There was a strange sense of pride in being the big brother of the pack, the one responsible for them. They reached another junction, this one branching 3 ways. Without looking back, Thene chose the leftmost path. Again, Sunny had to play the shepherd, pulling a stray companion back before they vanished into the dark. Minutes turned into an hour. They wound through corridor after corridor. The place was a vast, dizzying maze. Sunny even began to suspect that Thene was taking the long way on purpose, because she often doubled back or circled through the same halls they had passed moments ago. She never checked on them. She didn't speak. Despite her initial warmth, Thene now seemed utterly indifferent to their presence. Sunny, meanwhile, had become a full-time nanny. He was constantly stepping back to retrieve children who had lost their way at the various junctions. He soon realized that, besides the priestess, he was the only one who could see in the dark. Eventually, the 6 children formed a single file line, gripping each other's hands with Sunny at the head. He was their lighthouse in this lightless abyss. Nevertheless, Sunny felt wonderful. Here, wrapped in the cold embrace of the shadow maze, he felt at peace. The shadows coiled around him like a blessing. Since the path seemed safe for now, Sunny decided to call upon his runes once more, taking advantage of the situation to see what he was working with. My aspect still defines me as a useless wretch. This hasn't changed. His gaze shifted on his attributes. But now I wonder, what do my attributes say? Dash. Attribute. Redacted. Attribute, Shadow Weave. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your shadow is deeper and darker than the others. Attribute, Spark of Divinity. Every fire starts from a spark. Somewhere deep within your soul, a radiant spark shines with divine light. Attribute, Shadow Spawn. You were born from the shadows. The shadows recognize you as one of their own. Attribute, the Heart. You have received the lineage of the Heart God. Dash. Sunny exhaled slowly. What a headache. It wasn't that he hadn't seen them yet, it was simply that, perplexed by the sheer scale of the deviations in this first nightmare, he hadn't fully processed them. None of this makes sense. He thought, his mind racing. First of all, why do I have Shadow Weave? That should be in the underworld, buried with Broken Sword. According to his memories of the novel, Broken Sword had been hunted down because he had claimed a piece of the forbidden lineage. Why Sunny was currently in possession of it was a question that offered no answers, unfortunately. Then again, if it's here, maybe that explains why he's still alive. Secondly, there's Shadow Spawn. Judging by the description, it's not that different from Child of Shadows, but still. His internal monologue was cut short when one of the children began drifting toward a dark alcove. Sunny sighed and reached out, pulling the boy back into line before he could vanish into the labyrinth. Returning to the runes, Sunny shook his head. Shadow Spawn wasn't his primary concern. What truly tilted the scales were the heart and, mostly, that first cryptic, unreadable attribute. Attribute. It sat there like an ill omen, a double-edged blade hidden in a shroud of static. Where is Fated? Where is it? Sunny repeated the question mentally, as if demanding the spell provide an answer. Fated wasn't just an attribute, it was a compass. It was the very trait that defined the essence of Sunless. Its absence and whatever those question marks were hiding sent a chill down his spine. And why do I have the heart lineage to begin with? He wondered. The only dude I know who possesses that is literally on the moon right now. Wait. Does this mean I can have multiple lineages at once? The thrilling prospect made him momentarily forget everything else, until... Thump! His head collided with something firm yet soft. Looking up, Sunny realized they had stopped. Theen was standing perfectly still. Before them, the long path ended at a heavy wooden door. She turned to face him, her eyes narrowed and a wide, peculiar smile stretching across her face. There was a subtle hint of irritation in her posture as she leaned down, her face inches from his. "Young Shadow," she whispered, her voice echoing in the narrow hall. "Why did you go to such lengths to help them? You could have won this trial simply by letting the others wander until they were lost to the maze." Sunny's eyes widened. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Theen hadn't been wandering aimlessly, the shadow maze was the test. By shepherding the others, he hadn't just been helping them, he had been inadvertently dragging out the trial. He looked back at the line of children holding hands. He felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck, but he couldn't simply tell her he did it just for the sake of it. He needed to stand his ground. Sunny met Theen's onyx gaze. "Because I wanted to." "Meaning?" The priestess tilted her head, curious. Sunny took a slow, steady breath. I had no ulterior motives. I helped them because it felt like the right thing to do. That's all. Theen went silent, her expression unreadable. Then, her smile changed. It became softer, as if she recognized a ghost of someone else in his words. Without another word, she took his hand. Ignoring the other children, she led him toward the door. Explanations were unnecessary. It was obvious to everyone who the true winner of the trial was. Chapter 5, Chapter 4 Receptacle. Sunny had passed the trial. He and Theen now found themselves in a vast, rectangular hall. Unlike the shadow maze they had left behind, this space was bathed in a dim, spectral black light that seemed to pulse from above. The shadows here felt different, more ancient, more sentient. They didn't just sit in the corners, they breathed, they whispered, they lived. A cobblestone road bisected the hall, flanked on either side by a row of ionic columns. When Sunny looked up, he found no ceiling. Instead, a bottomless abyss stared back at him, teeming with countless invisible eyes. He shivered, feeling those eerie gazes latch onto him. As if sensing his unease, Theen gently squeezed his hand. They like you, she whispered, her voice like a guardian angel's. Every time the priestess turned to him, Sunny caught a glimpse of a sorrowful joy in her eyes, the ghost of someone she clearly mourned. She hid it well, but the weight of her gaze was unmistakable. At the far end of the hall, an elder knelt in prayer before an altar. The altar itself was strikingly plain, a simple shelf carved from a single piece of black marble, devoid of anything. Still holding Sunny's hand, the priestess led him toward it. As they approached, the elder stood and turned to face them. He was an old man, bald and weathered, with a thick, neatly trimmed beard. His gaze first met Theen's onyx eyes before shifting to Sunny. Placing a hand over his chest, he offered a slight, solemn bow. "Welcome back, Sister Theen," he said, his voice echoing with gravity. Theen returned the gesture with equal emphasis. "Greetings to you, Gaston, High Priest of Shadows. Today, I stand before you to..." "Theen." Gaston chuckled softly, cutting her off. "If you wish, you can drop the act now." Sunny nearly stumbled. Drop the act? What did he mean? Sunny turned toward Theen. For a moment, the Priestess of Shadows remained silent and motionless, maintaining her solemn, composed attitude, the perfect image of a priestess. Then, "It was about goddamn time," she breathed, finally breaking character. "You have no idea how much of a pain in the ass all these ceremonies are." She stretched her arms high over her head, her joints popping as she loosened her muscles. Gaston narrowed his eyes. "I don't? Do I need to remind you that I am the highest-ranking official here and, consequently, the one who suffers most from these ceremonies, as you call them?" Theen didn't bother to reply. She simply crossed her arms with an offended huff. Sensing a gaze on her, she turned to the boy at her side. Sunny was staring, unable to believe that the saintly priestess of shadows possessed such a blatant double face. Her lips curved into a wicked smile. "Young Shadow, if you keep looking at me like that, I can't help but get shy." "Ah. But, then again, you are young and healthy, and I am breathtakingly beautiful and as pure as fine linen. It's only natural for you to have certain fantasies." She finished with a seductive lilt, purely to tease him. Sunny flushed red. "No, but what the hell? No. I wasn't." Theen waved a dismissive hand at him. "Don't worry. You don't need to feel ashamed. I noticed how you were staring at me from the moment we met. If you'd like, I can lead you to your new quarters right now to help you cool those boiling spirits." She punctuated the offer with a playful wink. Sunny fell silent, his mind blank. He knew that if he tried to defend himself, she would only use his words as more ammunition to torment him. She laughed aloud, delighted sound at the sight of his face turning as red as a tomato. After the banter, Gaston cleared his throat loudly, attempting to regain control of the situation. So, he began. Is he the one? Our receptacle. Recomposing herself, Thene nodded. It's him, she said, her voice turning sharp and direct. The high priest met Sunny's gaze. His eyes were kind. What is your name, young shadow? Sunny opened his mouth to speak his own name, but before he could utter a sound, Thene spoke for him. Tamriel, Father Gaston. His name is Tamriel. Sunny's gaze snapped back to Thene. So it's true. She really does know the boy I've replaced in my first nightmare. Gaston let the name roll off his tongue, tasting it. Tamriel. Good. A fine name, quite poetic, I dare say. The brightest star residing in the shadow of the Sunday. Rather fitting for a receptacle of the shadow god. A cold shiver ran down Sunny's spine. A receptacle for what? He blurted out, terrified by the implications of hosting a deity. The high priest didn't answer immediately. He blinked in disbelief, as if he had expected Sunny to already be fully aware of his fate. Gaston looked at Thene with arched eyebrows, though he addressed the boy. Let me guess. Thene hasn't explained a single thing to you, has she? Sunny shook his head. The elder sighed and dragged a hand across his face. Meanwhile, Thene giggled, clearly amused by the confusion. Sunny watched her, appalled. The image of the perfect priestess he had built in his mind was now in tatters, replaced by this lazy, taunting woman. Gaston spread his arms and began to explain. A receptacle, boy, is a bridge. Those who hold the rank of priest or priestess have the duty to spread the word. A receptacle, however, is the axis. Their duty is to welcome the divine within themselves to dictate that word. As the receptacle of the shadow god, you shall be that bridge. But fear not. You will not lose yourself on this journey, for a receptacle is also one who shares the very blood of the shadow god. Sunny blinked. The explanation offered a small comfort, but the full picture remained blurry. Gaston sighed and continued, 1 year from now, once your training is complete, you will embark on a pilgrimage toward the old road that leads to the summit of the Black Mountain to the northwest. There, you will find a temple as ancient as time itself. If its guardian deems you worthy, as it surely will, you must enter and stand before an altar. There, you will perform the sacred ritual of our clergy to invoke the shadow god and be accepted as one of his children. Sunny's eyes widened, a spark of recognition igniting when the elder mentioned the word ritual. Noticing the change, Gaston smiled complacently. Ah! I see I finally have your attention, young shadow. Thene, I leave the honor to you. Thene placed her right hand over her heart and gave a brief, solemn bow, slipping back into her role as the priestess of shadows. She walked to the center of the rectangular hall, leaving Sunny and Gaston standing before the altar to observe. Once there, her mark of shadow, the pitch-black snake tattoo carved on her back, came to life and moved towards her raised right arm, turning itself into a simple black sword. Suddenly, from the abyss above, the shadows went deadly silent. Chapter 6, Chapter 5, A Dance of Shadows. Thene, the priestess of shadows, moved to the center of the vast, rectangular hall. With a fluid motion, she raised a stalwart black sword in her right hand, a physical manifestation of her mark of shadow. From the corner, Sunny and Gaston stood in silence, waiting for her performance to begin. Above them, the shadows themselves seemed to hold their breath, as if eager to witness what was to come. Sunny already had his suspicions about what they were about to witness, though he wasn't so sure. For a long, poignant moment, not a single sound disturbed the air. Thene bowed respectfully to the void, perhaps to the shadows in the abyss above, or perhaps to a veiled god watching through them. Then, she began to dance. Brandishing her sturdy blade, she traced intricate patterns across the floor with circles and slashes. She moved with an otherworldly elegance, her muscles stretching and coiling as she flowed from one stance to the next. Every cut through the air held a meaning, every thrust had a way, every slash a path. Each single, deliberate movement was a seamless continuation of the last, transforming the dance into a treacherous battle art formless and insidious at once. The shadows silently cheered, enchanted by the display. Sunny felt a similar pull. It wasn't just Theen's breathtaking beauty, which seemed to glow bathed under the dim, black light. It was the art itself that was mesmerizing. It was a style of combat so exquisite that one felt like a sinner for looking away, yet overwhelmed for staring too long. Only one word truly did it justice. Glorious. Shadow dance, Sunny thought, a spark of recognition within his onyx eyes. He watched her every move, his heart racing. This is perfect. If I can learn this firsthand. A few minutes later, Theen lowered her sword and came to a halt. The shadows of the hall returned to their former, usual rhythm, docile and silent observers watching the world from the depths. The priestess turned toward Sunny. She had noticed his unwavering gaze throughout the performance, and the eager grin that had spread across his face hadn't escaped her. It gave her an idea. Her lips stretched into a dangerously playful smile. Enjoyed the show, young shadow? Do you wish to learn it? If so, you should pull your sword out so I can teach you how to handle it properly. Still mesmerized by the beauty of the battle art and craving to master it, Sunny replied without a second thought, really? Yes. Yes, of course I want to. I'll pull it out right. Suddenly, the words caught in his throat. Hold up. Wait a minute. His eye twitched, his mouth hanging open mid-sentence as his brain finally caught up with the double entendre. Theen laughed heartily, delighted to see him blush once again for falling into another of her wicked traps. Gaston came to his rescue, placing a steady hand on Sunny's shoulder. Sunny turned to meet the elder's gaze. What you have just witnessed, Gaston said calmly, giving his shoulder a firm squeeze to refocus him, is the shadow dance. This is the ritual I spoke of earlier. The art you must master within a year. His voice then turned serious and commanding. However, to learn the shadow dance, Tamriel, you must dedicate your entire being to the blade. The enthusiasm you show now is a good start, but it is not enough. This is an art built brick by brick. You will need a firm mind and unwavering commitment. Gaston paused, ensuring the boy understood the weight of his words. Now, you know your duty and your role. Rest, young shadow. I shall dismiss you for now. From tomorrow onwards, your training begins. He shifted his gaze toward Theen. Sister Theen, if you would, escort our young shadow to his new quarters. And added with gravity, without banter, thanks. Theen, slipping back into her role as the priestess of shadows, gave a final, solemn bow. As you wish, High Priest. She took Sunny's hand and led him away toward his new room. Half an hour later, led by Theen, Sunny found himself in a modestly large, square room. A soft double bed dominated the center of the space. To the left stood a plain desk, furnished with an inkwell and sheets of papyrus. A private bathroom, hidden behind a partition, occupied the far right, while a solid wood wardrobe stood against the back wall. The floor was entirely covered in fine, plush wool rugs. As he entered, Sunny noticed two young women roughly his own age standing at the foot of the bed. They had pale blonde hair and brown eyes, and were dressed in simple white tunics. They were twins. The moment their eyes met his, they bowed deeply. From today, they will be your attendants. Meet Eva and Ava, Theen said, introducing them with a casual wave. Sunny nodded a greeting. And I've already forgotten which is which. When you wake in the morning, they will see to your washing and dressing. Throughout the day, they will escort you, maintain your quarters, and attend to your needs. They are also capable fighters, should you wish to spar for practice. Theen explained. Then, like a tempting devil, she leaned down and whispered into his ear. And obviously, that also applies to your bedtime chores. She hadn't lowered her voice nearly enough. Sunny watched as both blonde girls flushed a deep red in an instant. He gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to blush himself. He refused to give her the satisfaction of another victory. Thanks, but no thanks. Sunny muttered through clenched teeth. What a headache. How am I supposed to handle this woman? Not yet satisfied with the blow she had just delivered, Thien chose to stoke the fire. She waved a dismissive hand. Oh, don't worry. You needn't feel ashamed of your lack of experience. They don't have any either. Of course, if two are too many for your first spar, you could always just start with me. She punctuated the suggestion with a slow shrug, purposefully accentuating her chest. Sunny didn't give her a verbal reply. He just smiled a tight, forced expression that looked more like a grimace. Inside, his mind was screaming, 1 month to the raid, 1 month to the raid. He repeated it like a mantra to vent his mounting irritation. A vein that ran across his entire forehead throbbed visibly. Judging by her smirk, the priestess of shadows was finally satisfied. The room, which should have been quiet and comfortable, was now thick with awkwardness and vexation. Thien turned to leave, leaving Sunny alone with his 2 maidservants in the heavy silence. But she couldn't resist one last parting shot. As she pulled the door shut, she peeked back in. Oh! I almost forgot. Be careful where you deliver your thrusts while training. You know. She paused, clearly savoring the moment. Better to avoid a shadow surprise. The door clicked shut. Sunny's jaw practically hit the ground. Shadow what? But how the fuck did she come up with something like that even? He turned to the girls behind him. They were both staring at the floor, their faces so red they looked ready to combust, utterly unable to meet his eyes. Sunny facepalmed and sighed at once. Let this long, nasty month begin, then. Chapter 7, Chapter 6 Temple Life. The next morning, his new life as a candidate receptacle truly began. Sunny's daily routine settled into a steady, rhythmic pace. Each morning, he woke to the sight of the twin maidservants, Eva and Ava. Initially, the lack of privacy and the constant attention made his skin crawl, but as the days bled into one another, he began to adapt. Still, he couldn't remember which was which to save his life. Should I ask for their names again? Nah. Better not. This is already the 7th time this week, and today is Tuesday. With their help, he was quickly washed, dressed, and fed. Because of Thien's relentless bedtime jokes, the twins clearly felt a duty to offer him more than just breakfast. They stood ready to offer themselves with a mix of fear and devotion, but Sunny always declined with a careful, gentlemanly grace. He didn't want them to feel impure or used, he just wanted to survive the morning without a nervous breakdown. Early each day, he met Gaston. The high priest spent hours indoctrinating him, teaching him history, theology, and the heavy weight of his responsibilities. Surprisingly, Sunny became addicted to the learning process. He had never been a lazy student in his past life, but here, he was a revelation. He would devour a manuscript and, before he knew it, his hand would already be reaching for the next. Gaston watched this with a complex whirlwind of emotions. Deep down, a sliver of envy gnawed at the elder envy for the divine role Sunny had been granted. Yet, Gaston's genuine passion for teaching and Sunny's commitment soon buried that bitterness. The elder found a strange, vicarious joy in seeing such a sharp mind. I'm not sure what to make of him. On one hand, he's a caring grandfather and a brilliant teacher. On the other, I know he only values me as a receptacle. He hasn't been a narcissistic bastard so far, but still. When the shadow of the sundial aligned with the noon mark, Sunny would leave the elder and head to the training hall, with Eva and Ava trailing behind him like silent white shadows. Training with Thien was peculiar, to say the least. She was tasked with teaching him the art of fencing and the sacred ritual, the shadow dance. Whenever their eyes met, the priestess greeted him with a warm smile, though that haunting hint of melancholy never truly left her onyx eyes. Thene took every possible opportunity to sharpen her wit at his expense. Her jokes were spicy, stinging, and relentless, and Sunny Lord help him had to grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. Like the time he was sparring with one of the twins and accidentally tripped, pinning Eva to the floor. "Oh, my! My! Didn't you practice that enough last night? Should I leave you two alone to finish? Gods, I wish I'd fallen face first on a landmine instead." Or when she adjusted his stance during a sword swing, purposely pressing her chest against his back. "You must lift the sword in your hands, Tamriel, not the one underneath. Don't get distracted. Don't answer. Don't answer." Or when he was focusing intently on the shift of her muscles to read her next move. "Eyes on the opponent, Tamriel. On the opponent. They are on the opponent." Initially, Sunny tried to fire back, but it was like trying to douse a wildfire with gasoline. He eventually learned to just let her talk. Despite the banter, Thene was a formidable fencer and a meticulous teacher. Her training was intensive, brutal, and flawless. She genuinely cared about him and his progress, even if she insisted on calling him Tamriel, the boy he was currently inhabiting in his first nightmare. Over time, he found himself almost looking forward to her teasing. It reminded him of his banters with Jet, though he usually enjoyed watching her turn red. Now, the tables were turned. "Wait, I'm not that much of a masochist, am I?" Eventually, Sunny realized that Thene only showed this vibrant, playful side to him, the twins, or Gaston. The moment anyone else entered the room, she slipped back into her role, the priestess of shadows, impassive, distant, and cold. It was a disheartening sight. It made his heart ache to see her light vanish behind a mask. There was something deeper between the two of them, an unsaid bond. Whenever he looked into her obsidian eyes, he saw a glimmer of nostalgia mixed with joy. In due time, Sunny wondered if Thene saw him as a younger brother, or if her feelings for Tamriel ran even deeper than he could imagine. I don't really know what to do with this. Should I dig deeper, or just let it slide?" The days flew by, graceful and thin like petals in the wind. Despite the looming darkness of the future, Sunny found himself actually enjoying his time in the first nightmare. For the first time in his memory in this life, he didn't have to fight for scraps. He didn't have to sleep with one eye open, fearing a blade in the dark. For 1 month, he recovered something essential that he had long ago lost. The serenity of a quiet life. He felt so good that, for brief moments, he forgot this was all an illusion. Just a nightmare. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay. Why wouldn't he? Here, he wasn't Sunless, the abandoned boy rotting in a cruel world, cursed by fate. Here, he was Tamriel, a candidate receptacle for the god of shadows. His life was filled with beauty, purpose, and fulfilling days. However, he didn't let the siren's song pull him under completely. Outside this dream, Jet was still waiting for him. And within the month, the followers of war would arrive to raze this temple to the ground and enslave its people. So, he forced himself to remember. This was just a dream. A beautiful, sweet dream. And unfortunately, sweet dreams never last. 1 week to go until the siege. Sunny lay submerged in the warm, healing waters of the temple baths. At that moment, he was completely alone. He could feel his muscles uncoiling in the heat. The delicate scent of bath salts filled his lungs, while the rising steam caressed his pale skin. Another exhausting day of training had bled into the past, leaving him physically spent. He had only just managed to dismiss Eva and Ava. He needed time alone with his thoughts. The twins had hesitated at his command, their eyes lingering with a look that was becoming harder and harder to ignore. After weeks of politely declining their graces, they had begun to take his refusals personally. What had started as fear had morphed into wounded pride. Now, more than ever, the two seemed determined to finally see him settled. Sunny had almost crumbled this time. He liked to think of himself as a man of steeled nerves and unbreakable will, but he was discovering, much to his chagrin, that he was easily drowned by the kindnesses of the fairer sex. "This is all Theen's fault," he mused, his head floating blissfully on the surface of the water, his face flushed a deep pink from the heat. "Her wild pranks have corrupted everyone in this damn temple. Me, the twins, sooner or later, I'm going to have to tell that woman off." He stared up at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess of intersecting plans and desperate calculations. 1 week left. 1 week left. He repeated the words in his mind, trying to force his brain to find a way out. Should he warn them? Should he stand in the center of the hall and scream that the followers of war were coming to burn it all down? If I speak, what changes? He wondered. This is a nightmare, a dream of a tragedy that ended thousands of years ago. I don't know how the real inhabitants of this temple fought or died. If I deviate too far from the script, if I break the chain of events that leads to the conclusion of the trial, will the spell ever let me go? Or will I be swallowed by the history I tried to rewrite? He bit his lip, the weight of the paradox pressing down on him. To save the people he had grown to care for might mean his own demise. To save himself meant standing by as the smoke of their funeral pyres filled the sky. Sunny let out a long, ragged sigh, bubbles escaping his lips. What a headache! Heart problems, young Shadow. The voice hit him like a sudden arrow, making him jump so violently he nearly swallowed the bath water. It was a voice as melodious as a fae's and as teasing as a devil's. Sunny spun around, his eyes wide. A figure sat on the edge of the pool to his left, draped in the shifting steam. She was a young woman with hair like a cascade of ink and eyes of shining onyx. And she was completely Theen. Chapter 8, Chapter 7 Shared Sorrows. Theen. Sunny gasped, snapping his head sideways to avoid seeing more than he should. He suddenly found the damp tiles of the wall to be the most fascinating things in the world, 2 worlds even. "What the hell are you doing here?" he sputtered, his face seconds away from bursting into a localized supernova. Theen grinned widely, twirling a lock of wet hair around her fingers. "Why? Can't I be here? I go where I please." She gave him a dismissive wave. "But don't mind me. If you're busy doing stuff with the twins, please, continue." She pressed a hand to her lips, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Oh. Or perhaps, are you hoping I'll join in?" She laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the room, melodic and infuriatingly pleasant. Sunny grunted, clenching his teeth to keep from shouting again. Her laughter seemed to vibrate through the very water of the thermal springs. Then, an unsettling, heavy silence fell over the room. Driven by instinct, Sunny turned his gaze back toward Theen. She was sitting perfectly still, staring at him with those haunting obsidian eyes. That familiar glimmer of melancholy and joy was still there, but for the first time, the sparks had ignited into a steady, burning fire. Sunny was left with the unintended consequence of gazing upon her bare, pristine skin. The steam whistled heavy in the baths. He expected a cutting remark or a dirty joke the moment she caught him staring, but it never came. She simply remained there. They shared a silence where 1,000 unsaid words hung in the air. Theen rose, and Sunny instinctively averted his eyes again. He heard the soft pitter-patter of water droplets falling from her smooth skin as she approached. Her footsteps were calm and light. Once she reached his side, she sat. She simply sat there. Her legs were drawn up against her chest, her arms wrapped around her knees. Her head bowed below, their bare shoulders touching, almost caressing each other. Sunny felt as if his heart were trying to punch its way through his ribs. It was pounding so hard he was sure she could hear it. Against his better judgment, he looked back at her. What he saw left him stunned. The vibrant, teasing Theen was gone. The mask of the priestess of shadows, the formidable master of the Shadow Temple, had vanished. In her place sat a girl made of crystal rather than shadows, so fragile that Sunny feared she might shatter if he looked away. So, he didn't. Wrapped in the warmth of the spring and a crushing intimacy, they sat in a silence that words could not hope to fill. Finally, Theen spoke. Her voice barely a whisper. Tamriel, would you like to hear a story? Yes, Sunny answered firmly. His heart was still racing, but his curiosity had taken the lead. When I first came here, I was only 5 years old, Theen began. 15 years ago, to be exact. My parents couldn't afford me, so they left me here. I was alone, lost, and because of my innate ability to see through shadows, the other children avoided me. They feared me and kept their distance. Sunny didn't interrupt. He didn't have the heart to, especially as he saw her piercing eyes begin to glisten. Until one day, a hand reached for me. It was the priestess of shadows of that time. She was kind to me when no one else was. She treated me like a daughter when my own flesh and blood didn't. She gave me affection when everyone else shunned me. And before I knew it, you and your mother became my family. Even though you hadn't even been born yet. She let out a small, jagged sob, but she didn't cry. The time for tears had passed long ago. Then, the day came for her to give birth. Minutes felt like eons. The sundial's shadow seemed to stand still. Finally, the news reached me. Mother and son hadn't made it. Hearing this, a genuine shiver ran down Sunny's spine. I ran to the nursery without thinking. When I burst inside, I saw them. Your mother lay cold, covered in blood, and then there was you. She held her hands out, mimicking the memory. Sunny followed the gesture, his breath hitched in his throat. There wasn't a scratch on you. No blood. It didn't look like death, it looked like you were merely sleeping. She wrapped her arms around her own shoulders, as if hugging the memory. I took you in my arms. You were so small. So fragile. I whispered to you, please, wake up. Don't leave me. She turned to meet his gaze. At first, nothing. Then, perhaps the gods were feeling merciful, or perhaps it was a miracle. You cried. A loud, shrill sound, and to me, it was the most beautiful sound in the world. She paused, allowing him to digest the weight of her words. Gaston entered then and found me holding you. He took you and whispered, a miracle, it's a miracle. Eventually, you were placed with the servants, and I was adopted by the high priest. My life began because yours did. The story ended, leaving a heavy, sorrowful quiet in the room. Sunny had so much he wanted to say, but Theen acted first. She reached out and pulled him into a warm, desperate embrace. Sunny didn't resist. He didn't feel awkward or shy. He simply let her pull his head to her chest with the same fierce care she must have used 15 years ago. The world outside was cold, but in that moment, the snowstorm couldn't reach them. Tamriel, Theen whispered his name like a compass. Do you think it's strange, that I've been in love with you ever since your tears answered mine? Sunny swallowed hard. Something snapped inside him. In recognition. No. It's not strange. Not at all. He replied, finally wrapping his own arms around her. Thank you, Tamriel. Thank you. Theen whispered, shredding silent tears. Sunny saw himself in her words. He understood. It was no coincidence that he had developed feelings for Master Jet, or for that girl back in the outskirts. Sunny was alone, trapped in a storm. And when you are in a storm, you cling to whatever lifeboat you can find. Love is merely a consequence. He also understood why Theen used to be such a fierce jokester with him, because up until then he had been the same way with Jet. It was not romance, it was a desperate plea, don't leave me. The two of them stayed like that, two souls clinging to each other in the steam. Then, they both pulled back slightly, eyes meeting once more. You know. Theen said, breaking the spell. I've become truly strong in these years. I am as strong as a myriad shade. Myriad shade. Sunny tilted his head, confused by her choice of words. The moment the words left his lips, something happened. Deep within his soul, something cold and unbreakable bound itself to him. It was an eternal, irresistible shackle, perfect and sweet. Sunny's eyes widened. He blinked, looking at Thine. She was smiling a smile of profound relief and gratitude. Instinctively, Sunny summoned his runes. Dash. Name, Sunless. True name. Rank, Aspirant. Soul core, Dormant. Dash. Nothing seemed different. Until his gaze reached the bottom. Slave, Myriad Shade. Chapter 9, Chapter 8. Sweet dreams never last. Sunny opened his eyes slowly. The long shadows of dawn were still dancing across his private quarters in the Temple of Shadows. The first thing his senses registered was the lingering warmth of the sheets, followed by the realization that he was alone in his room. A heavy yawn pulled his consciousness toward the surface, bringing with it the memories of the previous night. It had been intense. Unreal. It had defied every calculation, every expectation. And yet, it had happened. The two of them hadn't really do anything in the end. They had simply remained in each other's arms, naked as nature intended, lost in the sanctuary of the thermal waters. Eventually, when their skin grew pruned from the soak, they had retreated. Should he have felt disappointed? Slave, Myriad Shade. No. No, he wasn't. Myriad Shade, Sunny mused. If the runes the Elder taught me are true, Thine's true name means thousand shadows, or myriad mysteries. The one who has the strength of 1,000 shadows, the one who hides countless secrets. With a final yawn, Sunny sat up, the fine wool blankets sliding to the floor. As his black eyes scanned the room, he wondered why his twins maidservants hadn't arrived to wake him yet. Maybe I just woke up too early, he thought, rubbing the last sleep from his eyes. Then, he sighed. Another thought loomed over him, only 1 week left. The vision of War's followers raking the temple with fire and iron was a persistent, jagged needle in his mind. Why is my first nightmare so different? Sunny wondered. Is it because my body was less malnourished than the original Sunless? Or is it because of that mysterious attribute? Attribute. It sat there among his runes, standing still, a Pandora's box of question marks that seemed to mock his every thought. Sunny closed his runes. He had time, and the desk was stocked with papyrus and ink. Perhaps putting his thoughts into words would clear the fog. He stood and moved toward the desk, his pace slow and heavy with lingering sleep. Then, a thunderous explosion, followed by a violent tremor, nearly sent his face into the sharp edge of a cabinet. His reflexes snapped into place just in time to steady him. What the? Thud thud thud. A frantic, violent pounding at the door drew his attention. Sunny scrambled to his feet and threw it open. Thine stood there. Gloom and concern haunted her obsidian eyes. A shallow gash marked her right shoulder, and the black sword in her hand was slick with crimson. Her dress was splattered with blood, though none of it appeared to be her own. Without a word, she grabbed him by the elbow and yanked him into the hall. Sunny opened his mouth to demand an explanation, but the priestess was already running. She didn't look back, but she knew exactly what he was going to ask. Tamriel, we are under attack. The curs of war are upon us. Gaston and the Guardians are holding the line, but we must reach the Shadow Maze. The other children and non-combatants are already there. Her words were clipped, forced out between the ragged breaths of a survivor who had just fought her way through a slaughter. Already? It's not possible. They weren't supposed to be here for. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He remembered the vision of the temple being raised during the first cycles of the reverse time display. Not the first one. He had assumed they would arrive exactly at the end of the month. He had been careless. Time was up, they were already here. And from the sounds of the screaming, they were winning. Sunny and Theen sprinted through the corridors, never looking back. The Shadow Temple was in ruin. The hallways were choked with debris, the rooms had been turned into bonfires made of furniture, and the gardens were a charnel house. As they dodged piles of rubble, Sunny saw the bodies. Many were warriors in plate armor adorned with scarlet banners, but more were temple staff. Men, women, elders, and children. In a doorway, he saw Eva's body slumped over, a spear through her chest. Further down, Eva lay in a pool of blood, a neck wound nearly severing her head. If the situation had allowed it, Sunny would have wept for the girls who had followed him with such stubborn kindness. They had become a part of his life, a part he had come to cherish. But he couldn't afford grief. He built a dam behind his eyes and kept running, forcing himself to remember, this is just a dream. After minutes of frantic sprinting, they reached the entrance to the Shadow Maze. But as they crossed the threshold, their last hopes were crushed. The circle of Doric columns lay in ruins. The secret passage to the labyrinth was buried under a mountain of stone, sealing the fate of everyone already inside. And in the center of the hall, standing before the rubble, was a monster. The warrior was as tall and immovable as a mountain. His eyes were blood red, and his long brown hair was pulled back, casting a shadow over a face defined by an insatiable thirst for slaughter. He wore a black armor and a crimson cloak that left his massive, scarred arms exposed. A great sword resting on his shoulders, held in his left hand. He was a master. Sunny stood paralyzed, petrified by the champion's overwhelming aura. It wasn't the blood-dripping great sword that terrified him. The man himself released such a presence that it chased away any foe who dared to gaze upon him. Usually, under the pawn of a prominent pressure or a fierce fear, a mysterious supporter would stir within Sunny to quell the dread. Yet, even thus, he seemed to fall back under the champion's overwhelming presence steeled by countless battle. The master's right arm was raised, holding an old man by the throat, hoisting him into the air. It was Gaston, the High Priest of Shadows. He was inches away from death. "Father!" Theen screamed in desperation. The champion turned his gaze toward her. Gaston's eyes searched for them, whispering 1,000 unsaid things. He looked at them through the haze of defeat, burdened by the shame of failing his temple, yet filled with a profound, tragic joy. He looked at Theen, the daughter he had adopted out of gratitude for her saving his flesh and blood years ago. He looked at Tamriel, the son he had never been able to call his own. He had felt a flicker of envy for the boy's divine role, yes, but mostly he felt an immense joy at having watched him grow. Tamriel, the child born of the woman Gaston had loved in secret, a forbidden passion. With his final breath, the high priest offered his children one last command. His hoarse, yet firmly voice barely a whisper. "Fly, you fools!" Snap! The champion of war broke Gaston's neck as easily as a dry olive branch. Theen let out a primal, furied shriek and threw herself at the master, her blade raised high. The champion intercepted her assault with the flat of his great sword. Their blades clashed with a thunderous wave that shook the entire room, sending clouds of dust swirling in the air. Next, sparks of steel filled the hall in a dance of dark shadows and crimson iron. A fight between masters took place. Chapter 10, Chapter 9 Shadows and War, 1. A blade made of pure gloom clashed with a steel tempered in the blood of a myriad fallen foes. The collision sent a shockwave through the hall, a thunderous roar accompanied by a hail of sparks and stone splinters. From the corner, Sunny watched the impact, his body anchored to the spot. The towering giant of war was a mountain of pure, crushing malice, and the sheer weight of his presence felt like a physical shackle upon his soul. The first exchange ended in a stalemate. The sheer magnitude of the impact forced both combatants back, their boots carving deep furrows into the debris-strewn floor. Theen skidded to a halt beside Sunny. Her composure was gone, replaced by an unadulterated, murderous intent that burned within her obsidian eyes. It was a cold fire, fueled by the sight of Gaston's dead body. "I will take exquisite pleasure in killing you," she spat, her voice laced with a lethal poison. Across the hall, the champion of war slammed into the far wall, but he didn't falter. A jagged, satisfied smirk split his face. Finally, his eyes seemed to snarl. He didn't need words, his red eyes said it all. A worthy opponent. They both braced themselves to meet again. Thene leveled her black sword, the physical manifestation of her mark of shadow, at the giant's throat, her every nerve screaming for his blood. The champion rose, carelessly brushing the dust from his crimson cloak. The tip of his great sword edged a red line into the ground as he stepped forward, his pace rhythmic and terrifying. Sunny watched them through trembling eyes. The master's aura was a suffocating shroud, a gnawing dread that left him no room to breathe, let alone act. Yet, deep within his soul, that mysterious supporter of him stirred. It flickered against the darkness, a stubborn ember trying to melt the ice of his panic, but it wasn't enough to break the paralysis. As they prepared to leap into the fray once more, Sunny gathered a fragment of his resolve and caught Thene's wrist. She spun her gaze toward him, the flickering rage in her eyes softening for a fleeting moment. "Please," Sunny choked out, his fingers tightening around her. "Don't leave me, Thene." He begged her with glistening eyes, the words a desperate echo of the prayers she had once whispered over Tamriel's infant corpse. Over him. Sunny knew that their paths were fated to split. He knew that when this nightmare finally ended, they would never meet again. He knew it all too well. Yet, Sunny couldn't bring himself to accept it. In less than a month, Thene had become more to him than he dared to admit. The very people of this temple, Ava, even the stern Gaston, had become a family he never thought he'd possess. It had been a perfect, beautiful dream, and the realization that it was dissolving into smoke was a pain more piercing than any blade. Thene placed a steady hand on his shoulder. She leaned down, hugging him tightly. "I won't," she whispered, her voice not a promise or an assurance, but a decree. "Not now, not ever. I will come back to you, just as you came back to me long ago." With that, she let go. A goodbye, but also a see you soon. Leaving Sunny behind, Thene stepped forward into the fray. The champion of war already occupied the ring, a space defined by the jagged remains of the shattered Doric columns. He was in no rush, the anticipation only served to sharpen his bloodlust. His massive great sword rested patiently across the broad expanse of his back, a silent promise of slaughter. With a subtle flick of her left wrist, the priestess of shadows called upon the temple's ancient inhabitants. At her command, the silent sentinels stirred, slithering and stretching toward her. From her own shadow, 7 black blades emerged, each with a different edge and curve. They swirled around her waist in an inaudible melody of dark iron and impending death. Standing face to face, the champion and the priestess locked eyes. She raised the sword in her hand to her chin in a cold salute, while the 7 floating blades leveled themselves at her opponent. He lowered his great sword directly in front of him, a wicked, jagged smile twisting his lips. Then, they began to circle. The 2 combatants followed the same orbit, like binary stars that could not coexist in the same sky. They paced the ring twice, studying each other with predatory focus. He was as tall and unyielding as a mountain, an immovable monolith whose crimson cloak was matched only by the thirst for glory burning in his red eyes. With a calm, effortless motion, he spun his great sword to his left. In his grip, the massive slab of metal moved as light as a needle. She was as agile and graceful as a butterfly, a veteran of the blade who lacked only her opponent's raw stature and experience. The shadow swords followed her every step, a dark wake that transformed a single duelist into a one-woman skirmish. Their steps began to shorten, the distance between them shrinking with every calculated breath. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master of Shadows," the champion greeted Thene. His tone promised a joyous battle, but his eyes demanded only the ecstasy of the slaughter. "I am Goliath, champion of war, and I..." With a sharp huff, Thene cut him short. "Spare me the litany, Master of War. I have already sent 10 glory-drunk fools like you to their graves, and I have fed 1,000 crows with their remains." She finally halted her pace, the shadow swords hovering above her tensing like drawn bowstrings. Goliath sighed, visibly pleased by his opponent's disdain. "A duel without bows or pleasantries then," he murmured, licking his lips in delight. "Exactly as it should be." He, too, came to a halt. From Sunny's chin a single drop of sweat fell, hitting the stone with a silent echo. In perfect unison, Thene and Goliath, the priestess of shadows and the champion of war, thrusted themselves forward into a frantic, earth-shaking battle. 2 synchronized bolts of lightning. Being the smaller combatant, Thene crossed the distance in a flash, claiming the first strike. With 2 explosive bounds, the priestess launched a direct thrust aimed straight at Goliath's heart. The champion of war shifted his massive great sword vertically to catch the point. As steel ground against steel, the 7 shadow blades fanned out from behind Thene like a predatory wing, curving around to strike the champion's back in perfect synchronization with her own lunge. However, Goliath's crimson cloak flared. The black blades bounced off the fabric as if striking the hide of a manticore, the enchanted silk proving as impenetrable as plate armor. Having parried the initial thrust, Goliath whipped his great sword in a counterclockwise arc, a horizontal reaper's swing meant to sever Thene at the waist. She jammed her blade between her flesh and the oncoming slab of iron, bracing for the impact. The blow didn't cut her, but the sheer momentum sent her staggering, her balance momentarily shattered. Thene didn't panic. Instead, she leaned into the stagger, rolling across the stone to bleed off the force of the strike and using the rotation to spring back to her feet. Without wasting a heartbeat, she lunged again, unleashing a frantic flurry of precision thrusts. The remaining shadow blades moved in a deadly harmony with her offensive, a storm of dark needles seeking a gap in his guard. Goliath pivoted, using the broad flat of his blade and the defensive properties of his cloak to weather the assault. For a moment, he was forced onto the back foot until one of the shadow blades managed to graze his cheek, drawing a thin line of red. Tiring of the defensive stalemate, the champion let out a low growl. With a single, blindingly fast cleave, he shattered 4 of the 7 shadow blades into obsidian dust while simultaneously intercepting Thene's primary weapon. Goliath didn't let the momentum die, but his transition to the offensive came at a price. Another shadow blade found its mark, piercing the bicep of his right arm. The blade snapped as it hit the bone, crushed by the sheer magnitude of his tensing muscles. Treating the wound like a mere mosquito bite, Goliath ignored the steel buried in his arm and reached out with a massive hand to seize the priestess by the throat. Thene evaded the grasp with a feline leap, landing several paces back, her breath sharp and cold in the dusty air. This time, it was Goliath who seized the initiative. With strides long enough to clear riverbeds, he lunged toward the priestess. Sensing the shift in momentum, Thene recalled her remaining shadow blades and beckoned the ancient shades of the temple to her aid. At her command, jagged ebony palisades erupted from the stone, weaving together into a reinforced wall of solid ink to shield her from the coming storm. The champion was undeterred. He didn't let the shifting gloom blind him. Swinging his massive great sword in arcs that seemed jagged yet expertly placed, he advanced cleaving through the shadow spears that thrust up from the ground to impale him. He reached the ink-black barrier in a matter of heartbeats. Instead of using his blade, Goliath threw a devastating punch that punctured the wall with a thunderous crack. On the other side of the breach, his fingers closed around his enemy's throat. With a roar of raw power, the champion yanked his arm back, dragging his captured prey through the shattered remains of her own defense. Chapter 11, Chapter 10 Shadows and War, 2. Forcing his enemy to retreat behind her wall of shadows, the champion of war had pierced the heart of that gloom with a roar of brute strength. As he yanked his arm back, shattering the ink-like barrier into 1,000 obsidian shards, he dragged his prize out from the shadows. But as his crimson eyes fell upon his own fist, the triumph in his gaze vanished. He wasn't holding the priestess. In his grasp was a spherical object, as black as pitch and cold as the void. Before his mind could process the deception, the sphere unfurled. A serpentine head, with eyes like twin pools of bottomless night, lunged from the darkness and coiled itself around Goliath's throat with suffocating speed. It was Then's mark of shadow, a soul serpent. With one hand white-knuckled on his great sword and the other clawing at the soul serpent tightening around his throat, Goliath was vulnerable. Seizing the opening, Then reappeared mere steps behind him, ghosting into the blind spot of his peripheral vision. In a heartbeat, a surge of concentrated darkness erupted from her palms, coalescing into a fresh, jagged blade. Using the surrounding shadows as a springboard, the priestess launched herself into a steep dive, descending upon Goliath like a black spear. The giant still struggling for air. His plated black armor and crimson mantle made him nearly impervious to a frontal assault, but his neck remained a tantalizing gap in his defenses. If she could find the right angle, Then could drive her point straight through the champion's spine. She wasn't aiming for a clean kill, a single blow wouldn't fell a monster like him, but a paralyzing strike would turn the tide. Unfortunately, Goliath's combat instinct was as sharp as his steel. Catching the glint of her descent out of the corner of his eye, his body moved before his mind could even process the threat. He swung the flat of his massive blade upward. The heavy iron collided with Then's shoulder mid-air, shattering her momentum and robbing her of gravity's killing force. The impact sent both combatants tumbling across the stone floor. As he rolled, Goliath managed to seize the head of the soul serpent and grind it against the ground, finally tearing it away. They scrambled back to their feet simultaneously. The champion massaged his bruised throat, his quads tensing like coiled springs as he rose. The priestess used her black sword to steady herself. With a silent command, the serpent of pitch-black scales dissolved and flowed back into her right hand, reshaping itself into a sleek, deadly Tachi. Their eyes locked once more. Then, the surrounding shadows surged upward, sealing them both inside a lightless dome. The duel vanished from sight, continuing within the embrace of a night that knew no end. Through it all, Sunny watched the clash in stunned silence, his face a shifting spectrum of raw emotion, a jagged mosaic of terror, awe, and wonder. The duel was a masterpiece, two masters of combat bleeding skill and experience every time iron collided with iron. Then, the priestess of shadows, wove through the fray in a dark symphony of thrusts and shifting constructs. Goliath, the champion of war, countered with the sheer weight of his monstrous stature and a wellspring of superhuman fury. On the surface, they seemed evenly matched. Yet, Sunny could see the grim math of the struggle. Goliath was a juggernaut who wouldn't fall unless his heart was carved out or his head severed. Then, however, lived on a razor's edge. A single clean strike from that great sword would be enough to send her to the afterlife. She maintained control of the space with sheer ability, lunging close to force him onto the defensive, then leaping away to ghost through his counters. But she couldn't afford to meet his blade head-on even once, and her shadow constructs were being swatted aside like cobwebs by the brute force of that foe. Deep within, a persistent voice, a sort of Jiminy Cricket, began to whisper in Sunny's ear. Sunny wanted to move, he truly did, but reason and his survival instinct had him shackled to the stone floor. At the mere sight of the enemy warrior, his mind screamed only one command: flee. Are you crazy? How am I supposed to help her? That's a master. There isn't just a gap between us, there's an abyss. Instead, Sunny remained rooted, a spectator incapable of agency. He felt the crushing weight of his own uselessness, the burning shame of his weakness. And yet, his cold logic offered a terrifying counter-argument: his intervention might be the very thing that killed her. If he ran into the fray, Then would inevitably try to shield him with her own body, giving the champion the perfect opening to finish her in one blow. He had no right in this fight. Weak as he was, Sunny could only watch as the strong ones unfold their will into the world. That's the unadulterated, unavoidable truth. Suddenly, the dome of shadows shattered. The two combatants were hurled outward once more, skidding across the debris in opposite directions. Both masters lay grounded for a fleeting moment, the heavy toll of the previous exchanges and the slow drain of stamina finally beginning to claw at them. Yet, the fire of battle was far from extinguished. Goliath was a roadmap of violence, his arms and face mapped with shallow gashes and jagged cuts, wounds that would have crippled a sleeper, but meant little to a master. Thene, by contrast, bore a dark, swelling bruise on her forehead slicked with fresh blood, the result of a brutal headbutt from the giant. Had anyone below the rank of Ascendant suffered such an impact, their skull would have detonated into a crimson spray of viscera. For her, it was merely a dull throb to be ignored. Wasting not a single heartbeat, they kicked off the stone and threw themselves back into the fray. The slaughter resumed, relentless and unyielding. Thene moved with a fragile, mesmerizing grace through the gloom, weaving shadows into a symphony of constructs and blades. Her every motion was a masterpiece of sheer adaptability and agility, a testament to the shadow dance, a style that allowed her to read and manipulate the very flow of the enemy's momentum. Yet, her opponent, though unable to match her speed and versatility, knew exactly how to compensate with overwhelming, raw power. The constructs, the spears, the swords, everything the priestess summoned from the shadows was instantly pulverized, crushed by his brute strength or cleaved in two by a single, shattering blow from his great sword. Only the dark blade in her hand, the soul serpent, held firm against the crushing magnitude of his steel. The duel devolved into a vicious cycle. Thene lunged with a horizontal slash aimed at his throat, Goliath ducked the blow and countered with a thunderous punch aimed at her solar plexus. Thene blocked the strike, redirecting his force and calling forth a hail of shadow spears from every direction to pin him down. With each exchange, the clash ceased to be a mere contest of skill. It had become a war of attrition, a brutal measurement of who possessed the greater resolve and the deeper well of will. The hall continued to shudder as the two combatants tore into one another, locked in a lethal choreography of dark shadows and cold iron. After an eternity of brutal exchanges, the duel finally reached its breaking point. Goliath faltered. The giant stumbled, his boot catching on a jagged floor tile unearthed during the struggle. The champion of war crashed to one knee. One hand remained white-knuckled around his great sword while the other braced against his thigh. His head hung low, his face veiled by the shadows of his own mane. For a fleeting heartbeat, an opening appeared. Thene did not hesitate. Without taking her eyes off the slumped enemy, she launched a definitive strike. Her tachi streaked through the air like a falling star across a midnight sky. But as the blade neared its mark, Goliath grinned. It was a trap. The moment the priestess committed to her assault, the warrior surged upward. His great sword whipped around in a vicious arc, a counterstroke designed to cleave the girl in two before her own blade could land. Thene's eyes tracked the massive slab of iron as it rushed toward her. The deception had been revealed, and the trap had sprung, but the shadow dance was not so easily snared by such predictable tricks. As the great sword's edge made contact with the silk of her black robes, the master of shadows didn't break. Instead, her silhouette bled into pure darkness, as if the shadows themselves had stepped forward to devour her. The heavy blade passed harmlessly through her. Thene vanished, swallowed by the floor. Before Goliath could process the flicker of her movement, she erupted from the gloom to his right. With a single, fluid motion of her soul serpent, she severed his right arm at the shoulder. With a guttural, raw shriek of agony, the master of war collapsed. His dominant arm still clutching the great sword spun through the air and thudded into the dust, far out of reach. Watching from the sidelines, Sunny felt a surge of pure, unadulterated joy. It was over. Thene stood over her fallen foe, her obsidian gaze cold and unforgiving. The champion looked up to meet her eyes, a bloody, delirious grin stretching across his face. To him, the struggle had been fulfilling. There was no shame in falling to a superior warrior. His scarlet eyes held no regret, no remorse, and no fear. Thene met that hollow arrogance with an incandescent rage. This man felt no guilt for the lives he had snuffed out within the Shadow Temple. His glory was built merely on corpses. Her eyes, black as the abyss and cold as death, fixed on him. She spoke with a jagged, brutal honesty. Find peace within me. She raised the tachi once more. The blade, sharp and hungry, descended toward his exposed neck. Chapter 12, Chapter 11. See you again. The cold metal was a heartbeat away from severing the champion's head. Thien's blade, the shape-shifting soul serpent, descended in a lethal horizontal arc toward his exposed throat, its dark edge shimmering with a predatory light. But at the final inch, the blade stopped. The priestess of shadows stared at her enemy, finding Goliath wearing the same expression of bewildered confusion, his severed arm still bleeding copiously. Her obsidian eyes searched the air in front of her, searching for the source of the sudden, sharp agony blooming in her chest. Sunny was on the verge of crying out in pure, unadulterated joy. The chains of terror that had shackled him for weeks had finally shattered. Thien had won. She had survived the duel. Beyond these walls, the guardians of the temple had fallen, every last one of them. The invaders had claimed their victory, putting to the chain anyone who hadn't escaped or died. But the two of them were alive, and more importantly, they were far from the front lines. Once Thien finished the champion of war, they could run. What would they do then? Where would they go? Sunny didn't care. He was even starting to consider the unthinkable, staying. It was a selfish, desperate thought, but he couldn't push it away. It wouldn't be so bad. As long as he didn't have to part from Thien, his shadow, everything else was secondary. Yes. I'm fine with this, he thought, a feverish logic taking hold. The future inside this nightmare might not be any brighter than the one waiting for me outside, but at least here, I'm not living in a world already halfway to its grave. I know I'm not meant to stay. But I don't want to leave. Not while she's still here. Sunny knew his reasoning was borderline of insanity, yet he couldn't stop the spiral. He wondered if the shadow bond was warping his mind, but since that link had snapped into place, the thought of separation was more harrowing than death itself. He was willing to sacrifice everything else only to stay with her. A sudden, sharp whistle near his right ear jolted him back to the present. Something had just streaked past him. Sunny looked up, only to watch his world collapse for the second time that day. Thien looked down at her chest. The serrated tip of an arrow, having pierced her from behind and driven straight through her heart, now poked through the silk of her robes. A dark, blossoming stain appeared on her black dress, spreading with agonizing slowness. She tried to speak, to utter a final word, but only a crimson tide of blood spilled from her lips. The strength vanished from her grip. Her black sword clattered to the stone. The soul serpent instantly reverted to its natural form, a snake with scales as dark as the void and eyes like windows into the abyss. The creature fell to the ground, its body contorting in a final, frantic convulsion. Amidst its tremors, it raised its triangular head toward its mistress, offering a silent, respectful salute before dissolving forever into the shadows. It wasn't a goodbye, it was a promise. They would meet again where all shadows eventually find their rest. Goliath watched the scene unfold. His eyes held no relief at being spared. Instead, they burned with a mixture of profound disappointment, the shame of a dishonored duel, and a cold, mounting fury toward the one responsible for this insult. A true child of war fought until the end, the pursuit of glory was his only purpose. But this was the opposite of glory. There was nothing more loathsome to a warrior than the desecration of a sacred, one-on-one trial of blades. Sunny slowly turned his head toward the atrium, tracing the path of the arrow. Standing in the doorway was a man draped in a tattered crimson mantle, leaning heavily against the stone wall. He held a heavy crossbow in his hands. One of his arms was a mangled mess, and a missing eye leaked fresh blood down his face. Sunny recognized him. He was one of the corpses they had passed while running for their lives. The bastard had feigned death, waiting in the silence for the perfect moment to strike. Disregarding his own safety, Sunny finally emerged from the cocoon of shadows the priestess had erected to shield him. He caught Thien in his arms just before she could collapse onto the cold stone. Around them, the structures and floating blades of dark iron dissolved like melting snow, bleeding into pools of black water. The shadows returned to their natural state, silent, grieving observers. Together, they seemed to weep in chorus for the fall of their master. Sunny held her tight, his hands trembling against the spreading warmth of her blood. Through the shadow bond that linked their souls, he could feel her fading. The sensation of his shadow drifting toward the gates of death was more agonizing than any physical scar, more hollow than any pain he had ever known. "Thene," he whispered, his voice cracking as it fought against the rising tide of tears. "Please, don't leave me. Stay with me, Thene." Thene, her life spilling out in crimson flowers, turned her beautiful, obsidian eyes toward him. With a strength that was rapidly deserting her, she reached up and placed a hand on his cheek, lovingly tracing the line of his jaw and stroking his hair with a feather-light touch. Behind them, the champion of war found the strength to rise. Goliath's severed arm wouldn't stop bleeding, but the wound to his pride burned with a far greater intensity. He moved slowly across the wreckage of the hall, retrieving his massive great sword with his remaining left arm. Then, he turned toward the man who had defiled his duel. The archer looked at his general with a prideful grin. "See, boss. I did it. I killed that bitch." Goliath did not share his enthusiasm. Instead, a mask of dark, thunderous loathing settled over his features. "Tell me," he growled, the sound vibrating from deep within his chest. "Who gave a mongrel like you the authority to intervene?" The soldier's proud smile faltered, replaced by a stuttering confusion. His mouth hung open. Goliath didn't wait for an answer. He hoisted his great sword and, with a single, clean vertical cleave, split the man in two. The champion stood over the bisected remains and spat a mixture of saliva and blood that landed squarely in the hollow socket of the dead man's missing eye. Then, staying where he was, Goliath turned his gaze back to his fallen foe. Sunny looked at Thene, their eyes two different shades of darkness peering into the unfathomable depths of one another. "This is a dream. It has to be," he thought, clinging to the hope that he would wake up at any moment. Sunny imagined opening his eyes in his private quarters within the Shadow Temple, greeted by the precious, familiar presence of Eva and Ava. He'd go to his lessons with Gaston Stern, but a fine teacher. He'd train with Thene again, and she wouldn't miss a single chance to tease him with her wicked jokes. He wanted to live just one more day in that illusory world where time never passed and the days were as sweet as the morning sun caressing his face. Yet, Sunny could not wake up. Not yet, at least. He couldn't stop the tears. In his mind, the Jiminy Cricket that had before urged him to act now turned into a prosecutor, screaming at him for his paralysis. "This is all your fault. Thene would never have fallen to a pathetic surprise attack if you had stepped in. The twins, Gaston, everyone, their deaths are on your hands." The voice felt like a heavy hand pressing his head down, forcing him to witness the penance of watching his Thene dying slowly in his arms. Sunny looked at her. Her hair, black as a starless sky and smooth as silk, fell in a cascade of ink, soaking into the pool of her own blood. Yet, upon her lips, there was a smile. Sunny's lips trembled. Between choked sobs and fresh tears, he managed to force out the words, "Forgive me, this is all my fault. I should have helped you, Thene. I'm so sorry." Silence followed his confession. Then, she answered him, her hand still tenderly caressing his cheek. In her eyes, the flame of life was flickering out, but before the light vanished entirely, she whispered, "It's not your fault, silly. How it could ever be? You are safe. I'm glad. Thank you, for not leaving me, Tamriel. Now, don't cry. I'll keep my promise, you'll see. Until then, thank you." The words came out bittersweet and thin, nearly swallowed by the blood and the fading air in her lungs. Then, Thene died. She was gone. Sunny pressed his forehead against her cooling skin. The sound of his weeping echoed bitterly through the hall, a room that had survived 2 master-level battles in a single day, only to succumb to this hollow silence. Sunny pulled her body against his chest, clutching her with everything he had, drowning in the vain hope that she was merely sleeping. Yes, she's just sleeping. She'll wake up soon. He drugged his reality with the lie, refusing to let go. Then, a towering figure cast a long shadow over him. A palpable, suffocating pressure flooded the ruined hall. Sunny felt the blood turn to ice in his veins, the hair on his arms stood up as a primal chill numbed his skin. Sunny looked up. Goliath, the master of war, was staring down at him with pure, glass-like indifference. So, what do you intend to do? The giant asked. The question held a hidden edge. Do you wish to avenge her? Sunny couldn't answer. He sat there, frozen, paralyzed by a crushing terror. He was incapable of action, incapable of thought. Goliath let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Then, the champion of war raised a massive fist and struck. The world went black. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. It was cold, and it was dark. The world seemed to have bled out every ounce of its radiance. The rhythmic thump-thump of wheels hitting a ruined road sent tremors through the wagons, a jagged heartbeat punctuated by the jolts of every pothole. A freezing, relentless wind howled through the slats of the wood. Sunny felt a searing, sawing pain gnawing at his wrists, and a fierce headache crowned his brow like a wreath of thorns as his consciousness crawled back from a long, dreamless void. Outside the wagon, 2 soldiers were conversing in low, guttural tones. Damn the general and his son of war delusions. I joined this crusade for the spoils, not for sermons. Do you know how much gold I've touched since we left the Empire? 0. Not a single coin. Tell me about it. Master Goliath won't let us have our way with the women, limits the looting, and makes us cut loose any slave who's too young, too old, or has a family to weep for. Glory is our greatest reward, the bastard says. As if we're all glory-starved warmongers like him. And did you see that priestess? The one from the temple we raised? Even with a bolt through her chest, she was a goddess. Her skin was still warm when we found her. A damn waste that the general buried her with full honors before we could have a taste. Just like he forced us to bury every other scrap of meat we cut down. I'm telling you, he's lost his mind. And so have the 3/4 of the battalion that follow him like obedient dogs. If he weren't an ascendant, I'd have slit his throat and pissed in the wound by now. But the gods were kind this time. He lost an arm to his own arrogance. He's bled a river. Maybe if we... No. Even if the chance comes. Like you said, the men worship him. And an ascendant is still an ascendant. 2 common rats like us couldn't kill him even if we buried every bolt we have in his gut. Tisk. Finally, Sunny's eyes fluttered open. His irises, twin abysses blinded by a single, sickly ray of whitish light, slowly fought to focus on his surroundings. He was shackled, hands and feet. He sat among strangers' slaves, some young, some old, all huddled together in a shared, silent wait for an unknown fate. His expression was a hollow mask. From the stars to the gutter, the thought betrayed him. As his vision cleared, he noticed an old slave staring at him from across the wagon. The man's face was a map of scars and bitterness. Welcome back to the world, little prince, the old man croaked, a mocking sneer curling his lip. There was something predatory in the way he looked Sunny over, but for now, he was no threat. Sunny ignored him with a cold indifference and turned his gaze toward the ceiling. A transparent shimmer hung in the air before him. His runes. Dash. Name, Sunless. True name. Rank, Aspirant. Soul core, Dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes, Shadow Weave, Spark of Divinity, Shadow Spawn, the Heart. Aspect, Empty Chalice. Aspect description, you bear a marvelous chalice, a birthright for lords. Whether to fill it or not, it's yours to decide. Until then, you are but a useless wretch. Regardless of the outcome, fate will witness. Everything was exactly as he had left it. Except for one missing string of runes at the very bottom. Slave. Sunny felt the absence like a raw, festering scar carved into his soul. It felt as if his heart had been split in two and thrown to the wolves. Something vital was gone forever. His shadow. Thene was dead. The memory of her passing surged back, a violent physical ache in his chest. As much as the heavy chains allowed, Sunny drew his knees to his chest and buried his face in them to stifle his sobs. Thene. He hissed, the name a jagged shard of glass in his throat. Sunny withdrew into the dark sanctuary of his misery, shutting out the cold, cruel world that had taken everything from him. Why? The question hissed shrilly in his mind, like steam escaping a pressurized valve. Why did it have to end like this? Why didn't I step in to protect her? But he was a master, what could I have possibly done? Sunny let out another jagged, stifled sob. I had nearly a month to prepare for the raid, and what did I actually do? Nothing. Not a damn thing. When the stakes were highest, I was superficial. I was a coward. That is all I am. The wagon hit a pothole deeper than the rest, jolting his spine. Then, it resumed its rhythmic, bone-shaking pace along with the rest of the caravan. I give up, Sunny murmured into the dark, a toxic lash of bitterness and self-pity. Why was I reincarnated as Sunless? I don't deserve this life, he began. I give up. This world is too cruel, too ruthless, too difficult. I am not really Sunless. I've lived his life and carried his name, but I don't possess his legendary treachery. I lack his sharp wit. I don't have his charisma. And above all, I will never be a protagonist. Unlike him, I am just a ghost in my own skin. If I freeze at the first real obstacle and drown in self-pity, then it's obvious I'm not fit for the role I was given. I am weak. I am a coward. Most of all, I am shallow. So, I quit. You win. With those words, Sunny vented every drop of resentment he held. Oddly, a wave of relief washed over him just by speaking the truth aloud, shedding a weight that had been crushing his chest for too long. Deep down, he had always cultivated a sense of inferiority toward the original Sunless. He felt guilty for stealing this life. His surrender felt less like a tragedy and more like a restitution. When he died, he wouldn't just be vacating a desk, he'd be returning the chair to its rightful owner. His tears ran dry. Only a hollow silence remained in his mind. Until Sunny rolled his eyes, visibly annoyed. Here we go again, he muttered under his breath. The Jiminy Cricket is back. In all his time in the outskirts, whenever the world had tried to drown him, this presence would manifest to pull him back to the surface, perched on his shoulder like a bothersome guardian angel and accursed judge. Why won't you just leave me alone, you damn cricket? Sunny scoffed. If you're really my subconscious, you heard my monologue. I give up. This world is too hard, and I don't. The voice cut him off mid-sentence. Sunny fell silent. An uneasy pause stretched between them. Seeing that there was no pushback, the voice sighed and continued. Sunny blinked, his head lifting slightly. Honest? What do you mean? I'm being perfectly honest. Sloth. You're calling me lazy? Sunny thought, clutching his chest as if standing before a jury. Sunny didn't snap back. He took the sentence in silence. You said you don't deserve Sunless' place. Sunless was a lump of clay, you only value him because you saw him become a jade statue as his story progressed. You feel unworthy because, unlike him, you have yet to break out of your own shell. You said you will never be a protagonist. A protagonist is someone who holds their fate in their hands. Did it look like Sunless was the master of his? No. His choices, his relationships, his failures, they were all mapped out by someone else's weave. You, on the other hand, already know where the traps are hidden. Now tell me, what other excuses do you have left? The wagon made a sharp turn. The road began to incline. The neighing of horses and the coarse chatter of soldiers filled the air. So, instead of focusing on the answer, focus on the problem. Instead of saying no by default, why not give yourself a chance for once? You aren't better than the original Sunless, but you aren't worse, either. You had dreams once. Wonderful, massive dreams. Selfless dreams. If that pack of idiots mocked you in your past life, it was only because they were jealous. Your dreams were so radiant they highlighted the shadows their own lives had become. They can't tell you anything now. And even if they could, let them talk. Everyone laughed at the caterpillar when it said it wanted to fly, everyone except the butterflies. So stop underselling yourself. Your light is brighter than any other in the sky. And remember, you can be so much more than this. Aim higher, you could do better. Finally, the caravan ground to a halt. A few minutes later, a soldier carrying a cat o' nine tails and a red banner entered the wagon. He began unlocking the slaves' shackles one by one to relocate them. Sunny stepped off the wagon, his feet landing on ground that was snow-covered and even colder than before. An impetuous wind swept down from the mountain peaks, biting at his skin. Sunny let out a long, weary sigh. What a headache! Chapter 14, Chapter 13. First Step. A caravan marched at a snail's pace along an ancient, crumbling mountain road. The wind swept down the slopes, as fierce and biting as a rain of knives. Only the towering rock face flanking the path offered a meager shield against the relentless gale. The old road served as a treacherous spine for a mountain range that culminated in a singular, obsidian peak. Solitary and jagged, the Black Mountain's summit seemed to scrape the sun at noon, its sharp edges periodically shredding the clouds that drifted against it. At the head of the caravan stood a man as tall and imposing as a lion, draped in a crimson mantle with a massive great sword strapped across his back like a second skin. Despite his missing arm and the staggering amount of blood he had lost, his face though pale remained as stoic and serene as a winter sunset. Turning back, Goliath observed his mounted soldiers as they escorted the wagons and the lines of slaves. The horses would not have survived the steep ascent. Forcing the captives to dismount and march in organized files was the only way to ferry them across the border. They had been divided into groups of 7. Each line was a tethered collection of souls, shackled to one another and balanced with an equal number of the young and the old to prevent them from forming a cohesive pack. It was a wretched spectacle, but the emperor demanded tributes to fund his glorious campaigns of conquest. Goliath's gaze drifted to one file in particular, settling on a silent shadow. The figure was small and seemingly insignificant, and yet, when even the awakened members of his own ranks shivered and ground their teeth against the cold, this boy didn't even bother to brush the snow from his rags. While the other slaves whispered of futile escapes, he mapped the world with those abyssal stains he had for eyes. When even the most robust and prized captives faltered in the freezing torpor, he maintained a steady, indomitable pace. The sight caused Goliath's lips to curve in a grim, knowing smile. The champion of war turned his eyes back to the road, leading his men and their human cargo toward their next destination. All right, it's make or break. Sunny thought, mentally shuffling the cards he had been dealt. He had just finished scouting the environment. There was no longer any doubt, this was the path leading to the Black Mountain, exactly where the original convergence was supposed to happen. Chained alongside him were 2 key figures from the original tapestry, Shifty and Sculler. One more was still missing from the set, but they would turn up sooner or later. Up at the head of the column, his eyes had already locked onto Goliath. The giant seemed more indifferent than diminished by the loss of his right arm, moving with a terrifying, steady momentum. But for now, Sunny had to focus on surviving the carnage that was about to erupt. He needed to reach the summit and enter the abandoned temple of a long-forgotten god, where this first nightmare would finally meet its end. Sunny called up his runes, scanning his attributes, his only arsenal in this frozen hell. The attribute was a perilous double-edged sword, best to leave it undisturbed for now. Spark of Divinity and Shadow Weave were useless in a direct brawl. Sunny, in particular, hadn't the faintest clue how that fragment of the forbidden lineage even functioned. That left the heart and shadow spawn. If I'm not freezing to death or buckling under this exhaustion, it's likely thanks to one of these two, he mused. The heart seems to bolster my physical and mental resilience, while shadow spawn is what's granting me resistance to these extreme temperatures and keeping me as silent as a shadow. I thought it was identical to the Child of Shadows attribute, but it seems to offer much more. Now, first things first. A sudden, icy shiver raced down his spine. Glancing back, he saw the old slave from before. The man waved at him with a predatory familiarity that set Sunny's teeth on edge. First things first, find a way to cover my own ass. Sunny caught a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye. A young man with a noble bearing rode atop a pristine white horse. Sunny didn't perfectly recall the description of Oro of the Nine from the novel, but judging by the dignified aura he projected and his immaculate appearance, there was no room for doubt. Amidst the sea of common soldiers in boiled leather, armed with simple spears and short swords, the man shone like a butterfly among moths. It was a jarring sight, considering he was helping escort a slave caravan. Classic dark fantasy, Sunny thought bitterly. The shining hero is just a well-dressed bastard in disguise. Feigning a clumsy trip, Sunny threw his entire weight against the chains binding him to the other slaves in his group. Who's the bastard? Watch where you're going, a broad-shouldered slave barked, staggering from the sudden yank. The commotion immediately drew the sharp eyes of a mounted soldier. Oro, mounted atop his pristine white horse, gazed out at the horizon. The view from the precipice on this side of the mountain road carried a bittersweet, melancholic flavor, a lingering echo of a distant past. The tranquility was shattered by a sudden commotion in one of the slave files. The clatter of chains and a chorus of angry mutters pulled his attention away from the vista. Oro tugged at his reins, guiding his horse toward the disturbance. "What is going on here?" he asked as he drew near. There was no particular menace in his voice, instead, it carried a note of genuine, soft-spoken concern. When the group hesitated, a slave with a gentle, tired voice spoke up. "It's nothing, sir. We are just exhausted and cold. Especially our young friend here. This journey is truly too much for one so small." Oro looked down at the young slave with a sudden pang of pity. The boy was short, almost slight. Could he really be just a child? Sighing, Oro reached for the waterskin at his belt and extended it toward the boy. "Bear with it a little longer, child. We will stop for the night soon. For now, here, drink some water." To Oro's surprise, the young slave seemed visibly irritated at being called a child. One of his dark, abyssal eyes twitched with a flash of cold annoyance. Oro blinked. Was he not a child? His height certainly suggested so. The boy reached out, but instead of taking the skin, he pressed his hand against it, pushing it back toward Oro's chest. He leaned forward, closing the distance in a single, silent step. When he spoke, his whisper was like a razor blade against Oro's soul. "I'm all right, thank you. I must say, that is a very generous thought of yours. Oro of the Nine." Oro's face went deathly pale. The blood in his veins turned to slush. "What? How did you?" Before he could finish the question, the crack of a whip split the air. The leather lash tore through the boy's tunic, sending him sprawling into the slush and snow. He stumbled, his weight yanking the chains and drawing a fresh curse from the slave behind him. Another soldier, older, scarred, and radiating malice, pulled his horse to a halt a few paces back. The whip that had sliced into Sunny's back belonged to him. Without even glancing at the groveling slaves, the veteran pierced his younger colleague with a disdainful glare. "What do you think you're doing?" Oro's face darkened, a mixture of shame and lingering shock. I was just giving the boy some water. He'll get water with the rest of them once we make camp, the veteran barked. But... Shut your mouth. These slaves are not your friends. Understood? They aren't even people. Start treating them like people and they'll start imagining things. Oro looked back at the young slave as if he were staring at a demon wearing a human mask. He numbly returned the water skin to his belt, his mind racing. How could a nameless slave know his true identity? Don't let me catch you playing merciful savior with the cargo again, rookie, the older soldier sneered. Or next time, it'll be your back tasting my whip. Oro nodded silently to his superior and retreated to his station, his heart hammering against his ribs. In the midst of the shouting and the pain, not a single soul had noticed that the child in the dirt had done more than just whisper. Hidden beneath his tattered rags, Sunny's fingers closed around the hilt of a dagger he had just lifted from Oro's belt. Chapter 15, Chapter 14 The Weaknesses of the Flesh. Night fell. Not a single lament disturbed the stillness of the dusk. The caravan had made camp on the northern shoulder of the mountain pass. The soldiers, one by one, had drifted into a heavy slumber within their tents, arranged like a small nomadic settlement. To the slaves, no such comfort was granted. They lay huddled together like smoldering embers around a single, meager heat source, a small mercy from their captors. In reality, they were nothing more than bait for predators and an early warning system for the guards. Naturally, a pair of sentries had been posted to discourage any desperate ideas. They were clearly men of habit, as they had begun nodding off the moment the sun vanished beneath the horizon, their spears the only things keeping them upright. Suddenly, in the dead of night, one of the slaves stirred. He scanned his surroundings, the guards were snoring, and his fellow captives were lost in fitful dreams. Finally, his lecherous eyes found the target he had been tracking since dawn, the boy with skin as pale as snow. The youth slept apart from the others, covered only by a tattered tunic, seemingly indifferent to the mountain's icy bite. The old slave licked his lips, a look of wretched hunger crossing his face. With a muffled step and a feline grace, he reached the boy in a heartbeat. He leaned down, reaching out to smother the boy's mouth, already savoring the repulsive act to come. But before his hand could touch skin, a blade flashed in the dark. The steel punched through the soft underside of the old man's jaw, driving upward through the cerebellum and piercing the base of the skull. "You goddamn piece of filth! I knew you'd try it," Sunny hissed, his voice a jagged rasp. He remained perfectly still, careful not to alert the guards, who were snoring loudly enough to rival an orchestra. With the dagger buried in his throat, the old man let out a strangled, hollow gurgle. Fresh blood bubbled over the hilt of the blade. His eyes, dilated and incredulous, rolled back as life abandoned him with agonizing slowness. "You have slain a dormant human." The spell confirmed the kill. Sunny wrenched the blade from the man's neck with a sharp tug, unleashing a crimson spray as the corpse slumped heavily onto its shoulder. Sunny stood up immediately. He tilted his head back and exhaled a long, shaky breath, letting the surge of adrenaline ebb and his muscles uncoil. It was the first time he had found the act of killing satisfying. He hated that feeling. And at the same time, he craved it. He lowered his gaze and inhaled slowly, deeply. Now what? The question came naturally. The whip wound on his back had already closed, thanks to his attributes. The heavy chains prevented him from moving too far, but as he looked at the sleeping sentries, he recognized one of them, the man who had flayed his back that morning. A treacherous smile played across his lips. "I think I have an idea." The following morning, the early sun remained timid, hiding behind the jagged horizon of the mountain peaks. Two bodies lay slumped in the pristine white snow, a dark canvas of frozen blood blooming beneath them. One was an old slave clutching a spear, the other was a soldier with his sword still drawn. Both bore a map of shallow lacerations and a few definitive, mortal punctures. Goliath observed the scene with an otherworldly calm, stroking his rough, short beard with his remaining hand. His mind racing. On the surface, the story was simple. Last night, a slave had attempted to flee. A sentry had intercepted him. In the ensuing struggle, the two had traded lethal blows and finished each other off. Whoever had orchestrated this knew their craft. It was brilliant, but it wasn't perfect. Firstly, Goliath knew his men. He was well aware that those lazy wretches slacked off the moment his back was turned. In fact, he had specifically chosen those particular idlers for the night watch. He knew that the cleverer slaves would seize the moment to escape, only to wander into the wilderness and serve as unintended bait, drawing predators away from the main camp. It was a common tactic among the Empire's veteran commanders. Secondly, the geometry of the wounds didn't align with the narrative. The fatal strikes didn't match the weapons found in the dead men's hands. They hadn't been made by a broad spear or a soldier's sidearm, they were the clean, narrow punctures of a dagger. The architect of this scene might have fooled the rank and file, but they had not fooled his seasoned eyes. Goliath shifted his gaze toward the slaves, who were forced to kneel in a grid with their hands laced behind their heads. He watched his men move through the rows, inspecting and interrogating each prisoner with practiced brutality. Nothing was being left to chance except, perhaps, for one little shadow whose head remained bowed. His expression unreadable. The soldiers ignored the boy. They found it impossible to believe that such a pipsqueak could be a butcher. No one noticed him. No one, except for a single young recruit. Goliath watched the newbie, finding him staring at the little shadow as if a seven-headed dragon might erupt from the boy's tiny frame at any moment and blot out the sun with its wings. Because of the constant attrition of battle, the battalion was forced to conscript new faces from every village they passed. The rookie was the latest addition. Goliath had harbored suspicions about him from the start. His accent didn't ring of a native of the Empire of War. However, the lad was quick with a blade and reliable enough. Besides, if one were to investigate the past of every soldier in this unit, Goliath would have to be the first to remain silent. He, too, was not born of the war realm. With a heavy sigh, Goliath left the dead to their rest and walked toward his second-in-command to oversee the inspection. The sharp crack of a cat-o'-nine tails sliced through the mountain air. A soldier paced menacingly in front of the kneeling slaves, the leather whip coiling like a serpent at his side. "Last chance," he roared, his face turning a mottled purple. "Tell me who did it, or I'll hang every single one of you naked from the cliffs tonight. Let's see how long it takes for the frost to turn your blood to glass." The man turned to continue his tirade, but the words died in his throat. He found himself staring directly into a pair of crimson eyes. Goliath stood behind him, his presence casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the morning light. "Enough," the champion growled. "Get the slaves back into formation. We move now." The soldier blinked, his bravado wavering. "But General, the murders. We can't just..." Goliath leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous vibration that made the soldiers' knees tremble. "Do I truly need to repeat myself? Put the slaves back in their lines. We are in the open, and the corrupted do not care for your petty investigations. Move." The soldier scrambled to obey, barking orders to the other guards to get the caravan moving again. Goliath lingered for a moment, his gaze drifting over the prisoners one by one. It stopped, for a fraction of a second longer than necessary, on the small shadow with the bowed head. Then, with a practiced grace, he began moving through his ranks, issuing quiet, precise orders to his veterans until he reached the young recruit. The rookie straightened immediately, offering a stiff, nervous salute to his commander. Goliath didn't salute back. Instead, he placed his heavy hand on the young man's shoulder, leaning down to whisper directly into his ear. "Listen closely," Goliath murmured, his eyes scanning the horizon to ensure no one was watching. "When the shadow of the sun reaches the 3/4 mark on the slope, bring the boy to my tent. I will interrogate him personally." Oro's eyes widened, his breath hitching in his chest. "Find a spare set of leather armor and a crimson mantle," Goliath continued, his grip tightening slightly on the newbie's shoulder. Dress him in them. I want him to blend in with the militia as you move him through the camp. Do you understand? Not a word of this to the others. Keep your mouth shut. The newbie was paralyzed by the request for a heartbeat. Then, he offered a sharp, frantic nod. Yes, General. It will be done. Goliath gave a single, curt nod and strode away, leaving Oro to stare at the back of the child. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. A Talk with Hero. The sun was once again retreating behind the jagged peaks, casting long, bruised shadows over the camp. A man in his late 20s sat with the shaft of his spear wedged between his shoulder and the crook of his right elbow. A crimson cloak shielded him from the snowbites. In his hands, he held a piece of weathered wood and a small paring knife. He was carving a wooden horse. Suddenly, a heavy, affectionate slap on the shoulder nearly sent the knife skidding across his palm, almost taking 2 fingers with it. Hey, you old fart! What are you doing? Still playing with toys? A longtime friend chuckled, dropping down to sit beside him. No. I'm working the wood. It's for my daughter, the man replied, showing the half-carved figurine to his companion. She was barely 2 months old when we marched out of the village. Oh, the friend said, handling the small carving with uncharacteristic care before handing it back. Listen. Word is the next village has a brothel with some very cute fairies. Why don't we pay them a visit? The man looked at his friend for a long moment before answering. You do remember I'm a married man, right? His friend snorted and rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Do you honestly think your woman is spending her days weaving a shroud while you're out here breaking your back? Live a little. The man sighed, choosing not to respond. He and the other soldier had been like brothers since childhood. His friend had a good heart, but he was undeniably tactless when it came to certain matters. At that moment, the friend's gaze drifted toward the path. The new recruit was passing by, accompanied by a smaller figure, likely another new addition to the militia, judging by the crimson mantle. Hey, Orua! Come join us, the friend called out, waving him over. The recruit, the young man known as Orua, turned toward them and offered a stiff wave. My apologies, but I'm currently executing a direct order from the commander. I'll join you later. With that, he quickly hurried away. Oro could feel the little demon he was escorting trembling with suppressed laughter under his hand. Orua? Let me get this straight, the little wretch whispered, his voice dripping with mockery. You took the single rune that makes up your name and just flipped it? Is this the famous treachery of the 9? Shut up. Oro hissed through gritted teeth, his grip on Sunny's shoulder tightening. Of all the crooked lessons the outskirts had beaten into Sunny, with honorable mentions going to pickpocketing, swindling, and street brawling, the most vital was, always bite first. He hadn't intended to kill anyone before the nightmare creatures made their inevitable appearance. He knew shedding blood so early would kick up a needless hornet's nest. But if the alternative was becoming the plaything for that lecherous old wretch, he had to act. The plan to lift the dagger from Oro and stage a mutual killing between the slave and the soldier who had lashed him had been a stroke of desperate, heat-of-the-moment brilliance. Even now, he felt a flicker of grim pride for pulling off such a feat twice in one night. But when Oro had ordered him to don a disguise and follow him to the commander's tent, Sunny's heart had skipped a violent beat. Until a single, nagging question clawed at his mind: if he caught me, why didn't he just denounce me right then and there, in front of everyone? The answer could be anything. Curiosity warred with anxiety. He had no inkling of what the enemy was plotting, but he leaned on one scrap of logic like a lever: if Goliath hadn't executed him on the spot, there had to be a reason. Give me back my dagger, thief, Oro muttered, his voice thick with suppressed rage as they walked. Sunny reached into the pocket of his tunic, hidden beneath the leather armor. He drew the weapon and offered it back to Oro hilt first, holding the blade daintily between 2 fingers. Here. For the record, I didn't steal it, I merely borrowed it, he said coolly. Oro snatched the dagger and sheathed it cautiously, not deigning to offer a reply. Sunny waited a beat before adding, and for what it's worth, I took it for self-defense. That old wretch intended to rape me. Oro's gaze snapped back to the boy. At the news, a fraction of his anger flickered out, replaced by a clouded expression. Why didn't you speak up? I could have protected you. And you truly believe I would have trusted my own slaver? Sunny replied, his eyes fixed dead ahead. Oro opened his mouth to retort, but the words died before they could form. He looked away, a heavy sigh escaping him as the grim logic of Sunny's words hit home. After a moment of silence, he looked at the boy again. Who are you, really? What do you know about the Nine? Me? I'm just a shadow, Sunny said, still staring at the path. As for the Nine, I know enough. Everything that matters, at least. I know there are 9 of you. I know the children of war took everything from you. My condolences, by the way. I know about your mission. And I know you are all slaves to fate. Sunny turned his head then, meeting Oro's eyes with a smile that wasn't mocking, but heavy with a jagged kind of pity. Oro's shock was instantly replaced by a flash of indignation at the final remark. Slaves? You think we are slaves to fate? Sunny scoffed, returning his gaze to the road. Oh, please, Oro. Do you expect me to believe that one day the 9 just gathered around a table and unanimously decided, yes, let's avenge our fallen homes by killing every last god? Oro struggled to find a rebuttal. You can't understand. You don't know what it feels like to. I'm sure I don't. Sunny cut him off, his voice suddenly sharp with a cold, jagged edge. After all, your lot only raised the temple where I was born and raised, and slaughtered everyone I ever cared for. Oro fell silent. The weight of the boy's bitterness felt like a physical pressure in the air between them. Finally, they reached the large command tent. They had arrived at the place where Goliath had commanded the boy be brought. Sunny stepped away from Oro to enter, but before crossing the threshold, he paused. He turned one last time, locking eyes with the young hero. Try to think for yourself for once. Please, just take the bait, he thought as he turned. Leaving the young hero alone with his doubts, Sunny stepped into the lion's den. He had woven truth and lies together, planting a seed of uncertainty in Oro's heart. Now, he only had to wait for it to sprout. Crossing the threshold, Sunny had braced himself for a grim interrogation chamber, a table, 2 chairs, and Goliath pressing a cold blade against his throat to make him talk. He had imagined a litany of tortures so vivid they made him curse his own imagination. Instead, what in the spell? The table and chairs were there, but the scene was anything but hostile. Goliath's massive great sword was propped carelessly against a cot piled high with furs from God's know-what abominations at the back of the tent. The champion of war himself was seated at the table, which was laden with a spread for dinner. With his remaining hand, he was calmly pouring a dark, reddish wine into 2 wooden goblets. As the giant looked up and saw the boy, he gestured toward the empty seat. Well? Don't just stand there like a post. Please, sit. He spoke with an unnerving gentleness, setting the wine pitcher down. It took Sunny a second to shake his head and compose himself before accepting the offer. Keeping his eyes locked on the giant whose tempered metal armor and crimson mantle seemed to fill the tent, he reached the chair opposite his captor. What confused Sunny most was Goliath's current aura. The first time he'd seen him, the man looked like a war-crazed zealot whose only purpose was slaughter. Now, he seemed like an entirely different person. He radiated a friendly, almost trustworthy presence. Sunny felt a flash of visceral disgust at the sensation. Trust? This was the man who had led the raid on the Shadow Temple. He was the reason the twins, Gaston and his Thene, were dead. And yet, Sunny couldn't deny that the man's sheer mass and power demanded a primal sort of respect. Are you hungry? Please, Help yourself, Goliath said without a hint of malice, his voice unusually steady. Sunny didn't look at the food. What became of Thene's body? He asked, his voice tight with a sliver of sorrow. Goliath exhaled slowly. Don't worry. No one laid a finger on her. I buried her body myself as immaculate as the moment she drew her last breath. Sunny lowered his gaze, his throat tightening. He touched neither the food nor the wine. A heavy silence filled the space between them. Goliath broke it first. You know, boy. You are unusually calm for someone who has just killed for the first time. At the words killed and first time in the same sentence, Sunny almost opened his mouth to retort, but he caught himself at the last second and refused to speak. Goliath noticed the hesitation, but his calm expression didn't flicker. Silence descended once more, the conversation feeling like a one-way street until the giant picked up his wine goblet. A wide, knowing smile spread across his face, a look that briefly recalled the ferocity of the champion of war. Tell me, boy. Satisfy my curiosity, Goliath murmured, leaning forward. Why does a temple slave of Shadow God possess the heart? Chapter 17, Chapter 16 in the Lion's Den. Why does a temple slave of Shadow God possess the heart? Sunny's eyes widened so far they nearly fell into the goblet of dark, reddish wine sitting before him. His jaw practically hit the floor. How the hell do you know about the heart? Is that why you kept me alive? How do you even know what that is to begin with? A flood of disorganized, frantic questions poured from his mouth, stumbling over each other in his haste. Sunny didn't just want answers, he demanded an explanation. As terrifyingly strong as Goliath was, he was merely an ascendant. This world was nothing more than an illusion, the phantom of a tragedy that had met its end millennia ago. The nightmare of a deranged god. So, there was absolutely no way a mere master, a puppet in this play, could have gained consciousness and peered past the hand pulling the strings, let alone squinted at the very runes of the nightmare spell. Goliath laughed heartily, a look of immense satisfaction blooming on his face now that he'd finally made the boy talk. Ha! So the devil hasn't eaten your tongue after all, boy? He gestured calmly with his hand, signaling Sunny to slow down while still clutching his wine. And you're quite rude, from what I see. You demand answers, yet you offer none in return? Truly presumptuous, the champion of war added. He set his goblet down, crossing his lone left arm and shaking his head in a display of mock disappointment. One of Sunny's eyes twitched in rage. He wanted to scream a retort, but such a move would lose him this verbal skirmish instantly. This was a game of chess now. Goliath wasn't as naive as Oro. He could have easily beaten the words out of Sunny, yet he had chosen rhetoric instead. If Sunny wanted to hold his ground, he had to remain as composed as his opponent. Goliath had opened the match by attacking Sunny's character, to lose his temper now would be to forfeit the board. Sunny exhaled slowly, steadying his breath. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around the full goblet of wine. Fine, then. An answer for an answer. That's what you want, isn't it? Goliath picked up his own goblet and gave a satisfied nod. The two drank in unison, sealing the pact in silence. So, why am I here? Sunny asked first, determined not to cede the opening move. He had wanted to prioritize the matter of the heart, but he had already asked that several times in different ways. Goliath might notice his fixation and use it against him. Circling around the target was the better play. Goliath reached for the pitcher, refilling his own goblet. At the temple, while you held the corpse of your woman in your arms, I asked you a question: what do you intend to do? I am still waiting for an answer. Sunny blinked. Once. Twice. That's it, he screamed internally. I ended up in a slave caravan and risked being raped just for this. My turn, Goliath said, setting the pitcher down. Was it you who killed the old slave and one of my men? He asked with the same terrifyingly steady emphasis he'd shown so far. Yes, Sunny replied without flinching. There was no point in lying, the champion of war had already deduced the truth. Even if Sunny denied it, Goliath could simply summon Oro to the tent to testify. In this no man's land, the master before him was the only true law. If Sunny hadn't faced the consequences yet, it was because Goliath had other plans. Well? Now that you know, how do you intend to punish me? Sunny asked immediately, crossing his arms. He fought to keep any flicker of fear or anxiety from cracking his porcelain mask. Goliath took a sip, allowing a brief, agonizing silence to stretch between them. Then, wiping his mouth with agonizing slowness, he looked at Sunny for a beat. Punish you, he finally said. No. You've misunderstood, boy. I have no intention of punishing you. In fact, I want to thank you. Thank me? Why on earth would you thank me? Sunny asked, gesturing to himself in disbelief. Goliath tilted his head slightly. That would be 2 questions in a row, but I'll let it slide, provided I get to ask 2 of my own afterward. Sunny gave a curt nod. His opponent wasn't playing dirty, if anything, he was using blunt honesty to force Sunny to lower his guard. You see, Goliath continued, the old slave you killed was the son of a high-ranking noble in the empire whose banner I carry. He was also that noble's brother. Oh, Sunny muttered. Then the realization hit. Oh. The man was disturbed. He was caught violating a child in the city slums. In the empire, the penalty for such acts is slavery. However, the noble being both his father and brother had connections. He bribed my second-in-command to protect the wretch during this campaign. The plan was to keep him alive until we reached a market, where the noble could simply buy his own blood back. No matter the world, some things never change, Sunny commented, his voice dripping with acid. Goliath nodded in grim agreement. I was disgusted by it. I had been planning a way to kill the man myself for some time. The problem was my honor. A general massacring a defenseless slave would cost me my position and the respect of my men. But then, you stepped in. Not only did you solve my problem, but you also reminded those lazy bastards on guard duty what happens when they slack off. You solved 2 headaches at once, boy. That is why I am grateful, and why I have no intention of denouncing you. I see, Sunny murmured, taking a small sip of his wine. The explanation was exhaustive. Now tell me, Goliath said, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Was that truly your first kill? Sunny sighed, the weight of his past both in the real world and this dream settling on his shoulders. No. The champion of war still had one more question in reserve. Then when was your first time? Sunny didn't answer immediately. He stared into his wooden goblet, finding it empty. He tilted it toward the giant, a silent request for a refill. Goliath obliged, the dark, reddish liquor flowing slowly until it reached the brim. Sunny drained the goblet to the last drop, but the wine wasn't enough to wash away the sudden dryness in his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a short, bitter chuckle escaped him. Even if I told you, Sunny whispered, shaking his head, you wouldn't believe a word of it. Goliath ran a hand over his coarse beard, his gaze never wavering. Don't you think that's for me to decide? It wasn't a question, it was a challenge. Sunny crossed his arms again. Perhaps it was the wine dulling his caution, or perhaps he felt that the depths of a dream were the only safe place for a confession. So, he began to talk. Fine. What if I told you that you, your men, your beloved empire, and this very world are nothing but an echo? A nightmare dreamt by a god trapped in his own slumber? That the real you died centuries ago, maybe in a glorious battle or maybe starving under a bridge. That I am the only real thing here, and the moment I wake up or worse, die this entire ship goes down? Tell me, champion, would you believe that? Goliath stopped rubbing his beard. He blinked, the silence stretching between them. Nope, he said eventually, a small shake of his head. You were right. I don't believe you at all, boy. Sunny scoffed, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. See, he added, feigning a dejected sigh as if he hadn't seen it coming. I told you that you wouldn't believe me. It was a foregone conclusion. Expecting a puppet to acknowledge its own strings just because someone pointed them out was a fool's errand. But then... Wait a moment. What the hell am I doing? A terrifying realization struck him like a physical blow. Blood turned to ice in his veins, and a jagged shiver raced down his spine. His mind, usually sharp and guarded, suddenly felt like it was waking up from a thick, velvet fog. Something was horribly wrong. The very air in the tent felt surreal, heavy with a sweetness he hadn't noticed before. Since the moment he had crossed the threshold, his guard had lowered, inch by inch, until he'd allowed himself the suicidal luxury of relaxing his muscles. Goliath had been too calm, too accommodating from the start, as if he were making Sunny dance on the palm of his hand without the boy even noticing the rhythm. And his voice, it was too hauntingly pleasant. Too magnetic. Too friendly. Sunny's eyes darted around the tent. Instinctively, his suspicions fell on the wine. He remembered with a jolt of panic how the original Sunless had once made a catastrophic mistake because of a drunken error that had haunted him for the rest of his story. No. If Goliath had really drugged me, the fog would have set in after I drank. But this... I've been slipping since the moment I stepped inside. Boy, I am still waiting for your answer. The champion of war's voice, patient and steady, pulled him back to the present. Sunny looked at his antagonist with newfound dread. Quickly, he summoned his runes. If he couldn't trust his own senses, perhaps the spell could give him a hint. Dash. Name, Sunless. True name. Rank, aspirant. Soul core, dormant. Dash. Everything seemed to be in order. Everything seemed to be good. His eyes scanned down the shimmering lines of light, past the familiar ranks, until they landed on his attributes. Attributes: Shadow Weave, Spark of Divinity, Shadow Spawn, the Heart. His breath hitched. The word burned into his vision, mocking his supposed cleverness. Attribute: Enthralled. Chapter 18, Chapter 17 Child of Heart. Attribute: Enthralled. Sunny stared at the runes of that nefarious attribute as if he were looking into the maw of an eldritch horror. He knew exactly what it meant. Anyone familiar with the story knew what an enthralling did. It was a mental assault, a subtle, imperceptible, and total brainwashing that slowly dissolved your ego until you were nothing more than a hollow puppet, a vessel void of will. Boy, we had an agreement. Your answer? Goliath pressed, his voice cutting through Sunny's spiraling thoughts. Though eerily calm, the giant could no longer fully mask his rising impatience. Sunny looked at the master before him with a fresh, visceral terror. He didn't think. He didn't strategize. He simply acted. Lunging forward, Sunny jammed both hands beneath the heavy wooden table, heaving it upward with every ounce of strength he possessed. Goliath, caught completely off guard by the sudden outburst, watched in disbelief as the entire spread of dinner and finery collapsed toward him. Fresh meat and dark wine cascaded over the champion. Sunny didn't stay to watch. He spun on his heel, bolting for the exit with a desperate, frantic energy. He was mere inches from the threshold when a massive hand clamped onto his crimson mantle. With a violent jerk, Sunny was hauled back into the depths of the tent and flung through the air, his body slamming hard against the flat of the great sword propped against the side. The massive blade fell over with a heavy, metallic thud. Sunny hit the ground a second later. Fortunately, the leather armor absorbed the brunt of the impact, saving his ribs. He scrambled to find his footing, but before he could even draw a breath, a hand clamped around his throat, pinning him flat against the floor. Sunny clawed at the giant's fingers, his legs thrashing in a vain attempt to break free. Looking up, he saw the champion of war looming over him. Despite being drenched in spilled wine and scraps of food, Goliath remained unsettlingly, ethereally calm. His grip wasn't tight enough to crush Sunny's windpipe. He could still breathe, but it was an immovable iron shackle that allowed no escape. "You, liar! You bastard! You aren't even from the Empire, are you? You've lied to me this whole time. You aren't a child of war, you're of heart." Sunny spat, his voice a jagged snarl. He thrashed against the floor, accusing his captor of every false premise of friendship as he struggled to break the iron grip. The lingering fog of the enthrallment had finally shattered. Goliath laughed, a deep, booming sound filled with genuine delight. "Oh, boy," he said, his composed mask finally beginning to hairline fracture. "I don't believe you're in any position to demand anything. But why not? I'm feeling generous today. You are right that I am not of war. However, you are dead wrong about the rest. I have not lied to you, not once." Sunny stared at the champion in utter disbelief. The master's gaze held no trace of deceit, yet every instinct Sunny possessed screamed at him to trust nothing. "I did not lie when I told you I buried your woman with her honor intact," Goliath began, his voice steadying. "A warrior's dignity must never be stained, not even in death. Nor did I lie when I said I wished to thank you for solving that headache with the old slave. I must admit, your luck is otherworldly. Had you murdered anyone else, before or after him, I would have been forced to execute you on the spot. And I certainly wasn't joking when I said I was waiting for your answer, boy. In fact, I truly hope it is what I think it is." He concluded with a grin that revealed the raw, naked bloodlust befitting a general of war. Sunny listened, doubting every syllable. He could believe the part about Thene. He'd overheard guards whispering about it while drifting in and out of consciousness, but the rest felt like a masterfully woven tapestry of truths and half-lies. Even if the giant was being honest, Sunny couldn't afford to believe it. Goliath wasn't finished yet. "Truth be told, if you hadn't caught my interest the moment I saw you at the Shadow Temple, I wouldn't have even bothered putting you in chains. I would have let you slip away with the other survivors. Even a man like me finds the Empire's slave trade repulsive. Believe me. That is why I always release the women, children, and the elderly. They only slow us down, and lust saps the strength of my soldiers' energy that belongs solely to the conflict." As he spoke of slavery, Goliath's voice shifted. The eerie calm evaporated, replaced by a low, vibrating rage. "And what exactly are you implying when you say I caught your interest?" Sunny asked. He stopped struggling, though he didn't lower his guard for a second. Goliath chuckled. "In my clash with the Priestess of Shadows at the temple, I used my enthralling to put you to sleep, fearing you might interfere. But something was wrong. No matter how hard I pressed, I couldn't break you. The best I could do was chain you with fear, a crushing sense of helplessness to keep you still." Sunny froze. A white-hot fury bubbled up in his chest. He hadn't been a coward, he had been made to believe he was one. Slowly, his hands went limp against the floor. "When I discovered that the heart flowed through your veins despite you being a creature of shadow, I grew curious. So, I looked into the depths of your soul while you held your dying woman when you were at your most vulnerable. What I saw then nearly blinded me, a shadow so vast it could swallow the sun and the stars themselves." Shadow weave, Sunny thought instinctively. "So, as I asked you then, I ask you now, what do you intend to do? And by the gods, I hope your answer is to kill me. Because one day, I wish to face that shadow in a duel to the death, and I intend to savor every single second of the slaughter." Goliath's crimson eyes flared with a manic, intense light. Sunny shivered. Only now did the sheer scale of the man's madness become clear. Goliath wasn't just a battle-hardened fanatic, he was a maniac of war to his very marrow. He didn't just seek targets, he cultivated his own executioners. If he released slaves, if he kept Sunny alive, it wasn't out of honor or mercy. Goliath was gambling on the chance that they would grow strong, fueled by hate, and return for vengeance, all just to feed his hunger for the ecstasy of slaughter. His war had no end, no higher purpose, and no desire for life. But why? Why would a child of heart people known for peace and cultivation crave this hell? The questions swirled in Sunny's mind, but he knew no answer was coming. Goliath was a child of heart, baptized in the blood of war. An anomaly among his people, and a traitor to everything they represented. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the room. Neither of them moved. Slowly, Goliath released his hold on the boy's throat, leaving no marks behind. The giant straightened up, standing before Sunny with his usual stoic calm, the image of a benevolent commander once more. Sunny rose slowly, his gaze fixed on the floor as he found his footing. His expression was as unreadable as it was vacant. For a moment, they simply stood there, face to face. Both wore the same leather armor and the same crimson mantle, yet the alloys of their mail differed, and their capes billowed with distinct, clashing intensities. "My turn," Goliath said finally, watching the boy stand tall. "Well then, your answer." Sunny didn't make him wait. He quietly lifted his head. Their eyes met the champion of war, a flickering, evanescent crimson, the shadow, an unfathomable abyss. "You disgust me," Sunny said. Goliath blinked. He was genuinely taken aback. Then, he let out a rich, hearty laugh. "Ah! I disgust you? You have spine, boy. No one has ever dared to spit such foul words at me." He spoke with a cheerful, almost playful tone, but his grin remained wicked. "You know," Sunny added, his voice cold and steady, "when I first walked into this tent, a part of me thought, this man possesses a mythical, magnetic strength. He radiates a stoic presence. Only now do I realize I was blinded by a delusion." There was no fear left in his eyes. No respect. No awe. Sunny was looking at the master before him the way one observes a parasitic tick. This time, the words began to pierce the champion's armor of pride. "I thought you were imposing, but you're just petulant. Worse, you're rotten to the core. There is no limit to your greed, you are a black hole devouring everything until you collapse under your own mass. A selfish wretch who thinks only of his own satisfaction." Goliath laughed louder, more amused than ever. "Selfish." He gestured to himself with his lone hand. "You honor me, boy. Don't you know that the greatest men were, first and foremost, great egoists?" "That would be two questions in a row," Sunny noted sharply. "But let's not belabor the obvious. Yes, they were egoists. But their selfishness served a goal at the end of their path. You have no destination. You spin around a center of gravity you built out of a spiral of murder and carnage, no peace, no end. You prate about honor and values, but it's a pathetic, ridiculous facade. You have no honor. You have no purpose. You are as hollow and unsustainable as the iron of your great sword. Incapable of finding peace, incapable of living outside your own circle of blood. You want me to kill you? So be it, Goliath, champion of war, child of heart." Sunny spat the titles with blatant mockery. "But know this. There will be no epic battle. No honor. No joy. There will only be you, begging me, pleading for an end to your agony. You will spend your final moments repenting for every sin, thinking of your creators in the afterlife who will look down upon you with nothing but overflowing disappointment. This is not a promise, Goliath. It's simply your unavoidable solace." The silence returned, but this time it was different. The champion of war did not retort, his mask of calm finally shattered. Sunny's words had bruised him deeper than any blade could. Wounded in his pride, Goliath unleashed his enthralling once more, intending to crush the boy under a weight of visceral terror and excruciating pain. It had no effect. Now that Sunny saw his enemy for what he truly was, the man could no longer inspire fear. His lineage's shadow weave and the heart clashed against the mental assault, blocking it entirely. It was an unstoppable force hitting an immovable object. An unyielding wall of shadows that blotted out the sun. A force that had long ago lost its luster. To an outside observer, it looked as though the world was about to end. Who would move first? Neither. In the very next instant, a massive seismic jolt rocked the earth, sending them both staggering to the ground as the world began to scream. Chapter 19, Chapter 18 The Darkest Night, 1. The earth shuddered. The tremor was brief but violent, enough to send both Sunny and Goliath staggering, forced to brace themselves just to stay upright. They rose at the same time, their eyes locking in mutual disbelief. Their silent glares posed the exact same question: what just happened? The biting tension that had suffocated the tent moments ago was instantly replaced by a fleeting, sharp confusion. Goliath wasted no time. He lunged for his trusted blade on the floor, brushing past Sunny without a word. With his great sword gripped tight, the champion of war stepped toward the exit to witness the source of the upheaval. It was total chaos. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. The only sources of light and warmth were the scattered campfires and mounted torches flickering against the encroaching dark. A horde of abominations corrupted, nightmare creatures had encircled the camp in a tightening vice. The soldiers had scrambled to respond, forming a desperate wall of spears, attempting to hold a unified front against the tide. But the warriors were losing ground, and losing it fast. Goliath turned for a moment to look back at the boy, but found only vacancy. On the floor lay a suit of leather armor and a discarded crimson mantle, abandoned where they fell. Of the shadow, there was not even a shadow. Goliath's lips curled into a delighted grin. "I will see you on the battlefield, then," he whispered, his voice thick with euphoria, tasting the coming slaughter before a single drop of blood had been spilled. He licked his lips in sublime anticipation and crossed the threshold. The wind, sliced by the edge of the great sword resting across his shoulders, caught his crimson mantle and brown hair, snapping them behind him like banners against a white canvas. Soon, the mountain snow would be painted red. The night would be set ablaze by the sparks of clashing steel and claws. The stillness of dusk would be shattered by the agonizing screams of a battlefield where slaves, warriors, and monsters bled as one. Oro sat with his squad mates around a flickering campfire. The sky had bled from crimson to a pale blue before finally settling into an intense, vibrating black. Around him, the other soldiers ate and drank in weary solidarity, their bodies heavy with the exhaustion of another day spent scaling the frozen mountain paths. But Oro carried a different kind of mountain upon his heart. He sat with his head bowed, staring at a small emerald prism wrapped in a tattered, old handkerchief. It was a gift Orphni had given to each of the 9 before they parted ways. Oro had wanted to call it a lucky charm, but the others had reprimanded him sternly the moment the word left his lips. In this world, luck was a foul omen, a cursed concept. They had made him promise never to utter that wretched term again. He traced the green glow of the glass and the runes the huntress had etched into it. The words of the shadow demon still echoed in his skull, digging into his heart like rain-eroding stone. "You are all slaves to fate." The sentence had taken root. His breath was shallow, his eyes bloodshot. "Are we really doing the right thing?" Oro whispered to himself. The laughter of the other soldiers, though only a few feet away, felt like echoes from a distant galaxy. He pulled the pendant close to his chin, clinging to the warmth of the memory it held. Why did we decide to kill the gods? Whose idea was it to begin with? Doubt had become a tangled knot, a tourniquet tightening around his neck. He was haunted by the mortifying suspicion that the shadow had been right. Meanwhile, around him, the men were deep in a discussion of significant gravity. And that, my friends, is why I am my own grandpa. Bro. I just asked if you wanted more soup. Not a 7-minute lecture on that circular mess you call a family tree. Okay, either the wine is hitting me hard, or the eye floating in my broth just winked at me. Guys, there's a hair in my bowl. What do I do? Ask for its name. If you hit it off, ask her out on a date. And remember your dear friend. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shook the earth. It sent pots of scalding soup flying and threw the camp into a panic. Something immense had fallen from the sky, bringing the end of the world with it. The laughter of the soldiers died instantly, the idle chatter around the campfires was severed as if by a blade. Oro finally looked up. With trembling fingers, he rewrapped his prism in its tattered cloth and shoved the bundle into the small pocket beneath his belt. He turned his gaze toward the slave pens, the epicenter of that bone-shaking thud. Then, a bestial shriek shattered the silence of the night. Panic flared among the common conscripts, but the awakened within the ranks didn't hesitate. They sprang to their feet, reaching for their weapons in a single, fluid motion. Seeing their leaders stand, the rest of the legion followed suit, their training overriding their terror as they scrambled to form up. The army closed ranks, weaving themselves into a series of tight, concentric circles. As the first wave of slaves came screaming out of the darkness, fleeing whatever monstrosity was hunting them, the mountain chill sharpened. A biting fear, mixed with a frigid, desperate fervor, rippled through the battalion. From every direction, an army of corrupted creatures emerged. They were nightmares of razor-sharp claws, tentacles thick enough to snap ancient trunks, and maws capable of grinding steel. These were the masters of the mountain, scavengers of the peaks come to feast on the flame of desire burning within their souls. They had come to feed, but the men did not intend to die. The soldiers of the outermost circle leveled their spears, the awakened shifting to the front to take the brunt of the impact. In the second circle, the lighter infantry raised their pole arms higher, aiming for the eyes and throats of the oncoming swarm. At the core, archers and crossbowmen stood ready, bolts notched and strings taut. Oro stood in the front line. His palm felt slick against the hard wood of his spear. With his free hand, he reached for the pocket at his waist, clutching Orphne's gift through the fabric. As his fingers closed around the prism, his mind snapped into a cold, sharp lucidity. The enemy was only paces away now. The screeching of their maws pierced his ears, and their foul, carrion stench filled the lungs of the first circle. Oro took one last breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, the massacre of the Black Mountain had begun. Goliath cut through the battlefield like a juggernaut in full stride. His crimson mantle whipped through the air, stained by the spray of ichor and blood he left in his wake, while the smaller monsters shattered against his black plate armor like waves against a cliff. Even with the absence of his right arm, his great sword traced lethal, rhythmic arcs through the dark, shearing through the flesh of the corrupted as if it were mere parchment. Beyond the flickering halo of the torches and campfires lay a world of absolute shadows, brought forth by the mountain night. It didn't take the champion of war long to locate his men. They were locked in a desperate, frantic resistance. To his seasoned eyes, the tactical situation was clear. The legion had formed up by the book, successfully repelling the first wave of dormant vermin. But the second wave had shattered their ranks with brutal efficiency. Awakened rank creatures ranging from beasts to hulking demons had crashed into the line with unnatural fervor. The archers had been forced into a chaotic retreat, and many in the middle ranks lay broken, trampled by the swarm or devoured alive. Only the awakened soldiers were holding the line, their resistance flickering like dying embers. A few paces away, Goliath spotted the rookie. Oro had just snapped his spear inside the gullet of an awakened monster and was now hacking away with his short sword, his grip slipping as the hilt became slick with gore. Nearby, the infantry's arrows hissed through the air, piercing the hides of the beasts only to snag uselessly in their thick muscle. Suddenly, a beast lunged from the shadows behind Oro. The boy didn't turn in time, he could already smell the carrion breath of the creature as its maws unhinged to claim him. But before it could strike, a slab of black iron descended. The impact pulverized the monster, sending tons of snow and shattered earth geysering into the air. The beast's blood sprayed across the clearing, drenching Oro's leather armor. Oro looked up, gasping for air, and found his general looming over him. "Not a bad blood baptism, rookie?" The champion of war looked down at Oro with a grin of grim satisfaction, his crimson eyes glowing like the embers of the dying fires. Goliath stood upon the field like a lion atop a ridge, surveying the savannah as a king surveys his domain. "Men," he roared. His voice, a thunderous peal that shook the very air, struck the hearts of his soldiers. "Stand! Tonight, the gods themselves are our witnesses. The blessing of the war god guides your blades. Forget who you were, forget where you came from, savor this moment. Glory is breathing down your necks." At his words, the broken line surged. The archers fired with a renewed, frantic rhythm. The crossbowmen reloaded with trembling speed. Even the wounded found the strength to rise. The blood of the legionaries began to boil, burning as hot as the sun. The counterattack had begun. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. The Darkest Night, 2. The wind howled, cold and eternal, along the jagged flank of the Black Mountain. Above, the full moon hung like a pale, indifferent deity. Along the ancient mountain road, hemmed in by a ring of fire, men and abominations tore at one another. War cries merged with the roars of beasts in a symphony of crimson spray and shrieking steel. The ash from the campfires drifted inexorably to the ground, the snow had long since lost its pristine whiteness, and the hourglass had seen its sands turn 120 times. Yet, the dawn was still so damnably far away. Amidst this organic feud, a shadow danced. Swift and feral, it leaped from one front of the battlefield to the other like a gust of wind, as if the night itself had blessed it with the gift of invisibility. Where others lost themselves in the gloom of dusk, he found a home. "You have slain an awakened human. You have received a memory, deplorable dagger. God damn it! That was a close call." Sonny grunted, shoving the corpse of the enemy off him. If not for that fortuitous collision, he would currently be chest-deep in the gastric juices of some mountain beast. Dash. Name, Sunless. True name. Rank, Aspirant. Soul core, Dormant. Memories, Silver Bell, Deplorable Dagger. Echoes. Dash. Sonny had already received the Silver Bell after killing that sentry the night before. But since beating enemies to death with a bell is notoriously ineffective, he'd been forced to defend himself with whatever he could scrounge, weapons from the fallen, carcasses to hide under, and even stones or snowballs to distract his foes. Scrambling to his feet without giving the runes of his new memory a second glance, Sonny summoned the deplorable dagger. In an instant, a cluster of sparks condensed in his right hand, forming a curved black blade with a wide profile. The hilt was wrapped in vivid red bandages, the edge was serrated like a serpent, while the spine remained perfectly smooth. Finally, a weapon. Armed with the black steel, Sonny threw himself back into the fray. The shadows, his only true allies, swallowed him whole. "Lose!" Goliath roared at the infantry behind him, his great sword wedged deep into the maws of a lunging demon to keep its snapping jaws at bay. No arrows came. The champion of war was forced back by the sheer momentum of the creature, a frenzied, clawed monstrosity. Refusing to yield another inch, the giant delivered a thunderous headbutt, the impact of his head cracking the beast's skull and sending it reeling back several yards. "I said, loose!" This time, the volley shrieked through the air. Goliath threw his crimson mantle over his shoulder and dropped to one knee, a practiced motion that allowed the wave of arrows to clear the abominations surrounding him. The shafts hissed past like angry hornets in midsummer, burying themselves in the hides of the beasts, though the tips struggled to bite deep into the abomination's muscle. Goliath rose, resting the flat of his blade against his knee. "Something is wrong," he muttered. The support was lagging. His voice had carried across battlefields far vaster than this mountain pass. There was no reason for the delay. Goliath had plunged into the thickest cluster of the enemy to savor the slaughter and, theoretically, to draw the pressure away from his men. But the strategy was beginning to fray. It wasn't that his soldiers lacked leadership. They were veterans of a dozen campaigns. Usually, as the general spearheaded the assault, the awakened officers coordinated the ranks, using him as a living battering ram. It was a symphony of violence that allowed him his ecstasy while keeping the legion functional. No, the true problem was the distance and the encroaching gloom. Someone was putting out the lights. The battle against the corrupted had hit a stalemate that shouldn't exist. Both sides were hemorrhaging lives, but the pitch-black night made it impossible to see a hand's breadth away. And through that darkness, something or someone was flickering. Goliath couldn't pin it down. A presence would bloom at the edge of his perception only to vanish like a phantom. Or a shadow. A malicious grin tugged at Goliath's lips. "Once I'm done here," he whispered to an opponent who couldn't hear him, "buried somewhere in the shifting front, it will be your turn." A pack of dormant and awakened beasts surged toward him, arrow shafts bristling from their bodies like jagged quills. Goliath swung his great sword in a devastating horizontal arc, bisecting the swarm in a single, fluid strike. He had to put more weight into his legs than his arms. The loss of his right limb threw his balance off terribly, forcing him to fight the very physics of his own body. Goliath pressed on. An awakened monster lunged from the dark, but his blade, tracing a line through the red-stained snow, rose from the ground up, cleaving the creature in two. The carnage continued. Oro was having a truly wretched time. Rolling to the side, he barely evaded a massive, flailing limb intended to crush him by sheer mass alone. Springing back up, he lashed out with his sword, carving a jagged red line along the creature's flank. The legion was losing its cohesion. The grand coordination that usually defined them had evaporated. Now, every squad held its own isolated front, collapsing inward and unable to support their neighbors. It had devolved into a frantic every man for himself, where the risk of friendly fire was as high as the threat from the monsters. The pitch-black night and the gore slicking both his blade and the earth offered no mercy. More than once, his inexperience had nearly cost him his life, his boots slipping on the blood-soaked snow, his grip faltering on a hilt drenched in slime. The blindness imposed by the shadows felt like a cruel, ironic curse. "You must be enjoying this, aren't you, Shadow?" Oro thought with a manic, bitter edge to his mind. He was thinking of the shadow brat from this morning, the same one who had borrowed his dagger yesterday. Shifting his weight, Oro parried a treacherous strike lunging from the abyss. Trusting his instincts over his eyes, he executed a rising diagonal slash that severed a limb. Unable to see his foe in the gloom, he scrambled back toward his squad to keep his rear guarded. Fragments of lessons from the Nine flickered through his mind like tattered film. "If you cannot rely on your eyes, follow the pull of your gut," Alethea had told him. "If you're surrounded and in a group, try your best not to all die at the exact same time," Eury's had grumbled. "Oro," Orphne had explained, her voice grave, "when you see a horde of corrupted creatures made of beasts, monsters, and even demons, know that the devils are lurking close behind. And mark my words, when the devils appear, a tyrant is holding the leash." Oro's eyes widened in sudden, cold realization. As he fought tooth and nail with his dwindling squad, the truth hit him harder than a physical blow. It's true. Their commander hasn't shown its face yet. Until now, despite being divided, the Legion had managed the counter-offensive without catastrophic losses. Only now did he realize that this was merely the appetizer. When a tyrant commands the field, the creatures beneath it from devils on down only reveal their true, terrifying potential once the trap is sprung. The real enemy was out there, submerged in the lightless void beyond the ring of fire, waiting for the prey to exhaust itself before making its move. "Where are you?" Oro whispered, his eyes darting frantically, hoping against hope to catch a glimpse of the enemy general. Suddenly, a new sound tore through the night, a cry so foul it seemed to poison the air itself. It wasn't a roar or a shriek, it was a rhythmic, dissonant wail that vibrated in the marrow of their bones, a sound of ancient, starving malice. At that exact moment, miles apart yet bound by the same chill, a shadow, a veteran, and a hero all turned toward the same dark horizon. The dawn became suddenly a feverish dream. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. The darkest night, 3. It happened all at once. 2/4 of the night had already slipped past the horizon. The Black Mountain stood watch over the battlefield, silent and immovable, while beyond its jagged peaks, an unfathomable void seemed to swallow the world. The wind howled with a biting chill, and the embers of the campfires once a defiant orange had been choked out, leaving only a suffocating, pitch-black veil over the battle. The warmth had surrendered to the biting cold brought by the wind, only the gold and silver of the distant stars dared to pierce the absolute darkness of the night. On the front lines, men and monsters tore into one another, screeching iron met roaring fangs, blood mingled with blood, and the once pristine snow had become a canvas of vivid, grisly hues. Another quarter had just passed. It was then that a new cry of death pierced the meridian of the already frenzied night. From the absolute darkness, 7 new abominations emerged. Their figures were caught in the pale, sickly light of the moon as if they had been birthed from the shadows in that very instant. Each possessed 4 eyes, white as milk, glowing in the gloom. Their maws hung partially agape, revealing teeth as sharp as razors, while a viscous saliva dripped from their fangs like cooling lava. They were covered in sickly, dark yellow fur, supported by 2 squat legs and 4 arms. The upper pair were long, ending in horrific bone claws, the lower pair were shorter, tipped with fingers that looked unsettlingly human. Awakened devils. In the center of their crescent formation loomed another being. This one stood 4 meters tall, its fur a richer, more regal gold than that of its subjects. Its spine was inhumanly hunched forward, and it stared with 5 eyes, 5 luminous, white points of light, far too beautiful to belong to such a nightmare. An awakened tyrant. The Mountain King. Waiting to welcome this new horde was a monster of a different kind, a beast wearing a human skin. Goliath turned his head. Behind him lay only a path paved with the blood and viscera of his fallen foes, stretching back into an impenetrable darkness. Tisk, he snorted, I suppose I'll have to do this without the cover. Turning his gaze back toward the enemy general, his lips curled upward in a grin of pure, manic enthusiasm. He spun his great sword, shaking off the encrusted gore, and leveled the point toward the sky. Glory! He spoke the word like a prayer and hurled himself back into the struggle. Further down the line, Oro and the remnants of the Legion found themselves facing another horde of awakened devils, their white eyes multiplying in the dark like a spreading plague. So, the final act of the Battle of the Black Mountain began. Meanwhile, on the jagged periphery of the battlefield, a young man moved through the abyss, swift and solitary. The mountain's frozen bite turned every breath into fire within his lungs, while beads of sweat crystallized into needles of ice against his pale skin. The shadows veiled his paces upon his wake. His body, light as a feather, did not even mar the layer of snow beneath his feet. Such was his nature as a shadow spawn. Suddenly, his stride faltered. Sunny stared into the void stretching endlessly before him. His eyes of pure onyx, capable of piercing even the most ancient shadows, saw the path to the summit of the Black Mountain as clearly as if it were bathed in the midday sun. There, the temple of a long-forgotten god awaited. There, his nightmare would finally reach its end. Turning his back, Sunny watched the slaughter between men and monsters rage on, bloody and merciless. The two fronts were annihilating one another in the dark. There was no longer any practical need for him to take part. Sunny glanced down at the deplorable dagger gripped in his right hand. The blade had drunk its fill of blood tonight. Dash. Memory, deplorable dagger. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, weapon. Memory enchantments, treacherous. Memory description, there is no glory in pursuing an endless struggle. Only those who seek life beyond war truly live up to the name of war. Dash. Salvation lay a single step ahead, ruin lay 100 paces behind. The path was open, safe. It was over. Yet, his heart wavered. But why? Why did the choice to flee now feel so wrong? The cynical voice of the Jiminy Cricket mocked. After all, the easy road, the downward path is never the right choice, am I wrong? Sunny snorted, a smirk of madness filled his dry lips. Then, I suppose I've learned nothing at all. Because here I am, taking the downward path once again. Sunny took a single step forward. As he drowned himself back into the struggle, behind him, the shadows followed his wake. Pitch-black snakes coiling around his shade like a blessing. Sunny held no master plan. No default strategy. He had only one mandate: survive. Yet, right now, the fire burning inside him overshadowed even the mightiest of the star. A demon of spite who refused to left without keeping his promises. Something was fundamentally wrong. 7 more awakened devils had surged into the fray, tearing into the remnants of the legion. One of them had just collapsed at the hero's feet, stone dead. And yet, it had not fallen by the edge of his blade. Oro of the 9 stared at the 4-armed corpse before him in utter disbelief. Around him, the shrieks of men and the guttural roars of beasts collided in the furnace of the night. The hero looked around, consumed by a gnawing sense of helplessness. The shadows themselves seemed to mock the incredulity and paranoia etching his noble features. How is this possible? Oro asked himself. How can a mere human, even one favored by shadows, strike down an aberration that even the awakened among our ranks fail to hold at bay alone? Was the boy a vessel for some deity? Did he belong to a domain hostile to the 9? Or? Questions spun aimlessly in the hero's mind, finding no sanctuary. Instinct snapped him back. Oro lunged, his sword flashing to parry a jagged claw lunging from the abyss to his left. He rolled backward, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of his new assailant. Springing to his feet, Oro charged forward, a battle cry swelling in his lungs. There was no room for respite, the battle was far from over. Clang! A massive slab of iron swept in a wide horizontal arc, slicing through the night in its entirety. Ravenous maws and feral claws lunged toward the champion of war, but they met only cold, unyielding steel. A second strike came from behind, shredding the crimson fabric of his mantle. With a thunderous headbutt, Goliath sent one attacker sprawling several yards away. With a vicious lash of his greatsword, he severed the long, skeletal bone claw of an awakened devil. His flank was wide open. The Mountain King did not miss the opening. A cold shiver pricked the back of Goliath's neck. The champion of war spun 180 degrees, his blade snapping up to parry a shard of metal aimed at his throat. The strike connected with a sharp ring against the flat of his greatsword, but before his eyes could lock onto the silhouette of the weapon, it dissolved into a flurry of golden sparks. Immediately, a powerful backhand from the enemy general sent Goliath hurtling through the air, throwing him several meters back. The giant scrambled to rise, but his right knee buckled. He collapsed back into the frozen snow, now a slush of blood and viscera. You little! He snarled. This was the 7th time that Mongrel had struck from the shadows the coward. 3 strikes had already found their mark, scoring his right leg and left flank. Each wound felt as though it were unstringing his muscles. The enemy general charged again, closing the gap in a few thundering strides, propelled by the combined power of its massive legs and 4 grasping arms. Goliath met the charge. His boots shattered the frozen earth as he heaved his great sword upward, the blade tearing through the soil and sending tons of snow geysering into the air. He was too slow. The Mountain King had more than enough time to sidestep the descending cleave and lash out, its claws raking across Goliath's ribs. Goliath twisted, barely catching the blow on his steel at the last possible second. The impact forced him back once more, his feet carving deep trenches into the crimson snow. His muscles were betraying him. And the night pressed on. You have slain. You have slain. Again. Sunny moved through the collision of monsters and soldiers as if possessed, a phantom at work in the deepening gloom. Striking from the periphery of vision, he watched his enemies collapse one after another. You have slain. You have slain. You have slain. His muscles screamed for mercy, his fresh wounds burned and bled, but adrenaline had long since seized the helm. His heart hammered against his ribs like a relentless, overclocked engine. Against dormant adversaries, any discarded blade or shattered spear scavenged from the mud was enough. But when an awakened creature or man loomed before him, the enchantment of the deplorable dagger did the heavy lifting. Treacherous enchantment description: when this blade tastes flesh, it shall wither the enemy's strength piece by piece, stripping away the will to fight until only the void remains. You have slain. 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 And give me a memory, you piece of. Sunny never stayed still. A strike to the spine, a sprint into the dark, a momentary retreat. The enemies fell in a rhythmic, bloody cadence. They had reached the final verses of the battle. Time flowed on, relentless and indifferent, much like the blood that now saturated the earth. One by one, the stars began to fade, flickering out in perfect cadence with the lives being extinguished like candles in a gale. Steel clashed against steel, fangs sank deep into yielding flesh, and death danced to the rhythm of breaking souls until, at last, only silence remained. Oro moved through a blur of silver and iron, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, his blade met only thin air. He spun, searching the gloom, but found no one left to strike. Was he the last man standing? Where had everyone gone? Where were the corrupted? And his men, where were his men? The questions echoed in the void of the mountain pass, unanswered. Then, without warning, a new color bled into the horizon. The pale, hesitant light of the sun began to reclaim the world, returning a warmth the night had long since forgotten. But as the dawn stripped away the safety of the shadows, the sight that greeted Oro made him stagger, his knees hitting the gore-stained snow. Dawn had finally come, but the nightmare wasn't over. The shadows suddenly rose, almost eager to swallow the world on its wake. In the distance, a silhouette stood, covering the fragile, golden rays of the rising sun. The boy did not just obscure the dawn, he devoured it, plunging the mountain pass back into an artificial eclipse. Chapter 22, Chapter 21. The shadows rose at dawn. The wind whistled loudly. Dawn had finally came, returning a warmth that the night had long since forgotten. The bronze rays of the rising sun rested upon the eyes of the fallen like funeral coins, while golden light crowned the survivors of the night. Yet, the mantle of snow was as eternal as the mountain that wore it. Goliath, the champion of war, was kneeling on the ground. His massive frame sank into the red snow, as rivers of blood flowing from countless wounds across his body painted the canvas beneath him with vivid, grisly hues. His black armor was shattered. His crimson cloak, a tattered rag. His lone left arm still gripped the hilt of his great sword. The weapon lay heavy against the snow, its iron blending into the jagged landscape. At last, the blade seemed to weigh exactly as much as it appeared. Goliath stared at the Mountain King. Both stood motionless facing each other. His bloodshot crimson eyes locked onto 5 milky orbs that were unable of witnessing the glow of the dawn. The enemy generals had all been defeated. But when had it happened? When had the champion of war delivered the killing blow? The two combatants remained in a deathly stalemate. Neither dared to move. Then, thump! The Mountain King collapsed. The tyrant's corpse hit the white expanse, falling right before the giant's incredulous gaze. Looking up, behind the fallen king, the rising sun was scaling the mountain slopes to take its throne upon the peaks. The shadows rose with its every step, deeper and hungrier than ever. And there, standing atop the body of the Mountain King, a silhouette suddenly arose. As the dawn reluctantly claimed the horizon, a single shadow detached itself from the creeping light, ascending high above the corpse of the Mountain King. It rose not alone, but joined in a terrifying convergence by countless others, shadows weaving together into a towering monolith. The silhouette did not just stand, it commanded the light itself to yield. The towering obsidian shroud devoured the very heart of the young day, plunging the mountain pass back into an artificial, predatory twilight, a perfect, silent eclipse. From within that manufactured gloom, two single onyx eyes ignited, staring down at the ruin below. They held neither joy nor sorrow. They held only a calm, ethereal solace. Death took flesh and had come to claim what was rightfully his. You have slain an awakened tyrant, Mountain King. You have received a memory, Puppeteer's Shroud. Thank you, spell. It was about time you deigned to give me a new memory. Solitary and silent, a shadow descended, gliding down the spine of the Mountain King. Sunny's footsteps were ghost echoes against the frozen snow mantle. As he stepped away from the carcass, a suit of dark grey armor layered with charcoal fabric and matte leather materialized in a swirl of white sparks, condensing around his frame. Sunny walked toward Goliath with a calm, calculated cadence. When he reached the giant, his steps skipped to a halt. Watching the boy descend from the tyrant's corpse and approach him with such unhurried grace, the champion of war couldn't help but laugh. A manic, booming laugh that shattered the fragile quiet of the amber dawn. Look at that, Goliath jeered, a cruel grin twisting his features as he met the boy's gaze. It seems the gods finally gave you a pair. Goliath tried to shift his weight, to lift his massive greatsword one last time, but his strength had bled out into the snow's cold bite. So, Sunny spoke with unnerving stillness. His face betrayed neither hatred nor satisfaction. Are you ready to beg? Goliath laughed again, the force of it agonizing, reopening the jagged wounds across his chest. You want to kill me, boy? Fine, then. You're welcome to try. But let me give you a piece of advice, if you're going to kill me, make sure you do it right. With a final, defiant snarl, the champion of war unleashed the full, sheer magnitude of his enthralling. A crushing spiritual pressure slammed into Sunny, an invisible weight designed to force him to his knees, to break his will. But Sunny did not waver. He remained standing still, his spine straight, his resolve unyielding. His black eyes, two windows facing an endless void, never left the crimson gaze of the master before him. Sunny raised the deplorable dagger. The blade shimmered, catching the warm, pale light of the rising sun. There was a breach in Goliath's armor, a jagged hole where his heart still pulsed with the flame of desire. Sunny took a single step forward and drove the point of the dagger deep into the opening. As the cold metal pierced the warm, rhythmic muscle of his heart, Goliath's smile did not vanish. Until the very end, the champion of war showed no fear, no regret, and no remorse for the life he had carved out of a world made of never-ending war. When Sunny wrenched the blade free, the giant slumped forward. His massive corpse collapsed into the blood-soaked snow, silent and still. Looking down at the body of his fallen foe, Sunny offered one final sentence. Find peace within me. This is the mercy of Shadow. Then, he turned and continued his walk, leaving behind the corpse of the child of heart resting on the white. Oro was in hell. Fear and despair had clawed deep furrows into his noble features. His eyes, fixed on the horizon, reflected the warm light of early morning, but around him, only the cold corpses of the fallen remained upon the frozen shroud of snow lining the old, jagged mountain path. The hero looked around, his gaze terror-stricken as he committed the broken bodies of his companions and the monsters to memory. His eyes snagged on a soldier who had perished in the frenzy of the night. In his stiffening hand, the corpse clutched a small horse carved from wood, a gift destined to remain buried in the snow. Oro forced himself up. His legs trembled, the blood in his veins turned to slush, and his spirit was at its breaking point. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dawn. A young man with hair and eyes as black as onyx, clad in a dark grey shroud. His face was a map of countless nicks and scratches earned throughout the night. In his right hand, he gripped a black dagger, its hilt wrapped in crimson bandages. The blade dripped, leaving a scarlet trail in the snow like a serpent slithering beside his shadow. Oro bared his teeth and leveled his sword, still encrusted with the gore of 100 monsters. It was you, wasn't it? He hissed. You led the abominations to the camp. You doused the lights and brought death to the legion. Answer me. The boy didn't speak. He simply approached with a terrifying, unhurried calm. "Stop," the hero barked. The boy halted. He smiled, slowly sliding his left hand behind his back. "What are you doing?" "Stop." Oro tightened his grip on the hilt, bracing for whatever sorcery the demon was about to unleash. When the boy's hand reappeared, it held a delicate silver bell, etched with intricate designs of mountains and seas. "Where were you hiding that thing?" Sunny rang the bell. A clear, ethereal chime rippled across the mountain, filling the remnants of the night with an enchanting melody. What was Oro's words died in his lips. Before the hero's incredulous eyes, the silver bell vanished into thin air. He stared at Sunny, suspicious and bewildered. "Tell me. What did you just do?" Oro demanded, tensing every muscle for an attack. But nothing happened. "What the hell?" Seeing Oro's confusion, Sunny laughed. It was a satisfied, delighted explosion of madness that rang in Oro's ears like a cacophony of scorn. "Ha ha ha! Why are you laughing?" Oro was livid. Sunny didn't stop. "Ha ha 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 ha!" He pressed his palm to his forehead, his head snapping back with the force of his mirth. "Why are you laughing?" Oro roared, his blood boiling with indignation. Sunny's laughter grew louder, wilder. "Ha ha 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 ha! Stop it now!" Oro threatened, mere inches from lunging to sever the boy's throat. Finally, the laughter died down. Sunny met Oro's gaze with a chilling composure, letting his hand slide down his chest. His expression was a mask of indecipherable intent. "Would you like to hear a story, Oro of the Nine?" he asked, letting the black dagger slip from his fingers to the snow, a deceptive sign of peace. "What?" For a moment, Oro lowered the tip of his blade, though his guard remained ironclad. Instinct told him this was merely the prelude. "You see," Sunny began, "there was once a frail-looking young man with pale skin, dark hair, and dark circles under his black eyes. Sadly, his life was coming to an end. Then he said, 'I must survive, to spite you all.'" Oro remained silent, failing to grasp the hidden meaning behind the words. Yet, deep down, something told him this was more than simple mockery. "Then I woke up, and I found myself to be that scrawny little brat. Only that, unlike the former, I don't have a heart to spite creation. Nor do I hold a soul that cannot forget a grudge. The world handed me a script, I was told to dance in a tragedy. The problem is, I have no intention of following a story that's already been written. So, guess what I intend to do?" Sunny paused, letting the wind caress his scarred, pale face. "What do you intend to do?" Oro asked, his curiosity finally overriding his rage. Sunny flashed a smile that only the most treacherous of demons could wear. "I must survive, to escape that tragedy. To flee a fate that only wants to see me thrashing in eternal misery, suffering cycle after cycle. I will stand at the peak of the world not as a king, not even as a despot, but to seize the very threads of fate that govern my life and tear them apart." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low, vibrating hum. "I want to be greedy to take what I desire without ever asking for permission. I want to be selfish to decide my own path without consulting a soul. I want to be prideful to be whatever pleases me without accounting to anyone. This is my will. This is my resolve. Because this..." He paused for a moment, the ghost of a shadow smirking from the depths of his onyx eyes. "Because this is my story now." Sunny fell silent. The shadows, perhaps the nightmare itself, welcomed his declaration with celebratory, cheerfully echoes, dancing in triumph around the hero and the shadow that had finally eclipsed him. Then, Sunny began to laugh once again. Chapter 23, Chapter 22 Witnesses of Tomorrow. The dawn was still shaking off the torpor and the rancid echoes of the past night. Under a pale amber light that bled across the horizon, a young man of noble features clad in tattered leather and a crimson mantle was running for his life, as if he were fleeing death itself. Or perhaps, one of its emissaries who ring the bell. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword with white-knuckled desperation. From the tip of the blade, a visceral substance dripped copiously, tracing a scarlet line that began at his right shoulder, ran down his arm, and marked the frantic path he had carved through the snow. Fear and despair hollowed out his noble face, his skin turning a sickly pallid hue from the blood he had lost. Along the jagged trail, the hero had encountered other feral beasts, the surviving sycophants of the Mountain King. With no other choice, Oro had been forced to cut his way through them, sustaining grievous wounds as the exhaustion of a night-long slaughter finally took its toll. Yet, by some unmerited grace or perhaps a twisted joke of fate, he was still alive. His ragged breath, met by the mountain's frozen bite, erupted from his mouth in thick plumes of white vapor. His armor grew heavier with every step, his limbs turning to lead, while the surrounding shadows seemed to fester at his passing. The shadows mocked him relentlessly. For Oro of the Nine, the child who once dreamed of becoming a legend, the man destined to reach the heights of godhood and wage war against the heavens and their creators, was now a fugitive, hunted by a mere whelp of shadows. The gloom around him seemed to sprout 1,000 eyes and hundreds of maws filled with scythe-like teeth. Every patch of darkness felt like a tripwire, waiting to send him tumbling into the abyss to his right. Oro dared not even look down at his own shadow, fearing a traitorous blade might emerge from it at any moment. As he flew away, his mind raced, thinking back the words that demon had hissed at him before letting him slip away into the morning light. "Because this is my story now." Sunny's laughter rang out again, dark and jagged. His black dagger remained driven into the white, 3/4 of its blade buried deep within the frozen mantle of snow. Oro watched the boy laugh in perfect unison with the surrounding shadows. The scene was as mystic as it was macabre, sending a violent shiver down his spine. "Enough of this madness," he finally snapped, his voice cracking the tension. Oro leveled his sword once more, the tip trembling slightly as it pointed at the boy's chest. "Pick up your weapon, demon. Let's end this. Once and for all," he commanded, though every instinct in his body screamed at him to turn and run. Sunny's laughter died instantly. The shadows froze with him, returning to a deathly, expectant silence. He raised his arms in a mock gesture of surrender. Slowly, with an unnerving lack of haste, he took a few small steps backward, distancing himself from the dagger still piercing the snow. Oro watched him move away from his steel. In that moment, the hero was the only one with cold iron in his hands, so why did he feel like it was his throat currently pressed against a blade? "I have no intention of fighting you, Oro of the Nine." "Quite the opposite," Sunny said, his hands still raised in plain sight before the hero's stunned eyes. "I am here to tell you that you are free to go." "What?" Oro couldn't process the words. "You heard me. You are free to leave, if you wish." "I have no valid reason to strike you down," Sunny countered. In truth, Sunny had no desire for a direct confrontation. Not because of a gap in skill or rank, but because Oro was fated. In this world, fate was an absolute law. And this meant, that even if the heavens spontaneously collapsed, even if the gods unleashed their most withered plagues upon him, rest assured that Oro would survive anyway. At the 11th hour, he would inevitably pull an ace from his sleeve that would flip the script and save his neck. The original Sunless had defeated him only because he, too, was fated. This Sunless, however, did not hold that card in his deck. He had something else, something that might be its equal. A tribute. However, those question marks were a double-edged blade, a gamble too volatile to bet his life on. Sunny preferred to win without a toss of the dice. Seeing that the hero had not yet grasped the olive branch offered to him, Sunny's lips curled into a predatory smirk. "Make no mistake, Oro of the Nine," he added, his voice dropping to a gravelly, eerie whisper. "I said you are free to go. I did not say you could escape. No matter how fast you run, no matter how far your legs carry you, you cannot outrun the inevitable. After all, no man can flee from his own shadow. No man can flee from his own death." Oro fell silent. Slowly, without lowering his weapon, he began to back away. He kept his eyes locked on the boys until the falling snow and the jagged terrain began to swallow the silhouette. Only when he was certain he was out of immediate reach did he turn and break into a frantic run. He fled upward, completely unaware that by the shadow's grand design, he was sprinting straight toward the jagged peak of the Black Mountain. Oro continued his desperate ascent, drawing closer to the summit of the Black Mountain. Alone and on the precipice of despair. At last, his frantic pace faltered. He had arrived. Before Oro, the highest point of the Black Mountain revealed itself in all its desolate magnificence. A vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. At its center, eclipsing the pale rays of the sun, stood a temple as ancient as time itself. The structure had been hewn from black marble, its columns and walls scaled for giants. Now, it lay in ruin. Fissures and jagged cracks decorated the stone, turning the sanctuary into a crumbling sarcophagus dedicated to a dark god. Staring at the ancient shrine, Oro couldn't help but think that he'd had quite enough of temples and alike. Yet, there was no turning back. He could not afford to retrace his steps. Oro took a breath and moved forward, half running toward the ancestral ruin. The white sun had reached its zenith, yet the mountain's frozen bite did not waver. Oro stood before the sanctuary. Its immense portals looked cracked as though they had been trampled by the hand of a giant. He stopped just a few paces from the ancient staircase, his heart skipping a beat. A figure was sitting on the lowest steps. It was a man draped in a red rag that had once been a majestic crimson cloak. His chestnut hair spilled over his shoulders, and a wide, upward curving smile dominated his face. His lone left arm rested atop a great sword that stood upright, driven into the stone beside him. Before Oro could utter a single word, the man spoke. His voice was thick with enthusiasm and a hollow kind of hunger, the voice of a phantom rising from its own grave. "I've been waiting for you, Shadow." Oro froze. His eyes trembled, and the hair on his neck stood on end as if death itself were breathing down his collar. Turning slowly, he saw a boy with pale skin and ebony hair, clad in a dark grey shroud, crawling out of his own shadow like a serpent from the abyss or a grim reaper come to claim a debt. "Why are you still alive?" Sunny hissed at Goliath, his voice ragged and trembling with fury. Only now did the cold realization hit him, the spell had never announced the kill of the champion of war. Goliath had used his enthralling to deceive him. Failing to break Sunny spiritually, the giant had instead fed Sunny's ego, making him believe he had delivered a mortal blow. Goliath stood up, laughing heartily. He wrenched his massive great sword from the stone step and rested the blade across his shoulder as if it weighed no more than a feather. "I warned you, Shadow," he said, baring his massive chest. "If you're going to kill me, make sure you do it right." He pointed to a jagged puncture wound directly over his heart. It was deep, yes, but not deep enough. Sunny wasn't entirely surprised that Goliath had regained his strength. He had felt the resilience of the heart himself. If a mere aspirant could knit skin and muscle overnight, a master blessed by two deities was a different breed of immortal altogether. How? Oro finally stammered. His gaze darted between Sunny and his general, unable to fathom how the demon had bypassed his senses. Sunny didn't even look at him. His eyes remained locked on the giant, his knuckles white as he gripped the hilt of the deplorable dagger. Goliath, seeing the hero's shock, let out another thunderous, violent roar of laughter. "You're quite the naive one, rookie," Goliath mocked, glancing at Oro. "Haven't you realized? The brat here is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He used you as a mine canary to reach the peak." The champion of war turned his full attention back to Oro, his voice dropping into a persuasive, honeyed tone. "Hey, rookie! Why don't we join forces and end this demon's life? You and I, what do you say?" A flicker of hope ignited deep within Oro. He looked at his general, a desperate thought forming. Yes, that makes sense. If not for this boy, the Legion wouldn't have fallen. We can fix this. Splat ah! A snowball struck Oro square in the cheek. The sudden cold snapped him back to reality. Turning toward the boy on his left, Oro saw Sunny casually wiping his hand against his dark grey shroud. Don't let him play you, Oro of the Nine. He uses his voice to broadcast his enthralling, Sunny warned, his voice sharp and clinical. The puzzle pieces finally fell into place. Goliath's voice was the medium for his power. He used that mesmerizing resonance to keep his troops in line and stoke their morale. A subtle, treacherous trick for a man who boasted so much about honor. Now it made sense why Thene had interrupted Goliath so abruptly before their duel. Had it been instinct, or the terrifying versatility of the shadow dance? It's hard to understand. The harsh, white light of the midday sun carved a jagged line across the horizon. Next, high upon the peak of the Black Mountain, accompanied by the choir of the undying breeze and under the gaze of the invisible, formless guardian of a long-forgotten god. A shadow, a hero, and a giant clashed. The winner would see the dawn of a new day. The vanquished would be devoured by the first upon his wake. Chapter 24, Chapter 23 The Good, the Bad, and the Treacherous. Oro wondered where it had all gone wrong. His right hand instinctively reached for the pocket holding the pendant of Orphne's prism, seeking some solace within the heart of the gift. Had it been the raid on the temple of Shadow God? Had they invited some divine retribution upon themselves, or was this merely a cruel, calculated twist of fate? You are all slaves to fate. His mind raced, drifting back to his companions. The Nine. Were they doing fine? Had they encountered similar trials in their own journeys? Had they drawn the eyes of the gods prematurely? Oro had no answers, and he certainly lacked the luxury of time to seek them. A pale, white sun hung parallel to the horizon, suspended over a vast expanse of jagged stone blanketed in pristine snow. Its golden rays were severed only by the majestic silhouette of the forgotten temple, casting a long, dark shadow, a sundial pointing precisely to noon, engulfing the three adversaries in gloom. Oro looked to his left. There stood a young man with black hair, clad in a shroud as grey as ash, wielding a dagger with a blade as dark as the abyss within his eyes. To his right stood his general, a man who looked more at home in the afterlife than in this world. Goliath's crimson mantle was beyond tattered, his black-tempered steel armor was so ruined it barely clung to his frame. His lone left hand still gripped his faithful greatsword, but it trembled. He was at his limit. Oro himself was not faring any better. If one were to harvest the remaining strength of all three and divide it equally, the sum would barely equal a single healthy warrior at the start of a journey. Goliath was the first to shatter the heavy silence. Well then, should I? But the luxury of speech was denied him. In that same heartbeat, a black blade was hurled at him with lethal fervor. The champion of war parried the dagger with the flat of his great sword. The weapon bounced with a sharp metallic ring, landing softly as it sank into the white mantle below. Done with your tricks, the boy in the dark grey shroud hissed. Then, as if by sorcery, the black dagger dissolved into white sparks and reappeared in his palm. Goliath let out a short, booming laugh. He licked his lips, ready to plunge into the fray. Oro's eyes darted between them. The clash was inevitable. He wanted nothing more than to end this with words, to simply walk away, but it was clear that neither of his opponents intended to waste another breath. Even through his naivety, the hero realized that the mountain itself demanded that only one remain. The same invisible, formless presence radiating from the temple, its ancestral guardian, seemed to be waiting for this. Oro tightened his grip, letting go of his memories and bringing both hands onto the hilt of his sword. Sunny raised the deplorable dagger, his body coiled like a spring. Goliath tensed his remaining muscles, lowering the tip of his great sword to the snow, ready to snap forward. With a single thunderous step that echoed like a crack of doom, he made the first move. Goliath's body lunged forward, launched with the devastating force of a ballista bolt. With a massive horizontal sweep from the left, his great sword shrieked through the air. Oro was the first in its trajectory. He parried the blow head-on, digging his heels into the frozen earth to weather the impact. Iron locked against iron, a shower of sparks dying as quickly as the blades that birthed them. As the two locked eyes and steel, Sunny struck like a viper. His dagger sank into Goliath's right flank, the treacherous enchantment wasting no time in draining the giant's remaining strength. Feeling the sting at his side, the champion of war delivered a brutal headbutt to Oro, staggering the hero, and immediately followed with a lashing kick aimed at the shadow, stabbing him. Sunny released his grip on the dagger and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the heavy boot and the subsequent blade arc that sought to cleave him. Even so, the giant's great sword passed close enough to shear a lock of black hair from his head. The dagger disappeared in white sparkles immediately after, letting the stab bleed. Recovering from the headbutt, Oro charged back into the fray, his sword moving with the rhythm of the mountain wind. Shifting his focus back to the hero, Goliath used the flat of his blade like a shield to parry 2 consecutive strikes, raising his right knee to intercept a desperate kick to his shins. Suddenly, a snowball caught Oro square in the face. Blunted by the distraction, he failed to see the punch aimed at his nose. The hero was sent reeling backward by Goliath's fist, his blood painting a wide, scarlet arc in the air that stained the pristine snow. Scrambling to his feet, a disoriented Oro lashed out at Sunny. The boy caught the hero's sword edge with the notch of his dagger and rolled away, slipping out of reach. Blades sang a symphony of metal performed in a theater of shadows and snow. The sparks from their collisions flickered like dying stars against the horizon, fueled by the inextinguishable fire of their feud. And as they bled, the shadow of the time-worn temple shifted, as if turning its gaze toward the precipice a few meters to the right. Both Goliath and Oro were on their knees, facing each other upon the white expanse, propped up by their weapons. Their legs had carved deep furrows into the snow. They breathed in ragged, heavy heaves, their chests expanded and collapsed in sync with the thick plumes of vapor erupting from their mouths. Their blood had become a second skin, coating them in a grisly, frozen sheen. Yet, neither was willing to surrender the victory to the other. "You look tired, rookie," Goliath huffed, struggling to find words between gasps. "Want to take a break?" Oro shot him a defiant, bloody smirk. "Nah. I can do this all day." They both tried to stand, Oro levering himself up on his hilt and the champion of war on his great sword. But before their legs could fully straighten, Goliath snapped the muscles of his lone arm and hurled his weapon at the hero. The massive great sword spun rhythmically through the air, closing the distance in wide, vertical arcs of whistling iron. Oro was caught off guard, but his tempered instincts flared to life. He threw himself to the right, narrowly avoiding the metal slab that would have pulverized his skull upon impact. Before he could recover, however, Goliath was already upon him. Charging like a maddened bull and letting out a primal, supernatural shriek, the champion reached Oro in a few explosive strides, lunging down and seizing him by the throat. Hoisting his opponent with his single left arm, Goliath slammed Oro back into the ground and dragged him through the snow like a force of nature. Oro left a long, ragged trail in his wake. His armor absorbed the worst of the friction, but the giant was grinding him into the frozen earth with merciless intent. Goliath didn't stop, still gripping Oro's throat. He hauled him up the ancient stairs of the temple, Oro's head snapping against every stone step. They breached the sanctuary's portal, the champion using the hero like a rag to buff the path. The ancient, solitary guardian of the temple let them pass, perhaps amused by the wretchedness of their struggle, or perhaps because both intruders were already so close to death's door. They entered the wrecked interior together. Oro finally managed to bring both hands to the giant's forearm, beginning to claw and resist, though his sword had been lost along with his enemy's blade. They found themselves in a vast hall invaded by drifts of snow that had poured through jagged fissures in the ceiling. The white had completely conquered the ancestral floor. As they reached the center of the hall, the giant leapt, taking his prey with him. At the apex of the jump, the champion of war hurled the hero down onto the frozen floor. Oro landed hard, his body rolling and skidding across the stone, his bones popping with every impact. Goliath crashed back to earth, his knee hitting the floor with a thud. The snow here was not soft, but a deceptive bed of solid ice. He stayed down for a moment, his lone arm trembling from the sheer exertion. Oro tried to push himself up, vomiting a staggering amount of blood. In the end, he remained on all fours, staring at the floor as his vision swam. Watching him, still gasping for air after his war cry, Goliath asked again, "So, how about that break now?" Oro bared his teeth at the floor, splashing another crimson stain onto the white. He replied with the same mocking rasp as before. "I can do this all day." They stayed like that for a moment, broken, exhausted, unable to move, yet refusing to yield. "Hey, idiots!" A sudden, clear voice cut through the silence. Turning simultaneously, Goliath and Oro looked toward the far end of the vast hall. There, standing atop a large altar carved from a single block of black marble, was a boy. He wore a dark grey shroud layered with charcoal fabric and matte leather. His skin was pale, his eyes as black as the abyss, and his hair as dark as the night. His hands were held out in front of him. His onyx eyes watched his challengers, who only now realized his sudden disappearance during the fight, as if they were rats in a cage. In his right hand, he gripped a black dagger with a hilt wrapped in scarlet bandages. The dark blade was pressed against his left palm. "Eyes on me," Sunny spoke, and then he drew the blade across his hand. A single drop of fresh, dark blood fell onto the surface of the sacred altar beneath his feet. Chapter 25, Chapter 24 Nightmare Ends. Sunny entered the temple of a long-forgotten god. His steps unheard as he walked in the ancestral ruin. The invisible, formless guardian of the shrine, ancient and solitary, perceived the spark of divinity shimmering within the depths of his true being and let him pass. Leaving his two adversaries behind had been a simple task. As their battle reached its fever pitch, Oro and Goliath had ceased to notice him, blinded by their own fury and his increasingly elusive presence. Sunny now stood within a vast, echoing hall. The floor was entirely submerged under a mantle of snow, a white shroud that dominated the space. The grey walls were high and imposing, and the ceiling was webbed with massive cracks, featuring a jagged rift that allowed the sunlight and the snow to pour through. Yet, there was one place where those luminous rays were forbidden from profaning. At the far end of the hall stood a large altar hewn from a single block of black marble, drenched in shadows so deep it felt as if the darkness in that part of the sanctuary was severing the world in two. Sunny's steps came to a halt before the center of the ancestral chamber and looked up. Before him, though he could neither see nor perceive it, the ancient guardian of the temple offered its silent homage. It had waited for him since before the name of time had even been coined. Sunny addressed his newfound friend. "Yo!" He gave a brief wave of his hand. It was the most intelligent greeting he could muster in the frantic rush of the moment. "O mighty and ancient guardian of the temple that remembers when the gods were seven," Sunny began, his voice shifting to a tone of gravity and respect. "I have a deal to propose to you. Permit the child of heart and the touched by fate to enter this sanctuary, and I shall offer upon the altar far more than the blood promised at the dawn of the age of gods." The guardian was taken aback by the sheer weight of the boy's knowledge. Nevertheless, it bowed its unseen head, accepting the proposal immediately. Sunny smirked and glanced over his shoulder. The echoes of Oro and Goliath's struggle still rang out, thunderous and desperate. He had time. Sunny positioned himself in the center of the great circle that governed the ancient hall, fixing his gaze upon the altar wreathed in gloom. In truth, his eyes were greeting the ghost of a young woman with hair as smooth as silk and as brilliant as a starless night sky, a woman with eyes of pure obsidian and a presence that had bewitched his very heart. Then, the child of shadows raised his black dagger with both hands and began to dance. Sunny danced. And the elements bore witness. Brandishing his black dagger, he traced intricate patterns across the floor with circles and slashes. He moved with an exquisite elegance, his muscles stretching and coiling as he flowed from one stance to the next. Every cut through the air held a meaning, every thrust had a way, every slash a path. Each single, deliberate movement was a seamless continuation of the last, transforming the dance into a treacherous battle art formless and insidious at once. Such was the shadow dance. The shadows all around whispered their praise, mourning the fall of their lady, their priestess. During the rite, Sunny couldn't help but smile as his consciousness slipped into the whirlwind of his thoughts, leaving instinct and muscle memory in full control of his frame. The Jiminy Cricket within his mind asked, his voice dripping with curiosity. Sunny chuckled. I was thinking, that if the real Sunless were to appear here right now, I would tell him of every trial he'd have to face. I'd narrate his own future like an open window. But now I realize that would just be an act of selfishness. In the end, I wouldn't be guiding him toward a genuine conclusion, but toward an ending that satisfies only me. However, Sunless isn't here, so the problem is moot. The cricket chuckled, without malice. Sunny let out a short, bittersweet laugh. I know that. I've made my peace with it. Yet, I am my own person, making my own choices. As I said before, I have no intention of following a script that's already been written. Even fate itself seems to agree with me otherwise. Why would the world have changed so drastically? The cricket continued, driven by a nagging interest. Hate him? Sunny seemed genuinely taken aback by the question. No, never. I can't say I agreed with every decision he made, but I loved Sunless. And now that we are the same person, that love has become as vast as the ocean. Why do you think I felt so guilty taking his place? Every smile I earned tasted like a tear stolen from him. Every footprint I left felt like his own trace vanishing from the world. I have, he replied with pure, unyielding conviction. And that's exactly why I want to tell him, Sunny. This world is far more complex, more raw and more chaotic than the reality we both left behind. I'm sorry you aren't the one here, but from now on, let me be the one to decide how this story ends, alright? There are infinite ways for a story to unfold, just as there are myriad of possible endings. Instead of worrying about what was or what could have been, why not revel in the outcome you will forge from the martyrdom of your own choices? Sunny smiled brightly. Trust me, I can't wait to see what the future holds. So, Sunless, let's escape this fate that only wants to see us suffer. Let's find an epilogue that satisfies us both. Together. With one final, sweeping pirouette of his dagger, the shadow dance reached its conclusion. The ritual was complete. And something listened. You have performed an ancient sacred ritual of the shadows. The gods are dead and cannot hear you. Your soul bears the spark of divinity. You are the bearer of an empty chalice. The gods demand a sacrifice. As the spell's announcement echoed in his mind, Sunny turned toward the entrance. Goliath was ascending the stairs, using Oro like a rag to clear the path. Silent and stealthy, Sunny moved toward the sacred altar wreathed in gloom. Standing atop the marble block, he watched them enter. Goliath hurled Oro across the snow and then collapsed onto one knee, exhausted by the frozen bite of the floor. Raising both hands and pressing the edge of the deplorable dagger against his left palm, Sunny called out to them. Hey, idiots! Oro and Goliath turned simultaneously, their faces masks of shock. Only now did they realize he had vanished during the struggle. Eyes on me! Sunny drew the blade across his palm. A single drop of warm, fresh blood fell onto the sacred altar beneath his feet. The spell whispered, failing to hide a sense of forbidden excitement. You have offered yourself as a sacrifice to the gods. Shadow God stirs in his eternal slumber. He sends a blessing from beyond the grave. Child of shadows, receive your blessing. And suddenly, the shadows from the youngest and mildest to the most ancient and wise rose at the will of their lord. The sunlight pouring through the rift in the ceiling was suddenly choked out by a rising tide of ink. A new, dark sun now dominated the interior of the temple. A boy with black hair and onyx eyes stood at its center. No, he was the star itself. His rays were pitch-black tentacles of shadow, radiating from him like a dark epicenter, spreading across the vast hall. Shadow serpents slithered silently, yet hissing with malice, along the floor, walls, and ceiling. They reached Oro and Goliath where they lay broken upon the white. Instantly, the shadows surged upward like lashes, ensnaring the champion of war's limbs before he could even process the threat. Goliath was hoisted from the ground, suspended by his lone left arm. Then, they began to pull. The giant found himself being torn from 3 different directions, his agonizing screams filled the darkness-shrouded chamber. Cruelly, his own divine blessings denied him a quick death. His muscles were like iron-reinforced rubber, refusing to snap. His agony only intensified with every shriek, much to the visible delight of the undulating shadows. "Look at me," a voice commanded. For a heartbeat, the shadows slackened their grip, allowing the child of shadows to deliver a final message. "I said, look at me." Goliath finally lifted his head. Standing before him was a pale boy who had moved across the hall as if he had folded space itself. There was no compassion in his gaze. His black eyes offered neither mercy nor comfort. Then, a warm, terrifying smile spread across Sunny's face. "You know? I have to thank you, Goliath, child of heart." His words left the dying champion even more unsettled. "To the very end, you were a source of inspiration for me. Unlike me, you knew how to stay true to yourself. Even when faced with death time and again, you never feared to show your true colors. It's a virtue few can boast. For that, thank you. And goodbye." Through the mask of blood and his fading life, Goliath offered one last radiant smile, a grin worthy of the champion of war. "You are welcome, boy." Then, Heart God stirs in his eternal slumber. War God stirs in her eternal slumber. "My son, from you nothing grows or sprouts. Let our bond be severed into nothingness." Heart God removes his blessing from Goliath. "My champion, your war knows neither end nor glory. Only those who seek life beyond war are worthy of my name." War God removes her blessing from Goliath. It happened in an instant, a blink of an eye synchronized with the explosion of 1,000 dying stars. Goliath's body was torn asunder by the shadows. His viscera and scarlet blood painted the floor below in a gruesome mural. Yet, in that final fragment of time, the crimson light in his eyes flickered out. In that single moment, the champion of war and the child of heart felt a despair and an atrocity that knew no equal. True to his word, Sunless had made Goliath feel regret in his final seconds, but he denied him the grace to beg for it. "You have slain an ascendant human, Goliath, champion of war. You have received a memory, Crimson Cloak." Oro watched the scene unfold, paralyzed by pure terror. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to move, but his own shadow held him anchored to the stone. The hero trembled as the demon who had become a black sun turned toward him, his tentacular rays of darkness coiling through the air. Sunny offered Oro a twisted, jagged smile. "Do you want a party, Oro of the Nine?" Before the hero could even pray for his life, the shadows lunged. Tentacles of absolute darkness surged forward, aiming to pierce his flesh and tear him apart from the inside out. Oro recoiled, shielding his body with his bare hands, a desperate, futile instinct, yet his body refused to fade without one last act of defiance. The shadows were upon him, ready to extinguish his soul in an agony of black ink. But suddenly, flash! A blinding emerald light erupted within the hall, dissolving the encroaching shadow tentacles into harmless black dust. The radiance surged outward, forming a protective barrier before the hero. Oro, shielding his eyes with his trembling arms, peered into the glow. It did not burn, instead, it washed over him with a profound sense of serenity. Squinting, he recognized the source, the emerald prism pendant that Orphni had gifted to the Nine before their paths diverged. His Orphni! A single tear of joy traced a path down his blood-stained cheek. With the last of his strength, he reached out, desperate to touch the pendant, to feel the warmth of that memory one last time. But a piercing, soul-deep cold suddenly impaled his heart. Oro tried to gasp out one final word, but only a choked, bloody sob escaped his lips. Glancing down at his own shadow, he saw two abyss-black eyes staring back at him. In those final seconds, Sunny hissed through gritted teeth, "I knew you had one last trick up your sleeve, you damned cur of fate." Those lightless black eyes were the last thing Oro saw as his final hour struck. "You have slain an awakened human, Oro of the Nine. You have received a memory, hero's solace. Heart God looks upon you and recognizes his lineage. He sends a blessing from beyond the grave. War God is grateful to you for slaying one of her sworn enemies. She sends a blessing from beyond the grave. Child of shadows, receive your blessings." The emerald light of the prism flickered and died. As the pendant fell silently onto the frozen snow, Sunny wrenched his blade from Oro's stilled heart. The hero slumped forward, his hand coming to rest just inches away from the cold prism on the white ground. The veil of ink that had choked the sun vanished, restoring light to the ancient temple hall. The rays illuminated the face of a pale, dark-haired boy who stared at the horizon with a melancholy gaze, as if he were about to be reborn into a new world. Sunny let out an exhausted, jagged sigh. "What a headache," he muttered, deathly tired, yet profoundly grateful. This long nightmare had finally reached its end. "Wake up, Sunless. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal." The world began to dissolve around him, like a masterpiece fading back into a blank canvas. Until the very last moment, distant and dreaming Sunless never stopped watching the warm sun high in the sky, curious to see where tomorrow would lead him. And so, the curtain falls on the prologue of our story. Chapter 26, Chapter 25 Appraise. Sunny found himself in a liminal space between dreams and reality. The world was a pool of pitch-black ink, and his body felt as light as air. He could feel his muscles tensing, the blood flowing through his veins, and his heart beating with a rhythmic normalcy, yet he felt as fragile as paper. He possessed mass, but lacked weight. The sensation was that of a feather submerged in a bottomless inkwell. Above him, myriads of stars sparkled like distant diamonds, interconnected by shimmering silver threads according to a logic that escaped his mortal mind. This was the nightmare spell. The legacy of Weaver, the daemon of fate, the one who had conceived of his existence thousands of years ago, long before the war waged by the Nine emptied the heavens, exterminated the divine beings, and left every realm in shattered ruins. "So, it's truly over," Sunny muttered, feeling the adrenaline drain from his system, leaving a faint aftershock trembling through his floating form. He could hardly believe his own sentence was served. 1 month. A long, interminable month. It had been like living a second life, a third, in his case. "Let's try to avoid a fourth," he sighed, rubbing his face with both hands. But his relief was short-lived. As he stopped, his thoughts immediately raced toward Master Jet. "That's right." Sunny slapped his temple. "That poor woman is probably still sitting there, waiting for me to wake up. Damn it." Then, the rest of the implications came crashing in. For Sunny, the worst had yet to come. This was merely the prelude to a journey that had barely begun. Now that he had conquered his first nightmare, he would have to attend the Academy for the Awakened. There, he would encounter two girls, the two who could be considered the better halves of the original Sunless. And also the two who had caused him to suffer like a dog through a cycle of betrayals, unspoken words, and buried secrets. How did people ever think those three had a healthy relationship? Hell! Sunless had literally developed a better relationship with a rock. A rock. Then he thought of the time remaining until the winter solstice, the day all sleepers are forced by the spell to enter the dream realm and begin their desperate pilgrimage home. Coincidentally, it was also his birthday. If you're lucky, you materialize near a conquered citadel, a frontier of humanity. If you're Sunless, please, by the dead gods, by all that is sacred and profane, tell me that when I wake up, there's at least more than 7 days left before the solstice, he pleaded with the void, clutching his head. There were other thoughts Sunny wished to dwell upon, but the luxury was denied him. In the next instant, the darkness vibrated, and the nightmare spell began his appraisal. You have received a shadow, myriad shade. Sunny felt his heart implode within that sea of ink. A pressure like a crushing vice clamped down on his chest. Bittersweet tears fell in torrents from his reddened eyes as a flood of agonizing emotions swept over him: joy, sorrow, confusion, and a searing sense of relief. Without a second thought, he summoned his runes. Shadow, myriad shade. Shadow rank, ascendant. Shadow class, beast. Shadow attributes, shadow slave, flame of divinity, battle master. Shadow abilities, shadow support, shadow step, shadow manifestation. Shadow description: the priestesses of shadows were the keepers of secrets, they were the true incarnation of the mystery of the shadow god. But some among them held more mysteries than others. I will come back to you. Thene had kept her promise. It was impossible. Defying every grain of reason, ignoring even the absolute law of death, Thene had found her way back to him. How? Sunny didn't know, and he realized he didn't want to know. He was just so happy. Thank you, Thene. Truly. As he pulled his knees to his chest to stifle his sobs and let the grief wash away, the spell resumed its judgment. Aspirant. Your trial is over. The bearer of the empty chalice spent his days in the temple dedicated to the god of shadows, at peace and content. Then, the followers of the empire came and took everything he held dear in his name. Broken and in chains, he nearly gave up, until the demon within told him to rise. The sun set. When it rose again, heroes lay shattered, and monsters were devoured in his wake. Unsatisfied, he ascended the Black Mountain, offered his blood upon the altar of a long-forgotten god, and fed the survivors of the night to the shadows. The gods were dead, and yet they listened. You have defeated 67 dormant beasts, Mountain King's larva. You have defeated 34 dormant humans, names unknown. You have defeated. You have defeated. You have defeated an awakened tyrant, Mountain King. You have defeated an awakened human, Oro of the Nine. You have defeated an ascendant human, Goliath, champion of war. You have received the Shadow God's blessing. You have received the Heart God's blessing. You have received the War God's blessing. You have achieved the impossible. Sunny wiped the tears from his face, steadying his breath as he looked up, curious to see his final grade. The spell's voice seemed unusually excited by his feats. Final appraisal, absolutely enchanting. Your treachery is a demon lord in the making. Well, what can I say? Thanks, spell, Sunny muttered, unable to suppress a grin that lit up the surrounding darkness. He had no idea if absolutely enchanting was higher than glorious, but considering his achievements. The spell continued, and Sunny knew what was coming next. His gaze sharpened as new runes appeared like letters hammered out by a typewriter. Dreamer Sunless, receive your boon. You have been bestowed a true name, lost from L. Sunny blinked, confused. What the hell? It was like watching a computer screen glitch. No, it was more like the flickering distortion of an old cathode ray tube television. What just happened? After a moment, the spell stabilized and resumed its appraisal. This true name has lost its meaning and vanished into the void. What? Sunny was speechless. You have been bestowed a true name, Everlasting Gloom. Sunny didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he liked the new name, it created a clear boundary between himself and the original Sunless. On the other, as a former reader of the story, he was attached to Lost from Light. A part of him mourned the loss. But the new name raised a vital question: a true name is tethered to the fate of the world. If he now possessed a different name, would he still walk the same path? Only time would tell. Meanwhile, the spell ignored his doubts. Your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect. Sunny clenched his fists and straightened his back. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he spoke firmly, yes. If the original sunless aspect evolved from temple slave to shadow slave, he reasoned, and I am an empty chalice, will mine become a shadow chalice? The odds of receiving shadow bond were slim, but not zero. Dormant aspect empty chalice is evolving. New aspect acquired. Aspect rank, divine. Sunny wasn't surprised by the rank, though he was exhilarated. After everything he had endured and the blessings of 3 deities, he expected nothing less. Aspect name, Shadow Chalice. Sunny blinked in pure shock. Ha! So. I was right, he proclaimed, feeling a surge of pride in his own deductive skills. But then, a thought struck him, what happened to the blessings of war and heart? Aspect, Shadow Chalice. Aspect description, you are a miraculous shadow left behind by a dead god. As a divine shadow, you possess plenty of strange and wondrous powers. However, your existence is empty and lonesome, no being can cast your existence. The chalice you bear is your only master. Innate ability, Shapeless Shade. Ability description, your chalice is full, now only one final step remains for the receptacle to take its shape. It demands sacrifices. Oh okay, what? Sunny rubbed his temples. It was all so cryptic. It felt like the spell was mocking him, yet these couldn't be random instructions. What do you mean sacrifices? Do I have to kill people? Would it kill you to be a bit clearer, you twisted piece of clockwork? If the nightmare spell were capable of laughter, it was surely laughing now. Without giving him time to ponder his new aspect, its mystical gears ground forward. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. At that exact moment, something incredible began to stir within Sunny. A bottomless abyss in his soul was being filled by a light as white as a newborn star at the very center of his being. It was pleasant, so warm. His body was being reconstructed from the ground up. His skin became smoother and more vibrant, the features of his face sharpened into a more defined cast, the onyx of his eyes deepened, and his muscles filled out with lean, corded strength. It was an energy that saturated every fiber of his being. A small death that heralded a rebirth of the flesh. Sunny threw his head back, stretching his limbs into the void as he inhaled deeply, letting himself be cradled by that surging euphoria. Wow! He couldn't find the right words to describe how good he felt at that moment. Awakening aspect ability. Here it comes. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability, Shadow Control. Ability description, your shadow is more independent than most. It is empathetic and an invaluable helper. It's the same. Sunny thought, staring at the runes of his ability with a hint of disappointment. He had expected his abilities to be as different as his aspect and true name. However, he realized that even if he were a different person, he was still, fundamentally, a divine shadow. Do I have the same path of ascension as well? I need to study this more closely, he mused, rubbing his chin and finding it pleasantly smooth. Then, his heart skipped not once, but 7 full beats. His pupils dilated in pure, unadulterated terror. His palms grew slick with sweat, and the muscles at the base of his spine tightened so hard he felt as though his very bones might snap. The spell seemed beyond amused by his sudden realization by the fact that he had finally remembered the inevitable. That every power comes with a price. All power has a price. No, please. Sunny squeezed his eyes shut, wishing he never had to open them again. Let it be the same, let it be the same. He repeated it like an endless prayer, a desperate mantra. Until the spell, cynical as ever, delivered its final sentence. You have received a flaw. Your flaw is... Chapter 27, Chapter 26 Jiminy Cricket. Flaw, Jiminy Cricket. Flaw description, a voice within you will constantly drive you to give your best, to aim higher, and will never allow you to utter a lie. Sunny opened his eyes, still reeling from the terror of what awaited him. The moment he finished reading the runes of his flaw. I knew it. I knew it. Spell, you absolute son of a. Sunny unleashed a torrent of insults and curses at the silver weaves of the nightmare spell until his vocal cords burned. In the distance, one might have seen a figure little more than a stick man ranting furiously, waving two lines that were supposed to be his arms. After a while, huff, huff. Sunny took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the sweat dripping from his chin with his elbow. Once his rage had simmered down and his heated spirit cooled, he allowed his frustration to settle. He slammed both palms against his face, his skin now as pale as a full moon. What a headache! Sunny groaned. He was seconds away from starting another cycle of swearing. Until now, the Jiminy Cricket had only been a figment of his imagination, a part of himself he had given shape to, inspired by the classic tale of Pinocchio. It was his little spiritual guide, the voice of reason that had helped him survive these hellish years spent in the outskirts. Why? Why didn't you just give me clear conscience? Why do I have to spend the rest of my life with this asshole weighing on my shoulder? Sunny murmured through his clenched fingers. A voice filled with sincerity and a hint of scholarly wisdom spoke to him from the infinite void. Who's there? Sunny demanded, throwing his hands wide and looking around for the magical creature. He expected it to appear on his shoulder in the form of a cricket, as per tradition and the name of his flaw. Yet, nothing emerged on the horizon. The Jiminy Cricket explained. If it had a physical form, Sunny would have pictured it standing straight-backed on his shoulder, leaning both hands on a walking stick, wearing a top hat far too large for its head, straight out of an old cartoon. Sunny pressed his hands over his face again, groaning bitterly. Perfect. Now I can officially check myself into a mental asylum. The cricket whispered. Sunny could almost see it tipping its hat. Ah, okay. Thanks for the guarantee, he replied, letting his hands slide to his sides as his head slumped forward. It was an ambiguous situation, smelling vaguely of a dream, yet it was undeniably real. Because the nightmare spell is known for being not unfair but also cynical to the bone, it saw fit to bid its aspirant farewell with one final barrage of news from atop its majestic silver tapestry. You have received an attribute. One of your attributes has evolved. One of your attributes has evolved. You have unlocked your aspect legacy. You have unlocked an attribute. Sunny and his flaw stood stunned in unison. Their jaws touched the bottom of the bottomless void at the same time. Then, wake up, everlasting gloom. Meanwhile, in a villa near the heart of NQSC, a girl with golden hair opened her eyes and found only darkness. From that indiscernible gloom, she heard voices. Cassie. My love, you're awake, a melodious, serenade voice of a woman in her 40s cried out. My treasure, you're all right, a man's voice added, filled with the same relief. Two pairs of arms reached out hastily toward Cassie, pulling her into a tight embrace filled with tears of joy and averted fear. It was warm. Cassie recognized the voices of her parents, she felt the familiar heat of their bodies enveloping her, but she could not see them. Now, it was her turn to weep. Heavy tears of despair marked her doll-like face. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion far from the filthy slums of NQSC, another girl emerged from her slumber with a spark in her silver eyes. A fire burned both in her gaze and in her indomitable spirit. Turning, the young woman saw her reflection in the room's mirror. Her beloved hair, once as black as pitch, had turned to silver. That gloom Nephi so adored had vanished from her life, replaced by cold metallic silver and pure white flames. Sunny woke up as if for the first time. His body felt supple, pleasant, and warm. As his muscles began to stir, a jolt of vitality surged through him, racing from the crown of his head down to his very toes. When he finally pried his eyes open, the first thing he saw was a large black sphere surrounded by a crown of dark feathers. It was like staring into a wreath of black flowers resting atop a glass pane that separated him from the abyss. As his vision snapped into focus, Sunny recognized his feathered friend. Kro-Kro was perched to his right, neck tilted forward and head turned so that his left eye could capture his face in full detail. Sunny managed a weak, sleepy smile. "Hey there, little friend. Saami. Saami." Kro-Kro hopped excitedly, flapping his wings and flying in frantic circles above him, leaving the pillow beneath Sunny's head covered in pitch-black feathers. Sunny took in his surroundings, the familiar, drab-gray ceiling of the security room at the police station. He remembered being tied to a chair in case he failed his first nightmare, but now he found himself strapped to an orthopedic cot. The Jiminy Cricket remarked, sounding unimpressed by the scenery. "Nah. Once you get used to it, it's almost cozy, maybe," Sunny thought back. Looking up, he saw a face he held dear, someone he had missed more than he cared to admit. A young woman in her early 20s with raven black hair and deep, penetrating blue eyes. Her skin was a ghostly, cadaveric white. She wore a bright blue jacket unzipped halfway and black jeans that accentuated the curves of her legs. She sat on a plastic chair, arms crossed beneath her considerable chest, her left leg draped over her right. As her icy blue eyes met the boy's luminous onyx gaze, Master Jet smirked. "What are you looking at?" she asked, her voice laced with a mix of sarcasm and profound relief. The cricket urged immediately. Sunny didn't need to be told twice. Faster than a heartbeat, he tried to drop his gaze to the floor. Unfortunately, his eyes and his mouth betrayed him halfway. "Your legs," he blurted out with a nervous, helpless grin. The cricket sighed, sounding utterly exasperated. "Yes. I am." Sunny thought defiantly. If he hadn't been tied down like a Thanksgiving turkey, he would have stood up and pointed a proud finger at the sky. Master Jet's smile widened dangerously. She stood up abruptly, reaching him in 3 swift strides. With a flick of her wrist, she snapped 2 fingers against his forehead, leaving a bright red mark behind. "Ouch!" Sunny cried out, unable to rub the sting because of his restraints. "Saami. Saami." Kro-Kro cawed, settling on the shoulder of the master as she stood over Sunny with her arms crossed and a full, genuine smile on her face. "Glad to have you back among the living, little devil," Jet said. She sounded offended by his wandering eyes, but her joy was unmistakable. Sunny, still nursing his forehead, gave her a melancholy smile, his happiness matching hers. Soul Reaper Jet proceeded to undo the ropes and buckles anchoring him to the cot. The moment Sunny was free, the first thing he did was throw himself into her arms. Jet was caught completely off guard by the sudden embrace. Kro-Kro took flight, startled, and perched on the foot of the bed. Jet was ready to scold him, but when she felt the boy trembling against her, his face pressed into her chest as he began to sob, she went still. She didn't push him away. Soul Reaper embraced the shadow, allowing him to vent his emotions and bridge the gap between the lifetime he had spent in the nightmare and the 2 days that had passed in the waking world. "Welcome back, Sunny," Jet whispered softly, running a hand through his ink-black hair. To him, it had been a lifetime. Here, only 2 days had gone by. Chapter 28, Chapter 27 Foreign, 1. The water flowed steadily. Warm, gentle droplets fell rhythmically against the face and shoulders of a dark-haired boy, tracing paths down his body in miniature rivers. The streams ran along his back, chest, and legs, cleansing his pores and massaging his milk-white skin. Sunny could feel his muscles uncoiling and his mind beginning to drift. A cloud of steam rose from below, thick and stifling, almost lulling him into a new dream. After he had finally stopped shaking, Jet had sent him to the police station showers with the blunt excuse that he reeked of nightmare. The intent was clear, to leave him alone so he could process the trauma he'd endured. In part, it was working. The physical exhaustion was slowly being washed away, but the lingering daze and disbelief were harder to scrub off. 2 days. I was only gone for 2 days, Sunny thought, leaning his forehead against the tiled wall. He let the waterfall drench his back, his arms hanging limp and heavy at his sides. The Jiminy Cricket mused. It was only a voice in his head, devoid of physical form. Yet, Sunny could easily picture him sitting at the top of his arched back against the wall, legs crossed, holding a tiny umbrella to keep the water from ruining a top hat that was comically large for his head. 2 days is the time it took me to climb the mountain, Sunny noted, his head still pressed against the damp, steamed tiles. The rush of the water was a godsend for his circulation. The cricket tilted his umbrella slightly, turning an invisible head toward him. Maybe. Maybe not. Honestly, I don't care. I'm just glad it's over. Right now, I just want to rest. Too bad I won't have the luxury. Jet is definitely going to drag me to the academy soon, and then I'll have to figure out how to use the month I have left to survive the Forgotten Shore and everything else. What a headache, Sunny sighed, inhaling the thick vapor into his lungs. The cricket asked, sounding genuinely curious. No. Why? Do I say it a lot? Sunny lifted his head from the wall, droplets of water streaking his face. The cricket replied. Then, their internal gazes drifted apart once more. Silence solid and enduring reclaimed his mind, just as it dominated the room. The only resistance was the incessant drone of the showerhead and the mist growing thicker, fogging up every glass surface in the bathroom. After a while. So. Sunny decided to break the inner quiet. Do you have any intention of turning me into a real boy? The cricket turned back toward him, adjusting his oversized hat beneath the umbrella. Really? Sunny turned his head, arching an eyebrow. Because from what I know, your last client ended up hanged from a great oak, dying alone like a dog. He was only saved because the readers of the journal Dei Bambini protested, and the author, Collodi, was forced to rewrite the ending. The Jiminy Cricket chose not to respond. Indignant, he turned on his heels and descended Sunny's arched back as if walking down a staircase, using his umbrella to shield himself from the rain of the shower. As he stomped away in a huff, Sunny could have sworn he heard him grumbling something about his character. To avoid a physical altercation, well, as physical as one can be with a voice in one's head, Sunny let it go. Finally alone with his thoughts and having successfully fended off his flaw, Sunny closed his eyes and entered his soul sea. There, a lonely dark sun dominated a desolate black sky. Shrouded in a pale halo, the black star bathed the sea of ink below with a dark light, a somber, perfectly flat expanse. Neither waves nor storms marred that flawless surface. A boundless void above and a bottomless abyss beneath his feet. Yet, for Sunny, this felt like home. Looking around, he noticed numerous silhouettes lingering at the edge of the black waters. They were too far away to distinguish clearly, but Sunny knew exactly what they were. The shadows of those who had found peace through him. By concentrating, he could recognize a few. Among the most prominent were the Mountain King, the Champion of War, and Oro of the Nine. But there was something else in this abyss, a sort of mist? Is there mist here? Sunny asked, confused. He couldn't quite grasp where this mysterious haze was coming from. The Jiminy Cricket whispered, having reappeared as suddenly as he had vanished. This time, Sunny imagined him standing on his shoulder, gazing toward the black sun and waving his cane to point out the invisible fog. Sunny looked where his flaw indicated. No, I don't see anything like that, he said after a moment, shaking his head. Finally, Sunny stepped out of the shower. Once he had dried off and changed into the clothes Jet had provided, he decided it was time to see his runes. Okay, shall we begin? He muttered, taking a deep breath and giving his cheeks a sharp, energetic slap. A momentary flash of red bloomed on his pale cheekbones before fading instantly. The Jiminy Cricket said, sounding euphoric. Bracing himself with excitement, Sunny summoned his runes. Dash. Name, Sunless. True name, Everlasting Gloom. Rank, Dreamer. Class, Beast. Shadow Core, 1/7. Shadow Fragments, 192/1000. Memories, Silver Bell, Deplorable Dagger, Puppeteer's Shroud, Crimson Cloak, Hero's Solace. Echoes. Shadows, Myriad Shade. Dash. I've claimed more victims than palm oil and I only received 5 memories. Stingy spell. Sunny grumbled, rubbing the tip of his chin with his right hand. Nevertheless, his enthusiasm was sky high. Then, he turned his attention to the rest of the runes. Dash. Attributes, Foreign, Shadow Weave, Essence of Divinity, Child of War, Shadow Spawn, The Heart. Aspect, Shadow Chalice. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a miraculous shadow left behind by a dead god. As a divine shadow, you possess plenty of strange and wondrous powers. However, your existence is empty and lonesome, no being can cast your existence. The chalice you bear is your only master. Innate ability, Shapeless Shade. Ability description, your chalice is full, now only one final step remains for the receptacle to take its shape. It demands sacrifices. Aspect ability, Shadow Control. Ability description, your shadow is more independent than most. It is empathetic and an invaluable helper. Aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 0/7. First Relic, Unearned. Second Relic, Unearned. Third Relic, Unearned. Fourth Relic, Unearned. Fifth Relic, Unearned. Sixth Relic, Unearned. Seventh Relic, Unearned. Flaw, Jiminy Cricket. Dash. Sunny clicked his tongue and shook his head. Nope. I don't even know where to start with. He was ecstatic, yet utterly overwhelmed. The hand rubbing his chin began to apply more pressure as his nervousness grew. The Jiminy Cricket advised, showing no sign of hurry. Sunny stopped his hand. Right. I hadn't thought of that, he muttered, and began to read. Chapter 29, Chapter 28 Foreign, 2. Memories, Silver Bell, Deplorable Dagger, Puppeteer's Shroud, Crimson Cloak, Hero's Solace. Deciding to proceed with order, Sunny first turned his attention on his memories. His flaw, the loquacious Jiminy Cricket, fell uncharacteristically silent for a moment, granting him the mental space to think. Now then. What do we have here, he wondered, rubbing his palms together energetically. A curious spark of childish glee lighting up his dark eyes. Dash. Memory, Silver Bell. Memory rank, Dormant. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Tool. Memory enchantments, Silver Song. Memory description, a small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away. Memory, Puppeteer's Shroud. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, 4. Memory type, Armor. Memory enchantments, Enhanced Durability, Doubtless, Blessing of Spirit. Memory description, a Worm of Doubt. Dash. These are the same memories he had. Sunny mused, a frown tugging at his lips. The spell is feeding me with the same loot. Does it even know of the shifts in the great tapestry of fate? Dash. Memory, Deplorable Dagger. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Weapon. Memory enchantments, Treacherous. Memory description, there is no glory in pursuing an endless struggle. Only those who seek life beyond war truly live up to the name of war. Dash. Sunny offered a faint, grateful smile to his black dagger. He had forged a precious bond with this blade. When he had found himself alone in the cold dark of the mountain's night, the deplorable dagger had been a new-found friend. Against humans and monster, its treacherous enchantment had filled the void he felt. He had given him exactly what he thought he lacked. Memory, hero's solace. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, garment. Memory enchantments, clarity. Memory description, this pendant was a huntress's gift to her companions, intended to protect them when their paths diverged. A young man once found comfort in clutching the emerald prism, a feeling that gave him strength in his darkest nights. A huntress's gift. Sunny noted, the description sparking a trail of thought. If I'm not wrong, among the 9, Orphne was the huntress. She pursued beasts that existed only in myth and tracked creatures beyond reason. She knew the runes, and she even hunted and struck down Weaver, the daemon of fate. The Jiminy Cricket added, abruptly shattering its promised silence. Sunny nodded and checked the enchantment. Clarity enchantment description, when worn, this charm emits a subtle warmth that dispels doubt and fear. It restores clarity to the mind and spirit of its bearer. I was hoping for something flashier, like that shield of light Oro used, but this is also fine. Memory, crimson cloak. Memory rank, ascendant. Memory tier, I. Memory type, garment. Memory enchantments, growth, tough fabric, blind glory. Growth enchantment description, the cloak can absorb the life essence of your fallen foes to nourish the bearer's physical mass, restore their stamina, or mend their wounds. Tough fabric enchantment description, the exquisite weave of this mantle is far more resilient than it appears. Blades and arrows find no purchase, the fangs and claws of mere beasts cannot rend it. Blind glory enchantment description, the longer the bearer fights, the more the cloak's crimson fabric poisons their mind with an insatiable desire for slaughter. It's a sweet poison that numb pain and tiredness. Not bad. Not bad at all, he thought, rubbing his chin with satisfaction. I'm more than satisfied. Sunny was thoroughly enjoying the sight of the fruits of his efforts. Despite the complications that the blind glory enchantment entailed, everything else was fine. This memory was excellent, too. Then, he read the description. His blood ran cold. Memory description, once, there was a boy blessed by heart, who lost his world to the Empire's flame. In the frantic pursuit of vengeance, he lost himself. He abandoned the green fields of his people to embrace the crimson of war. The boy, proclaimed a champion by the war god, became the very monster he sought to destroy. He was not corrupted by the void, but by his own bottomless, insatiable thirst for slaughter. For years he marched, draped in the blood-stained banner of his own making. Until, one day, the champion met the most harrowing foe ever existed. A treacherous shadow, a demon wearing a man's face. "You want me to kill you," the shadow said. "So be it, Goliath, champion of war, child of heart. But know this. There will be no epic battle. No honor. No joy. There will only be you, begging me, pleading for an end to your agony. You will spend your final moments repenting for every sin, thinking of your creators in the afterlife, who will look down upon you with nothing but overflowing disappointment. This is not a promise, Goliath. It's simply your unavoidable solace." The words of the treacherous shadow cut deeper than any blade, carving through the champion's honor until nothing remained. And on the following day, faithful to its word, the treacherous shadow brought the champion's corpse before his gods, but denied him the grace of prayer. Sunny facepalmed so hard the slap echoed through the bathroom. The Jiminy Cricket chuckled on his left shoulder, its voice filled with clear amusement. Sunny could see him laughing so hard it fell back on its head. It fell off his shoulder, and even after landing on the ground he continued to laugh at its full as it rolled across the bathroom floor. "Shut up!" Sunny hissed, his face burning with sheer, unadulterated embarrassment. Letting his anger and awkwardness simmer down, Sunny exhaled a long, slow sigh. He let his right hand slide from his face to his side, while his left rested on his hip. There was so much more he wanted to say, so much more he wanted to explore. He would have gladly spent the entire day studying his memories, but he knew Jet wouldn't wait forever. This lazy, hurried evaluation was the best he could manage for now. In his mind's eye, he watched the Jiminy Cricket scramble back up his spine, settling comfortably onto his left shoulder. It was time to look at his attributes. Attributes: Foreign, Shadow Weave, Essence of Divinity, Child of War, Shadow Spawn, the Heart. 6. I have 6 now, Sunny thought, a mix of satisfaction and sheer disbelief washing over him. The cricket chimed in. Dash. Attribute: Shadow Weave. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your shadow is deeper and darker than the others. Attribute: Shadow Spawn. You were born from the shadows. The shadows recognize you as one of their own. Dash. Shadow Weave and Shadow Spawn remained familiar, their presence a grounding constant. Then, he moved to the newcomers. Dash. Attribute: Essence of Divinity. The divinity within you has reached such a level to alter the very nature of your essence. Attribute: Child of War. War recognizes you as one of its own. Attribute: The Heart. You have inherited the complete lineage of the Heart God. Dash. These must be the blessings from Heart and War, woven together with Shadow, Sunny mused. He sighed again, his head dropping as he stared at the floor. His hands curled into tight fists at his sides. Is it really okay for me to have all this power from the very start? The question echoed in his mind, a volatile cocktail of insecurity and dread. As usual, his flaw intervened to offer its 2 cents. Sunny looked up and smirked. Hey, I wasn't complaining. But thanks. It's good to hear. The cricket wasn't finished. A lump formed in Sunny's throat. Yet. I know. It wasn't that he had done it on purpose. But deep down, he felt it was better to save the most unsettling for last. Inhaling deeply, he closed his eyes to prepare for the worst. Sunny opened the runes for his first attribute, the one that had felt like a noose tightening around his neck. Those mysterious question marks were the only thing preventing him from looking into the eye of the beast. When he opened his eyes again. Dash. Attribute: Foreign. Fate does not rest upon a void, it creates its own pillars. The strings of fate wrap tightly around you, as one of its pillars, its weaves are more malleable in your presence. Dash. Suddenly, Sunny's vision blurred. His head spun with a violent vertigo, and his breath grew agonizingly heavy. Slowly, pressing his hand against the wall for support, he lowered himself to the floor. Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Shadow of Madness. Ah, ah, ah. Someone was laughing. It was a sound filled with jagged madness, fitful and broken, like a beast straining against the bars of its cage. Sunny was slumped on the floor of the police station bathroom, his back pressed against the cold wall. His head was tucked between his drawn-up knees, his hands clutching his forehead as if he feared it might shatter and fall away at any moment. The world was spinning. It was as if someone had placed the entire room inside a centrifuge and slammed the button for maximum power. He could barely breathe. His skin, already pale, had turned a sickly, translucent white. A cold sweat soaked through his clothes. In his mind, a fire had been ignited, not one that warmed, but one that consumed, threatening to make his skull explode from the sheer pressure. Ah ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the laughter continued, relentless. It was growing more fluid, more manic with every passing second. Who is laughing? Sunny screamed internally. He wanted to lift his head, to look around, to find the source of that mocking sound, but the moment he tried to move, his muscles betrayed him. He couldn't even think straight. A part of him, the old reader, the cynical observer, wanted to slap him. If he were still just reading a novel, he would have complained about a protagonist wasting time wallowing in self-pity. But this wasn't a story anymore. It was as if the entire world had collapsed onto his shoulders. His heart felt like it would burst through his ribs with every thundering beat. Slowly, he lowered his right hand to his neck, desperate to confirm that his head and body were still connected. As he did, he felt it through his fingertips, his jaw was moving rhythmically, up and down. Ah ha ha ah ha ha. Ah. So that's who's laughing. Sunny was trapped in a labyrinth of fear and insanity where there was no exit, only an eternal, spiraling descent. Until a voice, faint and distant, was calling him. Gradually, the voice grew clearer, sharpening into a beacon of light in the drowning dark. Who? Sunny managed to formulate through the cacophony of his own laughter and despair. The pendant. Reason had abandoned him, but in the dark, bottomless abyss where his sanity was falling, instinct took over. Suddenly, sparks of light manifested before him like fireflies in a moonless night. They swirled and condensed in the air, weaving themselves into a shape. From the shimmering mist, an exquisite pendant appeared, a green emerald prism engraved with ancient, flickering runes. The chain slipped through the air, landing silently on his lap. The moment it touched the fabric of his pants, a warm, soft light green and fresh like grass kissed by morning dew enveloped the room. The mad laughter ceased instantly. Sunny felt as if he were waking from a suffocating nightmare. With trembling hands, he cupped Hero's Solace between his palms and bowed his head, pressing his face toward the gem to absorb its warmth. His heartbeat stabilized, slowing from a frantic storm to the steady, rhythmic beat of a drum. Breath by breath, he returned to himself. Finally, he could feel the cold reality of the sweat drenching his clothes. He sat there for a long time, not daring to let go of the pendant for even a second. It was his only lifeline in an open, hostile sea. Finally, closing his eyes, he leaned his head back against the wall and took one last, deep breath. He counted to 10, then slowly exhaled. Hero's Solace continued to glow with a pleasant, comforting light between his fingers. The Jiminy Cricket asked. His voice was thick with anxiety and genuine concern. In his mind, Sunny could see the imaginary creature standing stiffly on his knee, looking up at him with worried eyes, clutching his oversized top hat against his chest. Yet. Thank you, Sunny whispered, taking a final, shuddering breath. He placed a hand on his right knee, attempting to stand, but his legs buckled immediately. Thump. Ouch. The cricket warned, his concern deepening. On the second attempt, Sunny pressed his palms against the tiles of the wall behind him. Fighting through the ache of lactic acid and the lingering tremors, he slowly levered himself up, using all four limbs until he was finally, shakily, upright. Finally back on his feet and relatively calm, Sunny slipped the chain around his neck, settling the emerald prism against his chest like a lifeline. He looked up at the clock mounted above the bathroom door. Barely 20 minutes had passed since he first stepped into the shower. A bit too convenient, wasn't it? Receiving the perfect tool for a mental breakdown right when I needed it, Sunny thought as he found his balance. It felt as if fate were meticulously assembling a puzzle using the jagged pieces of his life. The Jiminy Cricket whispered, mimicking Sunny's wary expression as he clung to his right shoulder to steady himself. Sunny snorted but didn't argue. The light from the emerald prism had faded, but Hero's Solace remained heavy against his skin, a silent sentinel protecting him from the creeping edges of madness and despair. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I was supposed to check my aspect, right? Sunny asked, desperately changing the subject to avoid another relapse into vertigo. His flaw agreed, clearly eager to move past the state of shock. Pushing the mystery of foreign into a dark corner of his mind for the time being, Sunny summoned his runes once more. Dash. Aspect, Shadow Chalice. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a miraculous shadow left behind by a dead god. As a divine shadow, you possess plenty of strange and wondrous powers. However, your existence is empty and lonesome, no being can cast your existence. The chalice you bear is your only master. Innate ability, shapeless shade. Ability description, your chalice is full, now only one final step remains for the receptacle to take its shape. It demands sacrifices. Aspect ability, shadow control. Ability description, your shadow is more independent than most. It is empathetic and an invaluable helper. Aspect legacy, shadow dance. Shadow dance mastery level, 0/7. First relic, unearned. Second relic, unearned. Third. Dash. As he read the shimmering magical symbols, a faint, genuine smile finally touched his lips. At least I don't have shadow bond, he mused. Though this new innate ability is significantly more ambiguous than being someone's slave. Sunny turned his gaze downward, focusing on the dark silhouette stretched across the tiles. His shadow. Sunny gazed at his shadow with intense interest. To any outside observer, the dark silhouette looked like any other, still, silent, and bound to its master's movements. Then, without breaking eye contact, he let his lips curl into a small smirk. "Hey there, Gloomy." The shadow shuddered for a fraction of a second, caught off guard. Then it snapped back into place, freezing as if nothing had happened. Sunny's expression turned stern. "Don't bother playing dead. I know you're breathing," he said, his voice firm and steady. The shadow let out a visible, silent sigh, dropping its head in defeat. Sunny closed his eyes. In the back of his mind, a new faculty flickered to life, the shadow sense. He could perceive the presence of every shadow in the vicinity. He could distinguish their forms and recognize which belonged to the living and which were cast by inanimate objects. How far does this reach? A kilometer? 2 at most. But then he noticed something more. These shadows didn't just have shapes, they radiated emotions. In the next room, a portly policeman sat in bliss, savoring a pastry. A few doors down, another officer was stuttering through a conversation with a female colleague, desperately trying to find the courage to ask her out. Poor guy, he had no idea she already knew, nor that she was already in a relationship. 2 meters to the right, in another room entirely, there was a statue of ice. Further still, at the very edge of his perception, he felt Jet. She was on the phone, talking to someone. He couldn't overhear the conversation or identify the voice on the other end, but Sunny deduced she was likely filing a report, considering she was the master tasked with overseeing his first nightmare. Sunny withdrew his senses and opened his eyes. It had been a mystical, almost intoxicating experience. "Wow," he breathed. "I'm going to need a lot of practice with this." The Jiminy Cricket groaned. Sunny saw him swaying, clutching his head as if the sudden influx of sensory data had given him a bout of motion sickness. With that done, there was still one final thing he needed to do. In the next instant, Sunny summoned all his memories, save for Hero's Solace, which already hung protectively around his neck. He donned the puppeteer's shroud, settled the crimson cloak over his shoulders, and gripped his faithful deplorable dagger. To complete the set, he attached the silver bell to the right side of his armor's belt. A large, rectangular mirror spanned the bathroom wall, reflecting the room in its entirety. Standing before it now was a young man with hair as black as ink and eyes that held the depth of a dark abyss. He wore a black shroud accented with grey leather, a crimson mantle draped from his shoulders, falling past his ankles like a river of blood. An emerald prism glowed softly against his chest, and in his hand, he held a black dagger with a serpentine blade, its hilt wrapped in tattered red bandages. At his hip, an exquisite silver bell caught the dim light. Sunny studied his reflection, a surge of grim satisfaction welling up within him. He struck several poses, slashing the air with his dagger to test the weight of his new gear. Having finished his brief moment of vanity, his gaze finally locked onto a specific string of runes. Shadows, myriad shade. Gazing at that shimmering golden string among the glowing runes of the spell, Sunny felt a tightening in his chest. It was a warm tide of relief, thick with passion, yet tainted by a sinful, selfish spark of gratitude. I truly loved Thene, he realized, the thought echoing in his ribcage like a gunshot. But her feelings weren't meant for me. They were for the boy I inhabited during the nightmare, Tom Riel. The Jiminy Cricket, sitting perched on his shoulder, gave him a small, sympathetic pat. He whispered affectionately. Bolstered by his flaw's counsel, Sunny took a slow, steadying breath. He summoned his courage. Then, as if emerging from beneath a heavy black veil, a living darkness rose from Sunny's shadow. The shapeless mass of ink swirled and coalesced, taking form. It became a young woman of otherworldly beauty, with hair like a starless midnight sky that cascaded down to her hips. Her body was slender and athletic, as if sculpted by a dark divinity. Every curve and every delicate feature of her face was sublime, captivating to the eye. The woman of pure shadows rose in a fetal position, the surrounding darkness wrapping around her and solidifying into a gown of black that seemed to devour the light itself. When her feet finally touched the floor, Myriad Shade opened her eyes, revealing 2 gems of pure obsidian behind her dark lids. The first thing she saw was a young man clad in black, a crimson mantle draped behind him. Sunny's heart hammered against his ribs. 1,000 conflicting emotions raced through his mind, unable to find peace or common ground. What would she do? How would she see him? Myriad Shade took a single step forward. Reaching Sunny, she didn't strike or speak. Instead, she reached out and pulled him into a silent, crushing embrace. Chapter 31, Chapter 30 Ice Flavor. Sunny stepped out of the police station bathroom and made his way toward the cafeteria where Jet was waiting. A radiant smile colored his lips, looking like a splash of pink paint accidentally dropped onto a stark white canvas. After the emotional roller coaster of the last hour, he had ended up taking yet another shower. The hardest part had been convincing Thene not to join him. She hasn't even been back from the Shadow Realm for 30 minutes and she's already laying siege to my chastity. Typical, Sunny mused in the quiet solace of his mind. An immense, buoyant joy flooded his heart. Thene had returned to his soul sea for the time being. Sunny truly wished he could dedicate all the time in the world to her, but unfortunately, the world wasn't going to return the favor. The Jiminy Cricket's voice asked. It had made himself scarce to give the lovebirds some privacy. Sunny rolled his eyes. You could have stayed if you wanted. What did you think, that I was planning to have a tryst in a police station bathroom? Honestly, give me some credit. Finally, he reached the dining hall. As he stepped inside, he spotted Jet sitting at a table. However, the Soul Reaper was not alone. Seated directly across from her was another girl, roughly his age. She wore a light blue dress with a white skirt that reached her knees. Her hair was a soft black, styled with a striking ice blue braid. Her complexion was a delicate, pale rose, and her face was a perfect oval featuring a dainty, pointed nose. Her eyes were a shade of light celestial blue, meeting the deep azure of the sea at the horizon. Looking at her was like observing an enchanting snow spirit or a statue carved from living ice. A true beauty, indeed. Even her shadow seemed frozen, at least, that was what Sunny perceived through his shadow sense. As his gaze settled on the ice beauty sitting before Master Jet, Sunny, who was already fed up with plot twists and script changes, couldn't help but ask one polite question. Who the fuck are you now? Master Jet sat in the police station break room, a space the officers had graciously cleared for her. Seated across from her was a young girl who had completed her first nightmare barely 2 hours before Sunless. The sleeper had arrived at the precinct a few minutes after Jet's own protégé. Consequently, the Soul Reaper had found herself pulling double duty, babysitting 2 aspirant at once. I hope they at least give me a raise for this, Jet thought, boredom gnawing at her as she considered her increased workload. Following protocol, Jet had attempted some small talk with the girl. To say the conversation was awkward would have been an understatement. This girl was a block of ice, actually. Her face was utterly expressionless. Watching her was like staring at a marble Venus. She was cold, detached, and hauntingly still. Whenever Jet spoke to her, the girl never made eye contact. Her responses were the bare minimum, as if every spoken word cost her a fortune in gold. Is that her flaw? Jet wondered. Suddenly, hearing footsteps enter the cafeteria, Jet turned. To her immense relief, she saw the boy finally approaching. Sunny wore a black t-shirt under a matching completely untied hoodie, the hood pulled back. His jeans were the same uniform shade of dark. Around his neck hung a pendant with a brilliant emerald prism, the only splash of color on a canvas dominated by shadows. Cool pendant. A memory from his nightmare, perhaps. Jet thought, eyeing the prism with quite interest. Took your time, didn't you, little devil? You must really enjoy showers, Jet said, flashing him a smirk and arching an eyebrow. Well, you know how it is. I had this gloomy lady to attend to, Sunny replied, shrugging with practiced nonchalance. Both his hands were hidden in the hoodie pocket. Jet opened her mouth to retort, but paused for a beat of genuine doubt. Ah! I see. For some reason, Sunny's gaze remained fixed on the other girl. He looked at her with a bewildered intensity, as if she were a creature from another planet. Jet turned back to the girl. Sunny, meet Yuki. Yuki, this is Sunless. Since both of you survived your first nightmares, I suppose congratulations are in order, she concluded, crossing her arms and legs as she leaned back in her chair. Nice to meet you. I'm Sunless, but my friends call me Sunny, he said, offering a faint smile as he sat beside her. He remained visibly on guard. Jet noticed that, for some reason, his eyes kept darting between the girl and his own shoulder, as if there were a third person standing there. But there was no one. Their gazes met. Her celestial blue met his bottomless black. Yuki opened her mouth as if to respond, but no sound came out at first. After a long, awkward silence, she managed a single word, Yuki. Both Jet and Sunny blinked, stunned by the brevity. Then, they moved on as if nothing were wrong. After a quick meal, Jet proceeded with the standard protocol. All right. Are you almost finished with your food? Jet asked the two of them. Sunny stopped fidgeting with a stray fry and looked up. MH, he replied with a nod. Yuki simply nodded in silence. Then I'll begin, Jet said. Yuki, we already did yours. Sunny, as per protocol, I am obligated to inform you of a few things. It's mostly a formality. First of all, concerning your nightmare. She leaned forward slightly. You are entitled to receive free psychological counseling. No matter what traumatic experience you encountered, there is no shame in asking for help. Your mind is as important as your body, it's only right to keep it healthy. Are you interested? Sunny hesitated for a moment, glancing at his shoulder as if tempted to actually consider it, before shaking his head in refusal. Jet shrugged. As you wish. You can always talk to me if you prefer. Was it very hard, your first nightmare? Sunny paused for a moment, his right eye twitched violently. For a second, it was impossible to tell if he was about to laugh or cry. Finally, he looked her dead in the eye. Define hard. He took a deep breath and began his tale. First of all, I spent nearly a month in a temple where I had to constantly protect my virginity, he explained, putting a heavy, pained emphasis on constantly. Then some random dudes razed the place to the ground and I ended up in chains. Lo and behold, I found myself having to protect my virginity again. As if that wasn't enough, I had to climb a mountain completely exposed to the elements at night, moreover. All while facing an army of awakened, both humans and nightmare creatures, while a master, a lunatic like few others, tried to scramble my mind, and another awakened played at being a god slayer. In the end, I summoned a god 3, actually, and solved everything. He finished the entire rant in a single breath. The end. A profound, heavy silence fell over the cafeteria. Both Master Jet and Yuki stared at him, mouths slightly agape at what sounded like total nonsense. Surprisingly, Yuki watched Sunny with wide eyes, as if she actually believed him. For the first time, a flicker of emotion breached her frozen mask: shock. "All right then, keep your secrets," Jet finally said, rolling her eyes. But then, her gaze lingered for a moment on the boy's shadow. His shadow waved at her in a friendly manner. Her eyes narrowed, then snapped back to Sunny. "Hold up. Wait a minute." A violent shiver ran down Jet's spine. Her piercing blue eyes darted back to the floor. Before her mind could even process the thought, her body acted on instinct. Jet surged to her feet, her chair nearly clattering to the floor from the force. In a flash of sparks, she manifested a curved, obsidian scythe, pointing the reaping blade directly at the thing beneath Sunny's feet. The two sleepers stared at the master with bewildered eyes, watching an ascendant of the government, a veteran, literally break into a cold sweat. Through his shadow sense, Sunny could feel Jet's own shadow shuddering in primal fear. "What the?" Sunny began, then his gaze followed the line of her scythe's blade. "Ooh!" he exhaled, realizing the misunderstanding. "Jet, it's all right. It's not some kind of nightmare creature. It's just part of my aspect," Sunny explained, his voice calm and rational. "Your aspect?" Jet asked, her voice tight with disbelief. She didn't dare take her piercing blue eyes off the shadow, which was currently trembling with both hands raised in the air, pleading for its life. If shadows could talk, they would have heard Gloomy say something like, "Hey, yo. I was just chilling around here." "Yab." Sunny nodded. "You see, my shadow is more independent than most. It's also incredibly sensitive, so, if you could kindly not point a weapon at it, I'd appreciate it." And so would he. Jet looked at Sunny for a beat before shifting her gaze back to the shivering shadow. Slowly, she lowered the scythe and dismissed it back into her soul sea. Seeing the threat vanish, Gloomy wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead and slumped in a sigh of pure relief. Regaining her composure, Jet sat back down. She swallowed, cleared her throat, and picked up where she had left off. However, Sunny noticed that a lingering, inexplicable sense of dread still clung to the Soul Reaper's shadow like a cold mist. "Right, as I was saying. Now, I'm supposed to offer you both the chance to attend the academy. It'll prepare you for your first expedition into the Dream Realm before the winter solstice. What do you think? Are you interested?" Sunny nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Surprisingly, Yuki also responded aloud, though the word seemed to be dragged out of her mouth by force. "Yes." Jet nodded in turn. "Good. It's settled then." She stood up, gesturing toward the exit. "Let's go. I'll escort you." As the two sleepers rose to follow her, a light bulb clicked on in Sunny's head. "Hey," he blurted out. He glanced briefly toward his shoulder, as if something invisible there were trying to hold him back. "Now that I think about it. Master Jet, didn't you promise me a kiss if I survived my first nightmare?" He flashed a grin that was wider than it was long, completely devoid of shame. Jet froze on the threshold. Beside him, Yuki glanced between the two of them, one eyebrow arching in silent amusement. Jet turned back toward Sunny, her brow furrowing as a vivid red blossomed across her cheeks. With two swift, purposeful strides, she crossed the room and flicked Sunny hard on the forehead with two fingers. Chapter 32, Chapter 31. A penny for your thoughts? Sunny sat in the passenger seat of Jet's PTV, his gaze lost in the horizon. He leaned his chin on his right hand, his elbow resting on the armrest beneath the window. A red bump crowned his forehead, a parting gift from Jet that served as a stinging third eye. Outside, the lights of the NQSC blurred past like musical notes on a staff, playing a relentless, silent symphony. Inside his head, tortuous questions and dark thoughts chased one after another in a loop. His left hand gripped the emerald prism of the pendant, which pulsed with a soft, comforting green light against his chest. The Jiminy Cricket asked, sounding as curious as if it weren't a direct extension of Sunny's own mind. Sunny pictured him sitting on the dashboard, pulling a coin from his pocket and offering it with a flourish. Without moving his gaze, Sunny replied, I was thinking about what happened earlier. In the bathroom. That collapse? The cricket asked, its tone cautious as he treaded around the sensitive subject of foreign. The hero's solace hanging from his neck had become a literal lifeline. When I was in my first nightmare, Sunny explained, there was a light inside me. The cricket tilted its head. Yes. A spark of sorts. Sunny gave a microscopic nod. Whenever the pressure became too much, or the fear grew overwhelming, this presence would ignite deep inside me. It kept me steady. It's the same reason I stayed calm enough to face Goliath or survive those nights on the Black Mountain. But earlier, in that bathroom. Poof! It was gone. Vanished into thin air. He adjusted the chain of the pendant to ensure it wouldn't slip. My theory is that it was swept away by the divine blessings. But the real question is, when did I ever have something like that to begin with? The cricket smacked its forehead. Sunny's first suspicion had fallen on Shadow Weave, since he didn't know the perks of that fragment of the forbidden lineage. Shadows and souls were one and the same in this world, and the spark had come directly from the core of his being. But logic dictated that if it were the weave, the protection would have persisted even after the nightmare. Sunny squeezed the emerald prism so hard his knuckles turned white. And there's something else that bothers me. This memory, Hero's solace. It's too convenient, Sunny muttered. Receiving the exact tool I needed for a breakdown I didn't know I was going to have. Fate in this world is playing Grandmaster chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Which brings us to the elephant in the room. The cricket hesitated, not wanting to see him spiral again. Sunny didn't nod, but his eyes burned with a mix of terror and grim determination. Attribute, foreign. Fate does not rest upon a void, it creates its own pillars. The strings of fate wrap tightly around you, as one of its pillars, its weaves are more malleable in your presence. The attribute calls me a pillar of fate. Do you know what that means? It means that every change we've seen so far were all settlement cracks in its tapestry. The Jiminy Cricket lost its usual loquacity. Its eyes widened as it finally grasped the gravity of his realization. Think of fate as a massive skyscraper, Sunny continued inwardly. When you change the foundation or move a primary support beam, the whole structure groans. You get settlement cracks in the walls. They look terrifying, but they're just the building adjusting to a new center of gravity. Right now, the story is cracking because I've shifted the weight. He looked at the passing buildings, his heart heavy. But eventually, the building stops groaning. The cracks settle. And that's what scares me. Once the tapestry of fate settles, what will happen next? How far will these changes go, and what will all of these mean for me? The question hung heavy in the air, finding no rest. Silence returned to Sunny's mind. Both he and his flaw sat in mute contemplation of the city lights, watching the world adjust to its new, dangerous support beam. Then, the smooth, familiar voice of Jet finally pulled him back to reality. Sunny. Jet called his name. Judging by the slight edge in her tone, it was at least the 7th time she had tried to get his attention. Hey! Sunny snapped his head up, refocusing on the driver's seat. There sat the stunning master with raven black hair and piercing blue eyes. Were you even listening to the advice I was giving you? Jet asked, her patience clearly wearing thin. Sunny took a split second to scan his memories of the novel to match what Jet was likely trying to say. You were giving me advice, he said with a decisive nod. You told me to reject the psychological counseling they'll try to shove down my throat during the interview, to take only the wilderness survival course, and to make allies wherever possible once I'm inside the academy. Am I right? Jet shot him a look that promised a quick trip through the windshield. I will throw you out of this wind. She stopped mid-sentence, genuinely surprised. The master had been bracing herself for another one of his relentless, flirtatious remarks. To her astonishment, Sunless had actually answered seriously. Oh. Well, yes. Exactly. She turned her eyes back to the road, focusing on the drive. The reason I'm advising both you and Yuki against taking other courses, Jet continued, is that as outskirts rats, you already know how to survive the gutter. But the dream realm is a hell of a different caliber. Jet glanced at the rearview mirror. The ice girl was sitting perfectly centered in the back seat, listening with eerie, silent intensity. I don't know about you, Yuki, but I've already given Sunny here a few lessons in combat. If you want to learn how to actually stay alive out there, Professor Julius is the one to talk to. That man knows his craft better than anyone else. Both Sunny and Yuki nodded. After a few more minutes, the three of them finally reached their destination. Master Jet's PTV came to a halt in the public parking area of the academy, positioned perfectly parallel to the massive gateway of the institute's outer walls. The vehicle's headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating the pavement like the glowing eyes of a predator staring into the dark. The place was immense, the size of a small city, and its walls loomed as high as those of a fortress. In truth, the academy was a fortress. This was where Sunny would have to learn everything he needed to survive, and he only had 1 month to do it. With a forced sigh, Yuki bid farewell to Master Jet, pushing the limits of her communication skills. She opened the door and stepped out of the PTV, her silhouette quickly fading into the cold light of the entrance. Now, only Sunny and Jet remained inside the car. Jet kept her hands gripped tightly on the cold, steering wheel. Sunny sat beside her, staring at the massive academy gates looming ahead, illuminated by the PTV's harsh headlights. Do you think you'll come to visit me before the winter solstice? Sunny asked, his voice quiet, careful not to meet her eyes. I will, Jet replied instantly. She took a long, heavy breath. If she were being honest with herself, the Soul Reaper would have preferred one of his usual, shameless flirtations over this heavy silence. Without a word, Sunny leaned over and wrapped his arms around her waist in a sudden, fierce embrace. Startled at first, Jet finally let go of the wheel and returned the gesture. Her body, though cold and deceased, seemed to strain to offer him whatever warmth it could muster. After a moment, Sunny pulled away, opened the door, and stepped out into the night air. Sunny, Jet called out at the last second. He turned back toward her, the shadows dancing in his wake. Yet, he asked with a warm, genuine smile. Jet reached out a hand as if to grab the words floating in the air, but they eluded her. She hesitated, her composure wavering. Just, try not to scare the girls off with that long tongue of yours once you're inside, okay, she said finally, a small, teasing smile playing on her lips. Sunny's grin instantly turned roguish. Of course. Why? Are you having second thoughts about that kiss from earlier? If I were you, I'd take the chance while you still have it. He raised his hands, palms to the sky in a mock casual gesture. Who knows? The next time you'll see me coming out of here, you might find me with a beauty in each arm. In your dreams, Jet chuckled, the sound genuine and light, echoing inside the cabin. Yes. This is better, she thought, though a feeling of regret lingered in her chest. Their eyes met one last time. See you soon, little devil, Jet said softly. See you soon, Jet, Sunny replied. He began to close the door, but paused. Sunny. Jet tried to call him one last time. He looked at her again. Through his shadow sense, he could feel a storm of complicated emotions swirling within her shadow. The strongest among them was regret. Jet started, but once again, the words failed to find their footing. It pained Sunny to see her like this. He had never seen the formidable Master Jet so lost. It completely ruined the reputation of the cold, ruthless Soul Reaper the government had built around her. He decided to bail her out the only way he knew how. What? Too shy? He asked, his smirk radiating pure audacity. Tell you what, I'll close my eyes to make it easier for you. Jet pouted, then flashed a dangerously playful smile. Close your eyes and I'll show you exactly what I'll give you. With that final jab, the tension broke. Sunny gave her a lingering wave as she pulled away, the PTV's tail lights eventually vanishing into the thick, dark morning mist. Sunny turned and walked toward the academy gates, where Yuki stood waiting, her intense gaze fixed on him. The massive iron gates were still sealed shut. As he reached her side, he glanced to his left. There, standing near the entrance, was another girl, one with hair like shimmering, vibrant silver. Chapter 33, Chapter 32 An Armchair for Three. A young man with hair as black as ink and eyes of pure onyx stood before the main entrance of the academy, an emerald prism hanging from his neck. The outer walls loomed gargantuan and timeless, a stone horizon that forbade anyone from glimpsing what lay beyond. The massive, immovable gates remained shut, reminding Sunny of the pillars of a portal, one that, once crossed, would lead him into an entirely different world. The sun still slumbered in that crisp winter dawn. Only the biting wind and the rhythmic, dark thrumming of a young shadow's heart broke the silence. The rest of the landscape was a desert of asphalt and frozen quiet, occupied by only 3 young aspirants. 3 souls as different as they were unique, bound only by the chilling certainty that once they crossed that threshold, they would never be the same again. The Jiminy Cricket's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. Sunny could picture him standing on his right shoulder, leaning on its cane and holding its oversized hat while crossing one foot over the other. Sunny shook his head. Not much, actually. The author skipped this arc just to throw the hero and his companions straight into the dream realm. I'm completely in the dark about what might happen, especially considering the changes that have already taken place. Sunny could feel the solace of his feet rooting into the ground beneath his feet. His leg muscles felt strained, almost to the point of tearing, the air felt heavy, thickening in his lungs. The transition felt so utterly wrong. To go from the biting, perennial frost of the Black Mountain to a mundane environment like an academy, 2 battlefields so fundamentally different, left a bitter taste in his mouth. It was dizzying. Sunny took a long, deep breath. When he exhaled, a thick cloud of vapor escaped his lips, rising toward the sky and over those impenetrable walls. Beside him, Yuki watched his bewildered expression with silent, analytical intensity. 1 month. I have only 1 month to learn everything I need to survive the Forgotten Shore. I don't even know where to start. The thought echoed like 1,000 blades piercing his chest. He gritted his teeth, forcing the fear down, burying it where it couldn't be seen. The cricket pointed its cane to the left. Sunny shifted his gaze. There she is. The true protagonist of this world. As well as Sunless Love sorry, my supposed love interest. Standing to his left was a light. A girl with hair of brilliant, shimmering silver and eyes of the same hue, lost in the void. Under a light grey athletic jacket, she wore a heavy shirt with the Night and Gale logo, dark jeans, and a pair of blue headphones. Her hair wasn't cut short this time, instead, it was pulled back into an elegant, silver ponytail. The girl's shadow burned with a determination fierce enough to reduce the world to ash if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, Nephi's Changing Star, the princess of the immortal Flame Clan. The Nephilim. The star of misfortune. The autistic blowtorch. The ruinous star. The pyromaniac in chief. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's Freaky Star. Tough as I. The cricket interrupted, abruptly halting his mental tangent. I could go on until I hit Antarctica if I wanted to, buddy. Sunny shot back with a half smirk. He turned his gaze back to Nephi's. Pretty, I'll give her that, Sunny thought, scratching his temple. Though with that white hair, she kind of looks like a granny. I never did understand this fetish for white-haired characters. The cricket remarked. Turning to his right, Sunny offered Yuki a faint smile. What do you think? Should we go introduce ourselves? He gestured toward Nephi's with a tilt of his head. Yuki shifted her gaze between Sunny and the silver-haired girl behind him. Opening her mouth, as if trying to excavate the words from ice, she managed, "Go ahead." Here. Sunny blinked. Well, you can't say she didn't put in the effort. Okay. Suit yourself, he said, narrowing his eyes and shrugging. Spinning on his heel, Sunny began to walk toward Nephi's. As he did so, the simpleton match girl. As he walked toward Nephi's, a part of him, the child of war attribute, screamed. It recognized the warrior within her. It begged him to cross blade, to confront her in a duel. It did the same with Yuki behind him. Both girls were experienced and unmatched fighters. Approaching the silver-haired girl, Sunny extended his hand. Hi, I'm Sunless, but my friends call me Sunny, he said, offering her his most amicable, non-threatening greeting. Nephi's paused her music and slid the headphones down around her neck. She turned toward him, her gaze dropping to the offered hand with a look of profound suspicion. She studied him from head to toe, looking almost annoyed that the dark-haired boy had dared to interrupt her flow of thought. Sunny tried again, his hand still hanging in the air. I said, hi. I'm Sunless, but my friends call me Sunny. Nephi's grunted, giving a stiff nod. She offered neither a smile nor the basic courtesy of a handshake. The Jiminy Cricket encouraged, still perched comfortably on his shoulder. Sunny's right eye twitched for a fraction of a second. Maintaining his forced smile, and you are? Nephi's, she said coldly. With that, Changing Star returned her gaze to the void, slid her headphones back over her ears, and proceeded to ignore him. Seeing that there was no room for him here, Sunny withdrew his hand and raised his arms in a gesture of complete surrender. He turned and walked away. I give up. It's pretty obvious she's not in the mood for talking, let alone being likable, he thought, thoroughly annoyed, as he turned back to Yuki. The cricket mused, scratching its temple and leaning its cane against Sunny's earlobe. Sunny rolled his eyes. It's not that hard to figure out. Her autism truly knows no bounds. There's just no helping it. When he reached Yuki, he noticed she hadn't taken her eyes off him for a single second. Her face, much like her shadow, remained a portrait of perennial frost. Nothing to say? Sunny asked, arching an eyebrow. Yuki didn't answer. She simply turned her gaze toward the academy walls, mimicking the way he had been staring at them earlier. Sunny, exhausted by the suffocating quiet left in the wake of fire and ice, exhaled another slowly, deep breath. What a headache, he said. The air had suddenly become impossibly heavy. After several more interminable minutes of awkward silence, much to his immense relief, the gates finally hissed open. The three aspirants crossed the threshold. Oh! Thank the dead gods! Chapter 34, Chapter 33. Welcome to the Academy. Sunny, Nephi's, and Yuki walked down a long corridor. Silence followed them, a persistent and inseparable companion guiding the trio through the sterile hallway. As they reached the end, Sunny felt it, the presence of hundreds of living shadows. They hit him like a river in flood, their overflowing and uncontrollable emotions crashing against him. Crossing the threshold, the three found themselves in a vast hall illuminated by artificial lights, filled with hundreds of other sleepers. Young men and women, all roughly their age, were waiting for the induction ceremony to begin. As they entered, countless eyes and shadows turned curiously toward the newcomers. No, thanks. I'd rather drink hemlock. They must have some around here somewhere, Sunny thought as he stepped inside. He had never had trouble making friends before, but now, Overwhelmed by the tidal wave of sensations hitting him through his shadow sense, he felt profoundly out of place. These teenagers anxious to know, to ask, and to share made his apparent calm feel like a lie. There were malicious glares and innocent gazes in equal measure. A part of him felt a pang of sorrow, knowing that the number of survivors from this year's branch would likely be counted on the fingers of a single hand. The Jiminy Cricket encouraged him. I don't know. I already have a handle on how my flaw works. I practiced in front of the police station mirror, remember? You were there. It's not that different from clear conscience at its core. The Cricket argued with irritatingly sound logic. Steeling himself, Sunny took a breath and stepped forward. Nephi's immediately drifted off on her own. Yuki, however, continued to follow him, her expressionless gaze fixed on him as if he were an instruction manual on how to navigate this unknown landscapes. The hall was filled with every type of person, divided into their respective social cliques. In one corner, a group of girls discussed the latest fashion trends. In another, boys bragged about the dreamscape and other trivialities. There was even a sleeper surrounded by a crowd of girls who seemed to want much more than just a conversation. The high-profile Legacy clan members, of course, had their own exclusive circle. Sunny moved through the crowd, talking to whoever crossed his path. The conversations went something like this. Look at all these young people. How many do you think will return from the dream realm? How many will perish? What do you think our own chances of survival are? I don't know, man. And frankly, I don't give a. Or. I even received an armor-type memory in my nightmare. It's an enchanted robe. Would you like to see? I didn't ask you. Or. Then those lowlifes began to rob the bodies. It was disgusting. They even took their shoes. What kind of degenerate would take a dead man's shoes? Were they good sneakers? Ahem. I guess so. Then you have your answers. Some interactions were slightly more successful. What kind of woman is your type? Big booty goths. My brother. Others asked things that were significantly weirder. Can you please step on me? What? No, dude. By the time he was done, Sunny had managed to build a relatively neutral reputation. By avoiding talking about himself as much as possible, he also managed to avoid being labeled as either a pervert or a complete outcast. He was just him. Sunny moved through the compound where the sleepers were gathered, waiting for the induction ceremony to begin. The young shadow drifted through the hall, speaking to whoever crossed his path while analyzing the hierarchy forming within the various social circles. It was impossible to ignore his shadow sense continued to pelt his mind with a relentless barrage of sensory data. The Jiminy Cricket's voice groaned. Sunny could see the imaginary creature staggering on his shoulder, its unnervingly large hat wobbling on its head as if it were on the verge of losing its breakfast. Hang in there, bud. I need to keep it active just a little longer, Sunny encouraged him, weathering the data dump significantly better than his own flaw. Retreating from the crowd to catch his breath, Sunny leaned against the wall and reflected on his findings. Okay. I think I finally have the full picture regarding my flaw, he mused, cupping his chin with his right hand. The left hand resting on his right arm crease. The Cricket, who was currently on the floor trying to shake off the dizziness, gave him a shaky thumbs up, momentarily unable to provide a verbal response. My flaw is functionally identical to clear conscience, with one major exception, you, my little friend. Sunny shifted his internal gaze to where the Cricket was. The Cricket, still bent double, gestured for him to continue, ignoring its own temporary indisposition. The restrictions and penalties are the same. But as for you, my loquacious and omnipresent friend? The Cricket asked, finally lifting its head, its expression still dazed and heavy. You are optional. You can't actually force me to do anything. You can only nudge me to be the best version of myself, or push me where you know I'm capable of excelling. Aside from motivational speeches and cold logic, you have no other tools at your disposal. You're exactly like the fable you're named after. The cricket confirmed, straightening its hat which seemed perpetually too large for its head and hopping back onto Sunny's shoulder. Sunny's gaze shifted, locking onto one legacy in particular. It was a young man with brown hair and cold green eyes, a proud, confident smile etched onto his face. He had a well-developed, athletic build, and his posture radiated an air of nobility tempered by a hint of friendly humor. "Enter Castor," he thought coldly. His Child of War attribute hummed in approval. It suggested that, unlike the vast majority of sleepers in the room, this one was a worthy adversary though still far from the league of Yuki or Nephis. Through his shadow sense, Sunny noticed something peculiar. Castor's shadow seemed more sensitive to the flow of time than others, as if the sand in his hourglass fell faster whenever it was agitated. A twisted smile appeared on Sunny's lips. "It's showtime," he thought and took a step forward. The Jiminy Cricket pulled a pair of rather flashy sunglasses from its back pocket. It chirped, sliding the glasses on with unnecessary pomp. Meanwhile, as our divine shadow embarked on his social adventures in the Awakened Academy, along the cold metropolitan streets of NQSC, a stunning woman with short raven black hair and piercing blue eyes was speeding across the smooth asphalt on board her PTV. Reaching for her communicator in the glove compartment to the right of the steering wheel, Jet slowly dialed a number. The communicator rang incessantly, waiting for the call to come through. When finally someone answered. "Yes, it's me." The boy got through his first nightmare without any problems. His aspect is shadow-related. "I can't tell you anything else," Jet said with a stern, cold voice. Soul Reaper paused for a moment, her grip on the wheel suddenly tightened. Her voice filled with unspeakable terror. "His shadow," Jet tried to say. His shadow started moving again. These were the only words Soul Reaper could utter as she fought the terror that gripped her, trying not to get distracted while driving her PTV. Silence fell on the other end of the communicator line. You could hear heavy breathing and a deathly quiet. Whatever Jet was trying to say to the other side of the call, it got the message. And from the looks of it, it hasn't been a pleasant one. Chapter 35, Chapter 34 Tricking the Thrush. "And that is how I struck down the beast, saved the maiden in distress, and conquered my first nightmare," Han Lee Castor concluded with practiced reverence. Though he lacked overt brashness, pride leaked from his every pore like water from a failing dam. "Wow! I don't believe it. Incredible. It's no wonder he has an ascendant aspect. Can you please step on me now? Stop following me, you creep." The legacy basked in the awe and adulation of his audience. The sleepers looked at him with wide-eyed admiration, hanging on his every word. For Castor, the praise of the masses was an opium disguised as nectar. This was how his life was meant to be. Clap! 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 Castor's eyebrow arched. He turned toward the source of the applause. This wasn't the rhythmic cheer of a crowd. It was slow, redundant, and echoed with a distinct note of mockery. It was an insult dressed as a compliment. Castor's eyes landed on a boy with ink-black hair, onyx eyes, and pale skin. He was shorter than the others and looked almost like a living shadow in his dark clothes. An emerald prism pendant was the only splash of color on his somber frame. As their gazes met, the shadow boy curled his lips into a smirk. "My compliments. Your achievements are truly the stuff of legends." The praise felt intentionally exaggerated. There was a sharp edge to the boy's voice that made Castor's skin crawl. "Thank you, my friend," Castor replied, his smile stiffening as the slow, rhythmic clapping continued. "And whom do I have the pleasure?" "Me." The boy finally stopped his applause and placed a hand on his chest. "A pleasure to meet you, Han Lee Castor. My name is Sunless." He offered a hand. "Sunless, then. The pleasure is mine." Castor shook it. There was a specific cadence to the way Sunless spoke that grated on his nerves. The others didn't notice, but the legacy did. You little. And tell me, Sunless, Castor continued, keeping his mask of polite curiosity firmly in place. Which clan do you belong to? I'm afraid I've never heard of you. Which clan, you say? Sunless tapped his chin, looking at the ceiling in a way that was somewhere between deep thought and hidden derision. None, he said finally, flashing a mocking smile. I'm from the outskirts. A rather distasteful place, you know? Full of wretched people. You legacies don't know how much I envy you having everything served on a silver platter since birth. Are you provoking me, mongrel? Fine. Let's see who crawls away crying with the tail between the legs. Castor raised a hand. Sunless, since you're so appreciative, perhaps you'd care to share something of your own first nightmare? Surely you aren't too jealous of your secrets, aren't you? The shadow boy let out a short laugh, looking almost honored. Me? Dear gods! You catch me off guard. How could a mere outskirts rat like me possibly boast of his deeds? He gestured to the crowd of sleepers gathered around them. Especially after a world-renowned legacy of your caliber has fueled the masses with such fervor. The way Sunless emphasized renowned and fervor was ambiguous. Castor didn't miss it, he couldn't figure out where this damn mongrel was going. Looking around, he realized he was the only one sensing the provocation. Oh, don't be shy, Castor encouraged, his voice dripping with faux kindness. After such a build-up, I'm sure your story is as worthy of praise as mine. Now, all eyes were on Sunless. For a brief second, he glanced at his right shoulder before putting a hand to his chin. Well, first of all, I spent some time enjoying life in a temple. It had fantastic hot springs, I must say, and the company wasn't that bad. If you catch my drift. He gave a wink. Unfortunately, after a series of unlucky events, I was forced to join a charming caravan and climb a mountain about this high. He raised his hand to indicate a towering height. And I must say, it was a refreshing experience. Excellent for the health. The night in particular wasn't bad, but I had drunk quite a bit the day before, so it was mostly a blur of a hangover. He finished with a straight-faced smile. Wait, wait. One of the sleepers said, stepping forward. That can't be all. Come on. Tell us more. One by one, the others chimed in, eager to hear the rest. Castor didn't like the direction the conversation was taking. As you can see, your tale isn't as meager as you thought, he said, trying to regain control of the room. Please, do go on. If you say so. Sunless clapped his hands together, looking like he was making them all dance in his palm. Now that you mention it, a few things did happen. During the climb, there was an old man who had, well, a terrible throat problem. Thanks to my intervention, I solved it. Permanently. Castor blinked, bewildered. What? And during my stay at the temple, Sunless continued, I had to endure, much to my chagrin, the advances of several young ladies. Believe me, friends, that was a nightmare all its own. He twirled a finger in the air. Several sleepers snorted. Castor was getting more confused by the second. Then, when the caravan camped for the night during the climb, I was invited to drink. It was a massive collective bender. I give you my word, when the sun rose again, they were all lying on the ground, lifeless. The crowd burst into laughter. But they weren't laughing at him, they were laughing with him. Boisterous, genuine laughter filled the hall. Castor's grip on the room was slipping. No one was looking at him anymore, no one was admiring him. And what about the nightmare creatures? Castor tried to steer the ship back. Don't tell me you didn't meet a single one while climbing the mountain. Those. Sunless gave him another mocking grin. Well, probably, they must have joined the party too, because I found their grotesque bodies lying right there with the soldiers the next morning. The laughter became a roar. Castor's eye began to twitch visibly. And what about your APPR? He didn't get to finish. The shadow boy gently raised a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. So much haste, my dear Han Lee Castor, Sunless said, his hand still raised. We have an entire month to get to know each other. Why spoil everything now? But please, do continue with your tale. Far be it from a peasant like me to interrupt your odyssey. He made a go-ahead gesture. With that, Sunless walked away, leaving a visibly frustrated legacy behind him. Castor wasn't just angry, he was livid. Sunless was systematically dismantling him, but he couldn't grasp how. It was as if the shadow had organized a puppet show, and he was one of the marionettes. Worse still, no one else noticed the mockery, so Castor couldn't even accuse him. Sunless, was it? A forced smile appeared on the legacy's face. Good. Very good. I hope you enjoy your stay at the academy, then. Turning to his right, Castor noticed another sleeper staring at him strangely. Can you please step on me? Castor was caught entirely off guard. What the new? As Sunny withdrew to the side, he was howling with laughter internally. He had to muster every ounce of his willpower just to keep from shaking visibly, though anyone watching closely would have seen his frame quivering with suppressed mirth. And that is all, folks, he declared victoriously amidst his mental hysterics. The Jiminy Cricket was once again unable to offer a verbal response. He was too busy clutching Sunny's shoulder, doubled over in silent, frantic laughter. Then, his heart dropped. It hit him with a sudden, agonizing throb of pain so sharp it felt physical. The laughter vanished instantly. Even his flaw, who had been cackling only a second ago, fell deathly silent. Hey, Jimmy, Sunny whispered inwardly, his mental voice cracking. The cricket managed to ask. Is someone cutting onions in here? Sunny asked. The Jiminy Cricket looked around despondently for a moment before catching on. Sunny noticed her then. Sitting in a corner, alone and cast aside like a broken doll, was a girl with delicate golden hair and eyes as blue as the summer sky. Her beauty was ethereal, possessing an immaculate purity. She wore elegant, clean clothes that made her look as graceful as a ceramic figurine. She looked just as fragile, too, as if, were she to fall, you would see her shards scatter across the hall. Her eyes were vacant, failing to reflect anything. Her gaze was lost, as though she had already looked upon death and accepted its embrace. Seeing someone so graceful on the verge of tears was a sight that tore at the soul. In his shadow sense, her shadow bore a glowing golden eye. His child of war attribute whispered that there was far more to this girl than met the eye, but she was currently too broken to let it out. Cassie. The name escaped Sunny's lips, sweet and bitter at once, an echo of what was, and what could have been. Sunny would deal with the onion cutter later. In the next heartbeat, a shadow took a step forward, hoping that this one selfish act might alter a harrowing future. He moved, driven by the hope that his own hubris would allow a girl and her shadow to escape toward a brighter destiny. Toward a tomorrow made of laughter instead of sorrow. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. You've got a shadow in me. A girl with hair of spun gold, myriad strands as smooth and shimmering as the threads of fate that had cursed her, and eyes as blue as a still lake, sat alone, submerged in the deepest darkness. For her, the world had shapes and echoes, but neither color nor image. There was only the cold and a sharp, biting loneliness. But in that perpetual void, there were voices. The whispers of other sleepers drifted through the hall, but none were meant for Kasia. No one looked her way, no one spared her a word. Why would they? After all, what chance did a blind girl have of surviving the dream realm? There was, however, one thing in that empty, permanent darkness that kept her company: runes. As her dormant ability, Kasia could see the runes of others, specifically, their attributes. Tilting her head to the right, she focused on the shimmering, golden script belonging to a girl chatting with her friends, much like she used to do in a life that now felt like a dream. Attributes: Elastic Mind, Apprentice. Turning her head to the left, she saw the runes of a sleeper who, judging by the chorus of giggling girls surrounding him, had to be quite attractive. Attributes: Charmer, Child of Lust, Silver-tongued. A true playboy, Cassie thought. A faint ghost of a smile touched her small, red lips before fading back into a line of sorrow. Perhaps, she mused, her isolation was a mercy that kept her away from such types. Suddenly, the blind seer heard a burst of boisterous laughter erupting from the center of the hall. Shifting her sightless gaze toward the commotion, she saw more runes flickering in the dark. Time ticked away, and still, she sat in solitude. Unwanted. Isolated by her weakness and the theft of her senses. She felt like a ghost haunting a room full of the living. Then, crack! Kasha jolted. It was the sound of weight shifting on wood. She immediately turned her head to the left, a spark of desperate hope igniting in her chest. Perhaps someone had sat on the bench beside her? Perhaps someone finally wanted to speak? But as she looked, nothing. There's nothing there. Was it just my imagination? She turned her eyes back to the front, staring into the absolute nothingness, stung by the bitterness of her own illusion. Then, a voice broke through the darkness like a beacon of light. It was as clear as a silver bell, carrying a warmth that felt like the first breath of spring after a long, frozen winter. Hi. I'm sunless, but my friends call me Sunny. The Jiminy Cricket warned from the heights of its wisdom. So. Sunny shot back, his pace steady, his heart devoid of fear. There will be consequences regardless of what I do. This time, I'm the one making the calls. However irrational or childish it may seem, I choose to follow my heart. The cricket corrected him. Sunny let out a mocking huff, a smirk playing on his lips at the expense of cheap metaphors and proverbs. Do you really think I care about doors or roads? In my first nightmare, I promised myself I'd become greedy, selfish, and proud. I decided I would escape the tragedy and she's coming with me. Now, eyes on me. A shadow moved toward the golden-haired girl sitting alone on a wooden bench. With every step, his heart grew heavier, but his eyes held shadows fierce enough to eclipse the sun. The threads of fate tightened around him, as if trying to restrain him. Yet, fate was merely a concept, not a person. It possessed no will, no heart beating to the rhythm of a soul. Sunny, however, possessed both and much more. So, he pressed on. The strings of fate seemed to slip through his fingers with every stride as he moved to stitch a wound before it could even be inflicted. It was a desire born more from sheer ego than from passion. Sunny sat down to Cassie's left, the wooden bench creaking slightly under his weight. The mere inch of space separating them felt like a distance of light years. I wonder how she'll react to my attributes, he thought as he settled in, digging through his memories of the original story to recall everything about Kasha. He saw the girl startle and turn toward him. A wave of complex emotions washed over him as he met those sightless, beautiful sapphire blue eyes. Cassie searched the air in his direction for a moment, her blind gaze wandering, before she turned back to face the front without uttering a word. Sunny crossed his left leg over his right and laced his fingers together, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I suppose I have to be the one to make the first move, aren't I? He realized, noting that, for some reason, he hadn't truly been seen. Sunny cleared his throat and spoke in a voice that was calm, steady, and cordially warm. Hi. I'm sunless, but my friends call me Sunny. Cassie's eyes immediately snapped back in his direction. The blind seer was visibly stunned to find someone willing to sit beside her, let alone talk to her. Hi, nice to meet you, Sunless. I'm Kasha, but you can call me Cassie if you like. She said with a hint of hesitation, as well as a mixture of fear and wariness. Even though she couldn't see it, Sunny's smile softened. At least Cassie talks to me. Unlike Nephi's who treated me like a worm at the gate. Sunny let out a mental sigh of relief. The pleasure is mine. But if you want me to call you Cassie, then you'll have to call me Sunny in return. Cassie seemed brightened by the easy familiarity he offered. She gave him a heart-piercing smile that made his shadow heart melt with tenderness. So, Sunny, Cassie asked, choosing her words with care. Why are you here? Why are you willing to sit with a burden like me? Sunny grinned broadly. You see, I was wandering through the hall when I happened to spot this very cute girl sitting all alone with her morale in the dirt. So I asked myself, I wonder if I can bring back her smile with a kiss. At his words, Cassie flushed instantly, steam practically rising from her like a locomotive's funnel. The Jiminy Cricket scolded him with a smug, know-it-all tone. Shut up and let me work. Sunny shot back through gritted teeth. Cassie looked away, her embarrassment palpable. Sorry. I am not interested. Oh. Sunny arched an eyebrow. I don't recall saying you were the girl in question. Cassie's blush deepened to a burning crimson. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the fabric of her elegant skirt between her fingers, and let out a tiny, flustered squeak. Sunny nudged her playfully, almost huffing. So? Do you think I have any chance of stealing a smile from that sweet girl? Cassie couldn't hold it in any more. Pressing both hands over her mouth, she shook with suppressed mirth before letting out a graceful, melodious laugh. Seriously, Sunny, she managed to say through her giggles. Is this how you approach girls? You're quite bold, you know. She wiped a stray tear of laughter from her eye. Sunny, savoring the delicate symphony of her laughter, placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Bold? I'll have you know I'm a certified flower boy through and through. His flaw chimed in mockingly. Don't interrupt. Sunny raised a finger and continued his tall tale, think. Even before I passed the first nightmare, I had girls courting me left and right. One of them even returned from the dead just to be with me. Ever since then, I can't let my guard down for a second. The moment I do, she jumps at me. Cassie's laughter grew louder and more genuine, to the point where she had to clutch her stomach. A few nearby sleepers turned toward them, watching the duo put on a show in the middle of the hall. The Jiminy Cricket asked curiously, his tone softening. Sunny looked at Cassie, watching the way her golden hair shimmered as she laughed with abandon. Hate her? No, never. His onyx eyes grew misty. I never hated anyone. I was heartbroken, like every other reader. No one expected someone like Cassie to become a traitor back then. That's why it hurt so much. Sunny looked at her again. He gazed at her lips and the smile that was as radiant as the gold of her hair. If fate had offered you 30 pieces of silver, at least I would have had the heart to hate you. He thought, a profound ache tightening in his chest. Chapter 37, Chapter 36 Golden Cat. While waiting for the induction ceremony to begin, the newcomers gathered in the hall occupied their time chatting and trying to get to know one another. Some were driven by genuine curiosity, others by the need to forge alliances for the challenging month ahead or for the uncertain future beyond. And there, amidst a star who stood alone, lost in her headphones to drown out the fire of her own thoughts, and a girl wandering elsewhere while fighting the frost of her own body, a foreign shadow and a blind seer had just found each other. They sat in comfort. Their voices traveled across the abyss that fate had placed between them. With every word, their hearts drew closer. So, Sunny, Cassie asked again, having relaxed significantly after all that laughter. Why are you here? And I mean seriously, this time. She pouted slightly, silently pleading for a real answer. Cassie kept her hands clasped over her skirt, her fingers tight, her rosy cheeks still stained with a lingering blush. The blonde girl still harbored a flicker of wariness, but the wide smile brightening her doll-like face told a much different story. Well, you know, Sunny replied, sitting with both arms and legs crossed. I was just wandering around when I saw you sitting here, all alone and sad. So I thought I'd tease you a bit to bring back your smile. Worst case scenario, we could have been depressed together, don't you think? His heart was in conflict as he met her deep blue gaze. On one hand, he was genuinely glad she was talking to him unlike Nephi's, but on the other, he feared making a wrong move. Cassie's smile widened, elated by his answer. Then she looked down, her expression darkened, the weight of her flaw returning to burden her. Thank you, Sunny. I mean it. But I don't think you'll find much pleasure in staying with a dead weight like me. After all, my days are numbered. She stared back at the tips of her shoes. You'd be better off ignoring me, like everyone else does. Sunny let out a silent, hidden sigh. To think that in the future, this depressed girl will become one of the most powerful saints, if not the strongest after the divine aspect holders. What a headache! He thought, exasperated by the gap between the present and what was yet to come. Nah. I'd rather stay here with you. Besides, who decided that? He suddenly exclaimed, the words sharp as a finger snap. Cassie snapped back toward him. Who decided you're dead weight? Just because you're blind? Listen to me, Cassie. Sunny raised his right palm. The nightmare spell is known for being cruel, but it isn't unfair. If it takes something away, he raised his left palm to the same height, like a set of scales, it stands to reason that it gave you something of equal value in return. Sunny brought his palms together under his nose with a soft clap. That's why I believe your aspect is actually quite powerful. Sure, right now these might just sound like empty words, platitudes meant to cheer you up. But who can say? You've yet to explore the limits of your power, and I certainly can't do it for you. If you give up without even trying, you'll never know for sure. Cassie's eyes widened in realization. It's true. She hadn't considered it until now. She had been so devastated by the loss of her sight that she hadn't allowed herself to think of anything else. A part of her wanted to scold herself for being so naive. And yet, in her moment of need, just when she had decided to let herself fade into the darkness, this shadow had given her back the light. Cassie pressed her right hand to her chest. Thank you, Sunny. Her eyes shimmered. Without even realizing it, she started smiling again. Besides, Sunny added, pulling her back from the whirlpool of her thoughts. If the others avoid the prettiest girl in the academy over something so trivial, then they're nothing but idiots, he said, and seeing his smirk, without a hint of shame. Cassie flushed again, practically steaming. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she looked away and let out another tiny squeak, shrinking into herself. That was a fatality. My work here is done. Sunny thought. Judging by his expression, he was thoroughly enjoying her reactions. Whether it was due to his flaw or personal taste, Sunny had to admit, Cassie was truly the most beautiful girl here. Her pure, ethereal beauty almost rivaled the seductive beauty of Master Jet. There was only one woman who came to his mind capable of overshadowing them both in that regard, Thene. The Jiminy Cricket pointed out to him. Sunny could see him sitting to his left, its cane resting on the bench. I know. Otherwise, I would have said something else to make her happy. Maybe this way I can put the first notch toward a better future for her. As well as mine. The hands of the clock were ticking, the two shared more conversation, passing the time in light-hearted happiness. Then, silence fell over the hall as the general chatter died down. Finally, a new figure stepped into the hall, bringing an immediate hush over the crowd. He didn't enter through the main gates like the sleepers, but through the official institutional entrance on the opposite side. He was a giant man with wide shoulders and grey-rimmed glasses, sporting a beard so thick he looked like a gorgeous brown bear. Even his shadow resembled that of a bear. Awakened Rock, Sunny recognized him instantly. He wasn't a major character, his role ended with the Academy arc in the original story, but his stern character and external appearance made him memorable. As Awakened Rock marched forward with a heavy, disciplined pace, the aspirants instinctively drew back, forming a wide circle around him. Silence reigned, broken only by the frantic thrumming of hundreds of young hearts, a chaotic mix of anxiety, fear, and the electric hum of expectation. The bear-like man came to a halt. Every eye was fixed on him. Leaning against the wall, Nephi's finally removed her headphones. Yuki stopped her restless pacing to observe. And in a quiet corner, a shadow acted as the eyes for a girl lost in darkness. "I am Awakened Rock. Sleepers, welcome to the Academy," he announced, his gaze sweeping from left to right across the mute crowd. "In less than a month, you will be summoned to the Dream Realm. Some of you might think you are well prepared. You're wrong. The spell is merciless and cunning. The moment an awakened begins to think too highly of themselves, they die. I've seen countless sleepers like you lose their lives. I've seen experienced masters lose theirs. Even saints are not guaranteed to survive." Rock proceeded to explain the basic academy's rules, the freedom to choose courses, their rights and responsibilities, and so on. He gave a brief, grim explanation of the difference between a nightmare and the dream realm, warning them of the possible adversities that they might encounter. For example, a charming kind of nightmare creature that could mimic human voices and appearances. Regardless, you have nothing to fear. The sovereigns will protect you. They will send saints to scout and retrieve you if you land near a citadel. Even if you don't, stay calm. Despite what I said earlier, the nightmare spell rarely plays dirty, it won't drop you into an unknown death zone completely at random. Oh, well, good to know. Thank you, asshole. Sunny commented internally, biting his tongue to keep from shouting the last word aloud. That is all. I wish you a productive stay for the next 30 days, Professor Rock concluded, turning on his heel and leaving the hall. The sleepers began to filter out one by one to be sorted into their quarters. Their faces were a gallery of human emotion, some were paralyzed by anxiety, others masked their terror behind masks of pride, and some were already tearful. They all shared a common fragility, a youth destined to wither too soon in another dimension. Sunny turned to Cassie. I suppose I'll see you later, Cassie. What courses are you planning to take? None, Cassie replied, shaking her head despondently. I don't think there's anything I can do. I used to be a formidable fencer, but now. She trailed off, the implication clear. Sunny looked up, tapping his chin thoughtfully. In that case, why don't you join me? I already have combat experience, but I'm missing the basics. I'm only going to attend the wilderness survival course. I've been told Professor Julius is top tier. The Jiminy Cricket felt obligated to chime in. Besides, Sunny continued, ignoring the uninvited trivia from his flaw, I'd really like to spend more time with you. If you're okay with that. Cassie offered him another one of her heart-warming smiles, one who almost made his shadow heart explode with tenderness. Okay, she said with a firm nod. And Sunny, he couldn't help himself. With those large sapphire eyes and golden hair flowing past her shoulders, she reminded him of a tiny, precious kitten. In this world, cats were nearly extinct, he hadn't seen one since his previous life. The image of Cassie as a soft ball of fur made his heart melt. Sunny. Cassie stammered. Yes. What are you doing? She asked, her face turning as red as an active volcano. Without a word, Sunny had reached out and started petting her head, exactly as one would a cat. The shadow boy smiled, tilting his head playfully. I'm petting you because you're cute. Why? Don't you like it? Cassie pouted, though she couldn't deny the sensation wasn't bad. She wasn't sure whether to kick him in the shins or just melt on the spot. Well, I guess that's all for now. See you later, Cassie. Sunny stopped petting the golden kitten and waved. Bye-bye, he said as he walked away. Left alone once more, Cassie raised both hands to the spot where Sunny had touched her. Her face was still burning, her pride a bit wounded. It's warm, she thought, her heart beating as if spring had already arrived. Sunny had finally reached his quarters. The door to his room bore the number 67. After locking the door with 2 firm turns of the key, he didn't bother turning on the light. His onyx eyes had no need for it. Scanning the room, he saw a simple square layout. A double bed sat centered against the far wall. To the left stood a desk and a wardrobe, flanked by a window that overlooked the academy's vast gardens. Outside, a crescent moon shone brightly in the star-studded sky. To the immediate right was the bathroom door. Before Sunny could take a single step further, a figure emerged from his shadow, a breathtaking woman dressed in black, with hair like a starless night sky and eyes of pure obsidian. Theen stepped out, stretching her arms high above her head. Then, without a word, she headed straight for the bed and flopped onto it face first, kicking the perfectly tucked black blankets into a mess and wrinkling the freshly pressed white pillows. Sunny watched Myriad Shade doing all this in utter disbelief. The Jiminy Cricket asked from his shoulder, wearing the same confused expression. Ahem. I didn't. She did that all on her own, Sunny replied, shaking his head in perplexity. Then, a sudden doubt crept into his mind. Wait a minute. Are you telling me I have to be on guard against a possible midnight assault now, too? The thought made him shiver. Then, he sighed. Sunny still had an hour before the scheduled interviews. This time, he had no intention of waiting until the last minute to prepare for what was coming. Leaving Theen to wreak havoc on the neatly folded linens, he walked over to the desk and grabbed a pen and some paper. Myriad Shade, seeing herself ignored on the bed, pouted, clearly offended. Sunny pulled back the chair and sat down. It was time to put his ideas onto paper, to organize his head and prepare for the future. Chapter 38, Chapter 37 The Selfish One, 1. Sunny sat in the desk chair of his room, submerged in shadows. His legs were tucked under the table, his right heel drumming an incessant beat against the floor, keeping time with the perpetual gears of his thoughts. His left elbow rested on the corner of the desk, his hand cradling his chin. In his right hand, a pen hovered and twitched against the wood, joining his foot in a restless duet that disturbed the room's quiet. His gaze was fixed on a small white rectangle of paper, stained with ink, lying before him. The sheet was split down the middle by an imaginary line, with a list etched onto each half. The left list was a sequence of events from the immediate future. Arrival at the Forgotten Shore. The soul-devouring tree. The Bright Castle. The journey for the Dawn Shard and the return. The Bright Lord's demise. Conquering the Crimson Spire. The final struggle for the return. For him, it was useless to debate events still far on the horizon, so he chose to focus on the immediate storm. Each of these points hit a massive question mark, as the timeline had already shifted and many variables were likely no longer the same. The right list, instead, contained the themes he needed to address. They. The matter of the heart. Shadows and memories. Knowledge of the spell, the gods and the demons. Practicing the shadow dance. Becoming stronger. Which mask do I want to wear? The points on these lists could easily have been grouped differently or renamed, and many intertwined across the divide. Sunny had chosen this layout to give each thought as much space as the lines on the paper allowed. The Jiminy Cricket asked, fearing a potential leak of information. Sunny saw him standing beside the paper, leaning on its cane with his top hat tilted away from the ink-stained rectangle. Sunny gave him a look. I see where you're going with this, but don't worry. I'm not that reckless. I defy you to find an Asian in this era who can read a Romance language that has long since fallen into disuse, he thought, a proud smirk flitting across his face. Then, he returned his focus to the lists. Shadows danced restlessly across the onyx irises of his eyes. So. Sunny continued to tap the pen tip against the wood, deep in concentration. Where do I begin? While he weighed his decisions, Theen, busy wrinkling the pressed linens behind him, stared at him, annoyed. She wore a heavy pout, clearly displeased at being continuously ignored on the bed. Slowly, his right hand moved, and the pen tip came to a rest on the paper. Simultaneously, the mental image of his flaw moved and pointed its cane toward the left side of the sheet. Sunny decided to start with the left list. Point 1. Arrival at the Forgotten Shore, Sunny thought, underlining the name of the death zone. He pressed the end of the pen against his chin, pinning the paper down with his left hand. There's no doubt about it. My starting point will be the Forgotten Shore, specifically, on the Dark Sea, right beside the statue of the Headless Knight. Orientation will be vital there, as will a healer/fighter to keep things moving. Better yet if she can provide a heat source. Therefore, regardless of everything, I'm destined to reunite with Nephi's and Cassie in the Crimson Labyrinth. Sunny jotted the reasoning down. The Jiminy Cricket suggested sarcastically, tilting its head, clearly unconvinced by the rigor of his logic. Sunny narrowed his eyes. I've been reincarnated as Sunless, not Klein Moretti. He leaned back, the chair creaking under his weight. My conviction stems from the fact that despite the aftershocks of my reincarnation, the main structure of fate remains unchanged. My first nightmare ended at the temple atop the Black Mountain, Jet oversaw my trial, and I met Nephi's and Cassie at the academy. The foundations are intact, therefore, my first stop is the shore. He stretched his arms and concluded, besides, how else am I supposed to reclaim Weaver's lineage? I highly doubt that 8-armed cuckold wants to give up on claiming my existence as their heir. And I'm far too greedy to pass up the advantages. As he worked, Theen, silently having risen from the bed, positioned herself to his right. She began morbidly poking his cheek with a finger, her pout deepening, clearly exhausted by being constantly ignored. But Sunny was too submerged in his thoughts to notice her. If everything goes well, the rest should follow one step at a time. Under the subsequent points, the soul-devouring tree, the bright castle, and the journey for the Dawn Shard, Sunny listed items to recover, people to meet, and locations to visit, all to ensure the story didn't deviate further than it already had. He double-checked his notes repeatedly. Then, he paused at the 5th point. Point 5, the Bright Lord's demise. Sunny tapped the pen tip against the paper and the cap against the wood. This is where things start to get serious. Once the Crown of Dawn is recovered, that autistic blowtorch's hands will be itching to kill Gunlag, assuming he's still the current ruler of the Dark City. The problem is that once he's gone, a bloody power struggle will erupt. Sunny drew a small doodle under the 5th point, a torch wearing a dunce hat impaling a stick man with a crown. Next to it, he wrote 5 names. Seishan, Gemma, Kido, Tessai, and Haruz. Gunlag's lieutenants. If I want to avoid a massacre, I need to make them my allies. But I doubt I can convince them all. Haruz is too loyal to Gunlag, even in death, and Tessai is just waiting to decapitate the tyrant to become the new despot. Sunny crossed out those 2 names with sharp, horizontal lines. That leaves Seishan, Gemma, and Kido. Their support alone should be enough to pacify the masses. I'll figure out the details later. Next, conquering the Crimson Spire. That tower is our ticket home. I'll need to kill the 7 guardians, seal the Dark Sea, and take down the sun at the summit. Easy peasy. Given my aspect's stealth, that job will inevitably fall to me while the others hold off the nightmare creatures. The real problem comes after. Point 7, the final struggle for the return. Sunny froze, the pen hovering over the last point. His mind wandered back to the original story. He could have merged points 6 and 7, but the distinction was necessary. This was where everything fell apart. The very first act of the tragedy. Where Sunless lost his freedom forever. Where Nephi's was left trapped in that death zone for nearly 2 years, only returning after conquering her second nightmare alone. But above all, it was where Cassie began to break, eventually becoming the hollow shell known as the Song of the Fallen, a perfect puppet for them. Weaver, the daemon of fate. Sunny tossed the pen onto the table, pushed his chair back, and stared at the ceiling. He inhaled deeply, covering his nose and mouth with both hands, sliding them slowly down his face as he exhaled. Meanwhile, dejected and ignored, Thene had retreated to a corner, playing with building blocks she had fashioned out of the room's shadows. The cricket asked, standing on the desk with its cane in hand. That question had by now become a joke that had been repeated ad nauseum. Sunny lowered his head, eyes fixed on the floor, hands resting on his thighs. He looked back at the mental projection of his flaw. After a few seconds of agonizing silence, he spoke without hesitation. I intend to leave Nephi's at the Forgotten Shore to rot.